So I feel like we talk about this most races, possibly Road America, withstanding. But yeah, it's one of the key aspects we're going to have to look at is how the different levels of driver ability, different levels of experience affect the traffic situation. I think this is going to be particularly a key feature in this race today.
And with all that being said, our class spread, as we've detailed many times over the course of the 2021 season, we've got the Grand Touring Open class, which is essentially anything you can get down to a 9.0 to 1 power to weight ratio. And the general production classes, GP1, 2, and 3, which are much more road car based, much less race car based, and allow you to throw some modifiers in for aftermarket parts and that sort of thing. And go racing against like-minded teams, like-minded individuals, and the spread between those classes, like Scott was mentioning, is a big part of how the dynamic is going to play out. Joseph, last time we were out at Daytona International Speedway, 14 hours, it was our one big enduro until we get to the 24 hours of Sebring later in the year, and after 14 hours, it came down to something like 2.5 seconds between Screaming Goat Racing, who is notable by their absence this weekend, and of course the Automatic Racing Aston Martin, who was very quick yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different players in play, if you will, but that doesn't mean this is going to be any less of a barn burner, because every single time we come out, somehow they always converge on each other at the very end of the race. So I'm curious to see who those players are going to end up being. They're usually not the same players that are prominent in the first half of the race. So what's going to be important is to just kind of keep an eye on who are the quiet ones that kind of just rise through the ranks here, and they're just, you know, rock steady. That's the kind of stuff that you know, wins championships, that will end up in podium places even though we don't see them or don't notice them in the first few hours.
Yeah, your point is a good one about the players at the end of the race not necessarily being the players that you see at hour 2, hour 3, the halfway point today will be 4.5, of course, a 9-hour race ending at 5 p.m. But that's all the more reason to stay on DriversEye Live and kind of follow this thing all the way through. RaceHero.io for live timing is a great resource as well. Plenty of onboard feeds. If you search WRL Road Atlanta, you can find all of the major players that normally provide us great onboard feeds as well. And DriversEye Live social media active once again this weekend at DriversEye Live on Instagram, DriversEye Live on Facebook. The lovely Layla Kazmarek staffing that for us all this weekend, and a couple of great shots already this weekend. Feel free to come up and join us in the Michelin Tower, the 4th floor, right next to race control. We've got a lovely view of the front straightaway here. I believe, are we only getting one pace lap? There seems to be some confusion here as the safety car pulled off. This is interesting. You'll see it on your screen. The safety car pulled off turn 12. The motorcycle turn 12, all the way out to driver's left, and left the Stratus car and friends alone at the front of the field. That's the NP01 who is starting on pole. Next to them, the Kingpin Racing.
As you know, they'll cross the start-finish line, but they won't take the green flag until after the keyhole. No, I don't really understand what's happened here.
Now, I think that was an error, because the lights were not off on the safety car. They were very much on the front of the Corvette safety car. The second safety car has come through. Oh, we have a stopped Civic. Scott, would you like to chime in on a stopped Honda Civic?
I think this is the first time I've seen one not make it to the pits, so this is remarkable.
That poor J&R Racing. That's the 178, and Scott is right. We called that car into the pits at Daytona, starting on something like lap 2 or 3, probably 15 times.
If you take this as a photograph, that is a beautiful shot with the mist in the background.
If you go to DriversEye Live on Instagram, you can find a photo very similar to that, without the fog.
We'll teach you how to pan.
I think the fog frames it. It's very pretty.
I couldn't pan.
And the car's not moving.
Anyway, the
yeah,
idea was that you would be able to see turn 4 from that shot.
Maybe later in the day.
Well, I'll tell you what. When we set the cameras up this morning, this fog did not exist. This came in right about 7:30 when we were setting up our last couple cameras, and it's just sort of settled back over the top of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. There was no talk of them delaying a start this morning. We've got a full team of corner marshals, which is great.
As the
so
NPO1
no
pace car,
the next station.
NPO1 pace car pulls the. They don't have a recovery vehicle out at the Civic, which is
typically
slightly.
They send.
Yeah, I can confirm that this is not a static image, by the way.
Yeah, you would need to send a very specific vehicle out to go pick that car up.
It is now the Honda Civic pace car.
Oh, the headlights in the background make this shot even more dramatic. Oh, and it is actually taking off.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's just taken off.
It was waiting for the field.
That's remarkable. So we will wait and see if we get a start. I will tell you that the starter, just down and to my left in front of the Michelin Bridge at the exit of turn 12, does not have a green flag in his hands. He is still holding a double yellow. My guess is that the race will start, timing will start, and lap counts will start exactly at 8 o'clock here when we come across the start-finish line. But there is no rush to get ourselves a green flag here. And I'm not sure if the communication with the drivers is such that they know we're going to stay double yellow. Yep, double yellows hang out over the front of the starter stand. The NP01 on pole does not take off. And that gives us a quick chance to run through the grid. Behind the NP01 and the Kingpin car, the number 77, that started off so well at Daytona, sits the number 19 Bonsai Racing Porsche Cayman that had a fantastic start as well up at Road America back in May. Round 3 racing, the 702 Porsche Cayman starts in 4th. Pro Sport Competition, the number 143 in 5th. That is one of the Aston Martins. The Team GTR, number 99 BMW M4 GTR in 6th. Much closer to where we expect to see that car than it was back at Daytona. P7 is the number 181 Platinum entry, and I confess, I do not know. It's a Porsche Cayman GT4. Right next to the number 982 Porsche Cayman from Will to Win Racing. ACI Motorsports, who I think, I correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but I believe this is the first time they've had their GT4 Club Sport. You see it there in the center of your screen, the white and lime green Porsche Cayman. Typically, we see we see Chattanooga Touring, but we don't see ACI terribly frequently up in GTO, and especially not up in the top 10. And then our second place finishers from Daytona, the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, who I would have expected to see a little higher up on the grid. They've got great pace in addition to their consistency. I'm going to round out the top 10. I will grab your your GP1 pole sitter here in a second. I believe it's the number 147. It is Moorhead Speedworks, who I saw on Instagram active this weekend. Hello to everybody down there. The number 147 on pole in GP1. Your GP2 pole sitter is the number 525 Fat and Furious Racing BMW, who's had a heck of an up and down season, including some dramatic race endings such as back at Mid-Ohio. They were pretty competitive back at Daytona last time out, for us anyway, as well. Your GP3 pole sitter, a little thin on GP3 this weekend, but it's the round 3 racing Porsche Boxster, the number 605, starting on the point in GP3. I think, gentlemen, we've got all of our stricken vehicles cleared, that being the JNR Honda Civic. We do not have a pace car, but we do have a pretty decent formation, all things considered, being that there was really no organization, there was no, limited communication back to the drivers and to the teams, and the Porsche Cayman and the Subico NP01, such as it is, although we are in Elan country, will start on the front row. We go 9 hours today at Road Atlanta. We go 7 hours tomorrow for a grand total of 16 hours of fantastic WRL multi-class racing around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Thanks everybody for your company on DriversEye Live. The Subico NP01 from Stratus Racing comes down the hill. The starter has a green flag in his hand. It's a late launch. The green flag waves, and we are racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. As always, a bit of a slow getaway from that NP01. Just does not have the legs down the front straightaway, but a fantastic start from the Bonsai Racing Porsche Cayman. a bonsai start, you might even say, I think is going to see that car into the lead as we head up the hill out of turn number 1. The Subico NP01 on the inside as the general production classes get their start at turn number 12. It's the 147 and the 44 from PC Racing, who start on the front row in GP1. It's a good jump, I think, from that 147 as we get the dramatic shots down through the S's. Look at that. Sunrise at a racetrack with a little fog and mist hanging in the air. It does not get much better than that with a 30-something strong, it's a 29-car strong GTO field. And we're all clean, including that Pontiac stock car at the back of the GTO field. And you just see up in the top of your screen through the fog and the mist, the GP1 through GP3 classes making their way down through the S's for the first of probably something like 250 times this afternoon. Did we see anything on the start there, gentlemen, of particular interest?
You made the note about the NPO1 bogging down, and I think that's the most interesting thing. It looks like it's maybe fallen out of the top 5 already.
Yeah, the lockdown behind that car was interesting.
It just doesn't have the torque. I mean, it doesn't have any weight, but it just does not have that down-low acceleration, and we've seen that a couple times this year. It did come back into its own at Daytona a couple hours into the race, but off these starts, you are absolutely right. It's already back to 11th or 12th, and I think that car is really going to suffer today, in particular, out of turn number 7 and onto that long back straightaway. Just so hard to keep a car wound up through that bottom section of the course, the northern, I believe it's out in the southern portion of Road Atlanta, down at turn 6 and 7. Just does not work for that car.
Well, 2 other themes we've had with that car through the year. One is it's always found as the Aston Martin runs half a car with Royal White in turn 1. It's always found tyre warm-up difficult, and that's going to be particularly important at a track like this, where the first sector of the lap is so twisty and technical. It looks like it's up to speed now, running back into the top 10 by the looks of things. We've also commented frequently on the disparity between the drivers, so it's possible that the driver in the car now is not the same one that put it on pole position, quite likely even. So that's another aspect to keep in mind. There is also obviously there's another MPO.
Ooh, we've got I believe that's either a blowing up Porsche Boxster, or a Porsche Boxster with a flat tire. The smoke is gone, and I believe is that one of the Pellegrini Boxsters, the 198 perhaps?
Just keep an eye on this.
Motorsports. They're not Pellegrini anymore.
Something like that, you never know if someone's put down oil, so we'll keep an eye on this shot.
He's made it into the pit lane, and that car is definitely under power. I believe this is going to be a flat tire, perhaps a left rear. Oh, well, now there's steam coming out the exhaust.
Oh.
You know what? That's a Cayman, guys. Sorry, I believe it's a Cayman, not a Boxster. Anyway, he's made it back to the pit lane. I can confirm it's the number 197, but there isn't a trail of oil behind that car. So whatever the issue with that car is, doesn't appear to have affected anything out on track, at least as far as we can tell. I'm not sure that car is going to make it to the paddock entrance. It is all the way at the far end of pit lane. And now one of the pit marshals taking attention to that car and advising him to stop right where he is, about a third of the way up the pit lane. Of course, we are in the pro pit lane, as you'll have seen this weekend at Road Atlanta. The support pit lane just underneath the Michelin Tower here, not in use this weekend. So just like you'd see at an IMSA race, in particular Petit Le Mans. As we go too wide through turn number 12 here in front of me, the 16 and the 45. It does really narrow up on the exit of turn 12. It's a particularly quick corner, especially in cars that are grip limited through there, and there's no real grasscrete or anything behind the curb, so you just have sort of 8 to 10 inches of curbing on the back side, and then you're out in the dirt.
There's some good sounds coming out of those cars.
You know, it's nice, Joseph. I think you made this point back at Barber. There weren't too many camera locations we had where cars were absolutely full chat. But here at Road Atlanta, we have a couple of those opportunities down that long back straightaway to run from turn 7 into the chicane at turn 10A and B. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 cars at the top of the field who are all right in a line. The Bonsai Racing number 19 Porsche, I'm sorry, it is the Bonsai car. The JNR car is listed on pole because it didn't complete one of the pace laps, or it's listed in the lead. That will get shuffled back and they'll dock the lap from that car, I am sure. But at the moment, they sit first on RaceHero.io for live timing. Bonsai leads from Kingpin from Pro Sport. So we go Porsche, Aston Martin, the number 181 Porsche from Platinum, the 7 Porsche from ACI Motorsports, and then that number 702 Porsche Cayman, not the the GT4 car, sits there in 6th. Hammer Motorsports is the first of our non-GT4 cars, well, other than that round 3 car, I guess, up in 7th. That's the number 02 Audi TCR. Scott, or Joseph, you can chime in. Either one, your opinions on front-wheel drive around Road Atlanta. A benefit, a hindrance, or it just kind of comes out in the wash?
I would say there are... It sounds kind of... sounds like a bit of a silly thing to say, considering it's as fundamental as where the power goes on the car. But I would say there are more important aspects to performance around here. I don't think... I don't think the front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive is going to be as important a factor. Obviously, relative to a circuit like Daytona, where we're putting a much more emphasis on straight line speed.
Sorry, guys, we're 3 wide into turn 1, about to be 3 wide into turn 1. If we can pick that up on a camera, we were really, really close on the exit of turn 12 between the 702, the number 7. I assume Joseph has stepped away just briefly, but I didn't mean to cut you off there. It was just 2 wide through turn 7 and through turn 12, and a 3 wide look into turn 1 is will make you stand up a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. It's much rather be talking about the racing than my ramblings about car handling. But Daytona is one of those circuits where obviously the layout of the car handling perspective is going to play less of a role, just because straight line speed plays such a role. We do have a massive back straight, obviously, at Road Atlanta, but we had about 3 of them at Daytona. So for 2, let's be precise about it. And as I see from the onboard of the Hammer 01 car, I've just seen the MP01 get passed again on that long back straight. So that car really is limited on top end. That was very obvious from the 01's onboard there. And
you could just see it.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you could just see them through turn 1, that NP01. I believe it was the Stratus car. We did have 2 cars on the entry list, the 555 from Citation.
It's out there. I've seen it further back in the field.
It is, yep.
Yes. Unfortunately, their onboard's not working, which is a real disappointment. I was hoping to...
Yeah. Ooh, good launch out of turn number 10 for that Automatic Racing 90. I'm sorry, that was the Pro Sport 143, and that will have been a pass for the lead.
The real lead or the race lead?
No, it's actually been adjusted now. So J&R is no more at the top of timing.
No, but they are 5th, which I don't think is real. I think they've actually been called.
No, you're right. It's because they've lapped.
Yeah, there it is.
No, you're absolutely right.
See them actually. Sorry, on the stream, we just saw them coming down the front straight being passed. So yeah, they've been caught by the pack. Presumably, they never got to the back of the pack before the start of the race. They had a full lap to catch, while the pace car only had presumably only had 1 more lap. So yeah, that J&R car never quite, I think, got on the back of the train. Timing still definitely needs to be corrected because they're a lap up on where they should be.
Yeah, I'm actually quite glad that car's not made it into the pit lane. I would have been concerned that it would have sort of been lost in the weeds, but now sitting up there in 6th, I'm sure it'll be drawn attention to, and they'll make sure that they get that car. Ooh, there's a car sliding backwards down the front straightaway, exited turn 12. I think he's caught the tire barrier, and that is that one of the round 3 Porsches? Is that the 702?
It may be. It looks like the Cayman.
RJ is having a look at it just to my left here as well. 702? Yeah, we think so. I think it's just caught the tire barrier right before the starter stand here on driver's left. You can see it just pushed in a little bit, and he slid backwards all the way through the wet grass down to about halfway down the front straightaway. You see it there just sort of center right of your screen. There is a lightly waved yellow at start that I wish would be a little more vigorously waved, because that car is just barely off track. And I know the U.S. standard rules are to have a standing yellow in that position, but man, you're coming off turn 12 really hauling the mail, even in a general production car. And it's just a little too close to the track there. I will say that car hasn't moved. don't believe it was a terribly hard hit down at the exit of 12, but I wouldn't be shocked if that car isn't able to continue under its own power here. And I think we're going to prepare to go double yellow here. Indeed, we do. So we're 14 minutes in, 7 laps completed. And our first, at least temporary casualty this morning, we believe, is that number 702 Porsche came in from round 3 racing. It's either that or the 701. 702 is still listed in P7.
We usually have onboards for those 2 cars. I don't know if we have them today.
I did get a couple of links by email this morning. I didn't see them on YouTube, though, so let me take a look here and see if I can get a couple of those pulled up.
That car's still going. Let's see if we can work out. It might take another lap or so to work out which. The 701 is plummeting through the field, so it's definitely going to be that car.
It's the 701. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Correction made there. So, and we do have an onboard for the 701 that's just been posted in the Discord, although it may not be up from the looks of things. Like I mentioned, that car has not moved yet.
Yeah, no.
And I'll be honest with you, it's a really tough place to try and recover a car, even if the car is mobile or can go under its own power. Like I said, you're really kind of hauling the mail coming down out of turn 11, turn 12, and you're right up onto the curb if you're under full steam. You'll catch the yellow flag at start-finish. We don't have one at on the outside of turn 12, but you'll catch that yellow flag there. But you're already pretty well committed to your racing line coming through 12 down the hill by that point. And I would not want to see a car, trying to pull a U-turn in the middle of the front straightaway while I'm coming off turn 12 at something like 90 or 100 miles an hour. So it was a good start first thing this morning, actually. I think we sort of expected that NP01 from Stratus Racing to struggle a little bit right off the bat, but it did... where does it slip to? 21st. Like I said, I expected it to struggle, but maybe not like that. I think your point, Scott, about driver disparity there, we've seen it a couple times this year, and that's no knock. I mean, the World Racing League is an amateur racing series, professional experience, amateur budgets, which does lead to amateur drivers. That is sort of the point of the World Racing League. But we do see on a pretty regular basis one of those drivers struggle in that car. Daytona was very much the same, like you mentioned, where they altered their strategy a little bit to get the slower driver in first and then allow the quicker drivers during the course of the day to start making up ground as other cars go by the wayside as the field thins out, and to be able to use that clear track to their advantage a little bit. I wouldn't expect to not see that car play a role later, but at least for the moment, struggling back down there at 21st. But that's come to the benefit of Bonsai, Pro Sport Competition, Platinum, ACI Motorsports, Kingpin, Hammer, all the usual players up at the top of the field that now sort of have a leg up as we get things going this morning.
Yeah, I think possibly a bit disingenuous to say we've seen one driver struggle. I think it's the other way around. We tend to. It's a shame we don't have amateur series, so it would be fanciful to ask for driver ID technology. But the way I see it is that we've seen one driver particularly excel in that car. Seems to spend more time or less time going around at the absolute bleeding edge qualifying pace than otherwise. So I think they've got one particularly professional driver.
Pit stop 18 minutes in from the number 7 ACI Motorsports Porsche Cayman, who came ripping down the pit entry lane, I think trying to pick up a little bit of time, and stops in his pit stall exactly where I can't see it, behind the Michelin bridge.
Luckily our cameras
You can see it. It's great when everything works the way it's supposed to. Wait till about noon when the sun is at its highest and it's 88 degrees outside and we have 3 track sides and 4 onboards.
Luckily we have our cooling system designed by a doctor in the field.
Oh, that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
I wasn't flying cardboard boxes
There
over
was
Daytona.
no way they survived the trip to Daytona.
No, they didn't even. I didn't even attempt it.
Yeah, I think they were considered disposable from the go.
Yeah. We haven't talked much about this car. We'll get to the cars up at the top of the field, but one of the novelties, certainly while it's out on track, the Chandler School, who sits back in 28th at the moment, you will notice it is listed as 2000 Pontiac. And as far as I can tell, that is something resembling a late model. It's very wide and very low, so it doesn't appear to be something like an old Cup car or Busch car or something like that. I am fairly sure that that is a late model car that has either done oval or road track racing in the past. Their hometown is listed as Formula and Convertible, which is not correct, but a quick Google of the Chandler School reveals it's in Greenville, South Carolina.
I understand. What was their hometown?
Greenville, South Carolina.
Formula
No, not the real one.
Oh, the as listed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it was just
Formula
up the road
and
from.
Convertible.
Yeah, I think that's just up the road from Truth and Consequences. That's a real. That's a real town in New Mexico.
Long way to get us to set up that joke for you.
Yeah, it's because
I
I forgot.
Isn't that where the answers are from?
I don't think so. I feel like I would have just named
I
it
think they're from
Unserville
Albuquerque.
or something rather than Truth and Consequences.
I think they're from Albuquerque.
Are they from New Mexico?
Anyway, I will. Bobby certainly was. I just listened to his Dinner with Racers.
Huh.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Bobby, not Dinner with Racers.
Wow.
Notable, by the way, they haven't sent an ambulance down to the 701 Porsche Cayman here.
No,
This is
but
just
I'm
still a flatbed.
Yeah, I am surprised that it's taken this long to. Maybe it took a while to assess what the damage actually was there, because you see a car all the way down there, and I don't see anything cosmetically wrong with it from this shot.
No, and like I mentioned, I don't think it was a terribly hard hit down here. Not that there's such thing as a small accident, although it is possible that this tire barrier damage or sort of impact was from an earlier time, and that car actually made it to the concrete, which would do considerably more damage sort of underneath in a spot that maybe we couldn't see.
Yeah, you would have to make an effort or be really unfortunate to make it to the concrete, though. Maybe if they were nudged wide late, or ran wide late trying to get around somebody and hit a divot. But the tire walls are obviously supposed to be in a place where they catch most of the cars that go off there.
Yes. No, that would be the point, wouldn't it? Just as we get some of the cars through start finish here, a couple of cars worth pointing out. There's a blue ND MX-5 that sits right in behind. There it is, just to the left of your screen. Blue, white, and a little bit of yellow, or blue-gray and a little bit of yellow. That is BSI Racing, who we saw last time out at Daytona. That's Shea Holbrook's new venture, in addition to her connections with Shift Up now.
Shea Holbrook Aventure.
Over at round 3 Racing. But they had I believe it was an NB MX-5 last time. They've upgraded to the ND car, and when last we spoke to Shea, they were on the waiting list for Road Atlanta. So she's got her full customer car, at least one of them, onto the grid here, which I think is something of a hometown race for them, or near enough to it. Although now that I think about it, they may be up in the Jacksonville area. I don't remember. Anyway, in addition to that, we've got a new Thunder Bunny car. We spoke to Chandler Lunny at the end of the 14 Hours of Daytona, and we knew that 350Z, the Nissan, erstwhile the number 350, was going to go by the wayside for a little bit, and instead they were going to pick up a BMW M2 Club Sport. They've done that, and Joseph, where did they send that M2 Club Sport?
Did they send it here?
They didn't. They sent it to Colorado. They ran their M2 Club Sport for the first time up old Pikes Peak. Well, 2/3 of Pikes Peak, anyway. And I don't know how they finished in class. We had a
You
discussion about it
can't. You
yesterday
can't
during
ask
the
me
commentary
trivia while
booth.
I'm setting up. While I'm actively setting up
I
cameras.
thought you were privy to that. I thought you were.
No,
privy
no,
to
I
that-
was, but I
privy to
wasn't.
that yesterday.
But my attention is elsewhere right now. So you're asking me
Oh,
a
that's
question about a
fair.
car. I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Fair
I
enough.
wasn't listening to the first half of this question.
Nope, that's okay. Yeah, no, they were. They were.
Pikes Peak. Talk about it.
Pikes Peak. Yeah, sorry. No, I was just receiving a note that your timer is an hour off, Joseph.
I was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why his attention is distracted.
We
It's all
need
coming together.
Tanner. Come back. Tanner, we miss you.
It should be noted, notable by his absence today is Tanner Johnson, who is normally with us on production. It turns out that producing live streams for amateur motorsports gets you actual live streaming gigs in Edmonton. So
Ooh.
Tanner is taken for the day. Yeah, good for him. Anyway, enough about our live streaming failures. We've got a Corvette C8 into the pit lane and an Aston Martin GT4 down the front straightaway. Full chat. Yes. Exactly right. Bonsai Racing, that white number 19 sits in behind him. He's got a good look around the outside into turn number 1. Tough
Ooh.
spot to make a pass if you're not committed.
This is the
And they
28 is
fall
slow.
in. Oh, it is. That's the HQ Autosport BMW, who has been doing a tour of the East Coast, we found out. We'll have more on that a little later, but for now, that car has no power, headed down the front straightaway into turn number 1. And I think that car is not going to make it up the hill.
Interesting.
Single
line
file through the S's up
control.
front. Go ahead, Scott.
It's an interesting line choice from that car that was struggling right in the middle of the track. It was pretty entertaining seeing cars spread eagle across the road trying to get around it. But I think everyone.
Well, what do you do?
So he's
coming down the hill full
Absolutely.
throttle.
The worst thing you can do is be unpredictable at that point. Obviously it was an
He's got a driveline
situation.
issue, guys. He's got a driveline issue because he tried to move it up the road and maybe now he's got it back into a gear that
no.
works. And he's
It
gone.
is possible he needed to get the car stopped in order to reset it. We now have Will to Win crew members running from their pit stall back to their trailer where they are grabbing a set of tires.
Interesting. That's not something
Yeah,
that you would
these are
tend to do in this race.
Not this early, certainly, although if there is an issue with a potentially flat tire, and drivers suiting up as well. Drivers suiting up as well on the left side of that pit. I have no idea what number that might be. And, dive up the inside from, I think this is the number 988. It is, up at turn number 12. And they swing through onto the front straightaway. There's I believe that's the Irish Mike's number 95 who comes through. Center shot just in front of them. There goes the 988. And a selection of GTO and other cars behind them. It should be noted, I think the GTO cars caught the general production cars just before we went to our first double yellow of the day. Into the pits is the number 982. So that will be the reaction from down in the W2W pit lane and a host of other pit lane callers as well. The 737 MX-5 is into the pits. The 172 TLM USA. M2 Club Sport also into the pits. I believe we've got an onboard from them. And that
I'll never
car,
tell. Here it
Scott
is.
will remember. This will be it, and straight into the pits. Scott will remember from back at Daytona, a really good start from that car. Had it very, very competitive early on in a way we're not used to seeing from that 172. A shame it's not started the same way this morning.
Sorry, Brendan, I was a bit distracted. I've realised that the BMW that we had an issue with has an onboard, so I'm checking back on that.
We've got it up on the stream, believe it or not.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's just come into the pit lane, stopped. It was a quick stop, and he's been sent on its way. Oh, you're talking about the HQ car.
Yeah, I was going to say TLM is not the car I was talking about.
Yeah, nope, fair enough.
So 172. Remind me which car that is.
It's TLM USA, the black with sort of explosive red and blue.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and that was the car that we bought with it.
Yes.
The HQ car, by the way, is going around absolutely fine. Looked like the driver kind of. I haven't got the sound up on the onboard at the moment. The driver kind of. He was in neutral for a lot of the front straight while being overtaken on both sides. You can see that because the driver was shaking the stick around in the way you do before you park a manual car to make sure that it's
Yeah.
not, like he was massively panicked about the situation.
Ooh, black flag car 44.
44.
Yeah, that's PC Racing, who I believe was second in GP1 when last I looked. Still second in GP1, behind the Moorhead Speedworks car, who I believe will have previously been the ART Racing car.
Is this something I've just not paid a huge amount of attention to? Do we often... I don't remember actually seeing black flags. Usually cars just lose laps on Race Hero, and that's how we work out that they've had a penalty of some description.
No, I believe this is a come to the pit lane penalty. This is not a we're going to dock you a lap for something that you did wrong. This is a we need to come talk to you, or you need to, get out of that car. Right. WRL does enforce driver changes if something untoward has happened on track. That being said, I haven't really seen anything untoward at this point.
Yeah, that doesn't mean... Yeah, just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean somebody else hasn't.
By the way, I have noticed from the onboard that we were on at the moment that there is a car that looks like it's got some exhaust smoke somewhere up ahead. I think it possibly is the Black Mazda that the car's just overtaking, so there might be a car in trouble quite soon. It definitely looked like it coming out of the 10A chicane later on in the lap, later on the previous lap. Yeah, it looked like a car that was spewing some exhaust smoke, so worth keeping an eye on.
Would just like to, in my best Scott Pruitt, say hi to my family at home.
Your family's there.
Well, my wife is here, who is very much family. My immediate family, my parents, are watching from Catasauqua, Pennsylvania.
Oh, dox your own parents. Cool.
Okay. My parents, yeah. Hi to my parents at home.
All right, I think I'm done adding onboards.
We're about to get one from the chill out car as well.
Oh my god.
It's okay. Ooh, Chattanooga's stream is up this morning. It wasn't when we looked earlier.
No, I haven't.
A very Chattanooga weekend here as well. Something of a homecoming for a lot of these folks.
I always forget
Rodney
how
Gilwood on board that car.
Far north in Georgia Atlanta actually is, and Brazelton's obviously slightly more north than that.
I think you'll find it's Braselton, Joseph.
Oh, that's right. It is Braselton. Excuse me.
Yes, according to my direction finder of choice, we are in Braselton, Georgia. I'll say this. Let's talk about where we are. We talked about Road Atlanta a little bit already on board with Ron Doc Hugate. We've talked about Road Atlanta a fair bit. This is my first time here since 2014. I was here for Petite. Michelin has clearly dumped a substantial amount of money into the aesthetics of this place. And at least in my humblest opinion, it's made a big difference. The painted white concrete walls instead of sort of the pale beige we're used to seeing, the red and
the bare concrete.
Well, yes. The blue and yellow curbs have added a lot. 44 again picks up the black flag down the front straightaway. It's made a big difference to the look and feel of this place.
Does anyone else get protective about the colour of curbs on racetracks from when you grew up? Because
yes.
To me, the track should have green and white curbs. It annoys me when I see that they repaint.
Well, it's funny you say that, Scott, because there is a whole generation of people that would tell you they need to be blue and white.
Absolutely. Everybody shut up and look at this wonderful onboard.
Is this the new Thunder Bunny onboard?
It sure is.
Oh, that's so nice.
I'm sorry, everybody, but I might just stay on this camera for the next 8.5 hours.
Do you want to remove your timing tower because it's blocking an important part of our broadcast, Joseph?
No, it's been there.
Just fix the timer, and now you're going to ask me to pull it away.
This is the timing tower was there, and this onboard moved in next door, and by God, I'm not going to change it.
I think your news ticker at the bottom is blocking their last lap time as well.
Also has been there for a long time.
If only there were a timing system we could use to find their last lap time.
Huh. Where might one find that last?
Is this it's racehero.io,
wow.
As it turns out. Is this the 111, Joseph, or the 110?
It is the 111. The 110 still looks like the 110.
Car.
Yep.
Okay, so the number 111, this is 14th. Just set its fastest lap of the race, the 135.993, as we came across the start-finish line. Happy to note, by the way, which we hadn't done to this point, the fog has burned off. And all our dramatic shots at sunrise that started our day off this morning are now by the wayside.
No, we've got lens flare. So that's a thing.
I love this place so much.
It's so green.
It is really green, although it's also blue and yellow now because there's no green on the curbs.
Well, I mean, if you add those pigments together.
That's true. I wax lyrical about this every time we do something at Road Atlanta, but I cannot stress enough how little justice trackside cameras do to elevation changes here, particularly that rise up into turn 5 that we saw earlier from our trackside camera. Because most of the cameras are pointed down to the bottom of the hill, it looks fairly level. That is as steep a climb back up the hill as the drop is down from turn 4. It is just remarkable the way this place flows both upwards and downwards.
Does anyone have an explanation for PC Racing going to the lead? I'm assuming that's another timing glitch. But I'm wondering if they've made a pit stop or...
They have. That was the car that was being black flagged.
I don't see anything that's crazy in their time history. Like they don't have any unreasonably short lap times.
They've done 2 very, very slow laps in a row, and somehow on the last one managed to jump from 30th to 1st. So yeah, another timing glitch there that I'm sure will be sorted out. Do we know if JNR's timing glitch been sorted yet?
Let's look into that.
They've dropped the field anyway, being a lower.
Yeah, they're back to 8th in GP2, almost 2 laps down. So that will have done it.
I found the JNR car, incidentally. Oh, don't do that.
Whoa, up on the backside of the curb. That was the Kingpin number 77. And there is a huge clump of cars headed down onto the front straightaway. You'll see them exit turn 12 here in just a moment. There's something like a dozen cars in there that were all 2x2 headed down from turn 11 to turn 12. They've got to get themselves single file through the final corner, and then they can all spread out again down the front straightaway. Working to send another onboard note for Joseph, if he would like it. Happy to say this is an RTMP feed. That's for chill out. This turn 4 sort of complex here. The exit of 3, this long left-hander that leads into the right-hander at turn 4. Bizarrely, this corner has no name or number. Scott, it's a good place to pass in multi-class racing, but you are sort of having to hang tough on the outside as you're accelerating on sometimes sort of a grip-limited situation.
Sorry, I was just looking at the 605 on board, and that Pontiac late model NASCAR-looking car is really quick straight. It absolutely blew.
Imagine that.
605 doors off. Sorry, which corner complex?
No, the exit of turn 3 and then the left-hander that leads into turn 4. It doesn't really have a number, but it's a good place to pass in multi-class, even though you're accelerating all the way through and sort of on the limit of grip at times.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a more that's definitely a more doable move in a downforce car. Also, and hopefully the viewers will forgive us for once again referring to sim racing, but that's where we get most of our experience from. Something that isn't usually very well modelled in sim racing is marbles. Probably actually not a huge factor in WRL, given that the tyres are very, very long lasting in this series. But that's definitely a corner towards the end of an endurance race that move can become less doable, I think. As I get another sentence cut off by a breath intake. What have you seen?
3 wide into turn 10.
Oh, we'll see that today.
No, we will, but it wasn't a stable. It wasn't a stable 3 wide. And that's another point worth making as well.
We Civic side by side through turn 10 from the Chattanooga onboard. That's not something we see very often. Mostly because we don't often see both Civics on track at the same time. So it's great.
Scott.
Great that they've got them. Great that they've got them both out there. And I didn't actually notice that we had 2 JN. I wonder where the other one is running. PC Racing, by the way, is in
fifth in GP2. It's actually really nice to see both of those JNR cars after sort of the meme start, unfortunately, for that car. They are both running. They've got one in the top 5 in class. It's, like I said, that's actually a really solid start for the Civics.
I do wonder if that's the one that hasn't had its timing corrected yet.
It's not. The 13 is legit. The 178 has had the lap docked.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that was one that was just making the pass through 1010, as in the number 13 was making a pass on the other car. So, yep, I'll buy that.
20 laps down already. I know we had our yellow flag in there, but we've ripped through our sort of opening stanza of the race. We're just coming up to 40 minutes completed on the Saturday race from Road Atlanta. As always, happy to have everybody's company on DriversEye Live. Brennan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrak, Scott Michaels on the comms, Layla Kazmarek at DriversEye Live on Instagram for the weekend. Thanks everybody for interacting with us there, for correcting Joseph's timing mistakes as well. Hi Kenny Schmid for that money. It's been great to have everybody along this weekend, and the WRL just seems to go from strength to strength. We get an iconic 14-hour race at an iconic track down in Daytona. We come to another iconic pro racing track here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, a full grid of cars, sunrise start, 9 hours of racing. Like I said, for my money, this is about as good as it gets. So, again, thanks everybody for your company. Be sure to share the feed on Facebook. We're live on DriversEye Live and WRL pages. We'll get it posted on the WRL Racers group if somebody hasn't already. And, of course, we're live on YouTube. Join the chat and join in our party this weekend as we sort of reach the halfway point of the 2021 World Racing League season. Back on board the number 111 Thunder Bunny BMW M2. Just so good. So good.
We have a bumper crop of onboards, by the way.
We really do.
So that's going to make things very, very easy for me, and I'll actually be able to watch the timing. The 2 is spun around.
Oh.
At 10B. This might be a multi-car incident.
It is, and this 2 is not well. The 02 is not well.
Is that an Aston?
It's the 909. It is. It's the 909. The 02 has a real crab angle on it headed down into the pit lane. They've both made it just to the timing beam now in front of me. The 909 has big right front damage. The light is punched in. The fender is punched in onto the top of the right front tire. The right front is low. The 02 has a skewed left rear suspension. I'm not a genius.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
4 here. Yep. This sounds like either a dive bomb or a cutoff from the 02 on driver's right and the 909 on driver's left into turn number 10. And gentlemen, these are 2 of our strongest players in GTO, very much in strife first thing in the morning, not even an hour into a 9-hour enduro.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a little surprised that they've even bothered to have them stop in their stalls, because I don't see how there isn't suspension damage to both of these cars.
Oh, there is. There is. I can tell you from the 02, you can see it on the onboard. There's a real crab angle to that car being corrected to the left, and out the window in front of me, that left rear tire is sitting towed in about 15 to 20 degrees, and the bodywork very much cutting into the tread of that tire. This is pretty remarkable. And you know what the thing is? These cars were not even fighting for first or second, right? They were mired a little deeper in the top 10. Obviously, it's an early day, and we haven't seen a replay yet, so we'll pass judgment on it for the moment. But it's obvious there's been contact there, and whatever the situation is, it's happened early on, fighting for a position that, even if it had been for the lead, really wouldn't matter this early.
That doesn't
they
sound...
hadn't even let the dynamics of the race play back to them yet.
No, that was the next point I was going to make, is we are not yet an hour into this race, not yet even 45 minutes into this race. So it's a real disappointment to see something like this.
Yes. At the same time, this is a common feature of WRL is that we expect there to be a certain level of attrition, and on a really difficult, twisty, technical, rhythm-based track like this, something that isn't always super unexpected. So yeah, and we've seen this all the way through the season, that cars starting outside the top 15 for the first couple of hours end up coming through to podium positions at the end of the race, and it's through survival, survival instinct, something that I guess the drivers of those two cars unfortunately failed on early in the race.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the onboard here and see if I can pick the bones out of this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the link I have for that onboard isn't working, so I haven't been able to do that myself. Hate to pass judgment without having actually watched the crash. It will be more the fault of one car than the other.
Like we didn't have that already.
No, I actually hadn't seen any of the round 2s on board, so that'd be good to have.
Yeah, I would have.
Did I say round 2? It's round 3.
On board with the 01 Hammer Motorsport Audi, this car again this is a good example of a car that we should note that it's been running for the entire race so far between 10th and 15th position, because I guarantee you, notwithstanding an unlucky event such as what they had at Barber, where I can't remember, that was just a straight up suspension failure at Barber, wasn't it, with this car? But we've seen this car usually be one of the entries that stealthily works its way up through the field through the race. Daytona, actually, it didn't take very long at all for this car to get towards the front, or at least I'm pretty sure it was the 01. At least a Hammer car was running up towards the front, and then they had an issue as well. But yeah, I think this is a car that's worth keeping an eye on. They could well be running a driving strategy that favours the end of the race. Yeah, log that this car is in 12th right now. Lap time wise, 35.8 is its fastest lap. The fastest lap of the race so far is a 33.0 of a 181 Platinum car, as it's listed on Race Hero. That's I'm not actually. Brendan, do we know what that car is? Because on Race Hero it's listed as a Porsche, but it's also listed as Hometown GT4 CSMR. So,
that'll be a Porsche Cayman GT4 I wanted.
Well,
I'll confirm it out the window.
Sorry, yes. When I see a CS, I assume it's for some reason my brain triggers BMW, but
they are both club
correct.
Sport,
So yeah, that car has the fastest lap of the race. Whereas Hammer's running 2 to 3 seconds off of that right now. But let's keep an eye on that car through the day.
Good little scrap here on board the number 01 Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR, just up in behind the number 7 ACI Motorsports Porsche Cayman. So everybody dives into turn 6. The Cayman around the outside of one of the MX-5s. The 01 late on the brakes into turn number 7. That'll compromise his run off the corner, especially compared to that number 7, who gets a decent launch up in behind what I believe is a Porsche Cayman in front of it. Perhaps a Boxster. And they set on off down the back straightaway. We don't have a speedometer on this car. That'll be the Denton Brothers car, won't it? Number 542, just up to its left. Boxed in behind an MX-5. And just absolutely kills the momentum of that Audi RS3 down the back straightaway.
Cayman's everywhere.
7 has made a ton of headway just from the exit of turn 7. Up into the braking zone at turn number 10, and that is what traffic will do a single lap around Road Atlanta. You can pick up 2 seconds if things go your way. You can lose 2 or 3 seconds if things don't go your way.
Yeah, as demonstrated by the race for the lead, which is closed up 1.4 seconds on that lap. The gap is 6 seconds. Things relatively spread out amongst the top 5, other than...
Guys, I've got a replay for you.
Let's do it. Right, there we go. No Aston Martin in sight at the moment. Headed down the back straightaway here into turn 10. We'll jump on the brakes and wait for something to appear on the left. It never does. Whack! Oh, that's a solid whack.
That is that's a hit.
Yeah, to spin a front-wheel drive car like that, that was a full 720 plus.
Yeah, I mean, that is top at 10A.
I am actually amazed that car's made it back to the pit lane. That is, I mean, for a car...
Again,
Okay,
if you hit a front-wheel drive car in the rear, then it's got a half-decent chance of surviving it.
That's
a
very good point, actually.
So I would say the damage to that Aston isn't actually the right rear, it's the right front.
It is. Yeah, we saw that when it came into the pit lane here in front of me.
But we've got a slow car at the top of 5 that I'm going to cut to here. I don't know if it's cleared, but we've gone from incident to incident, I think.
This will be on board the chill-out car. I assume this wasn't the car that was slow, Joseph. We're just going past where it was.
Yeah.
Look at all the data on board this car. The video's at 15 frames a second, but man, do we have numbers.
Yeah.
A lot of processing, sending all those numbers back.
I have to say, from a technical perspective, some of the stuff we get provided to us from teams here in the World Racing League is absolutely astounding to me. I love seeing it. There's no standard product as such. A lot of these onboards that are given to us here at DriversEye Live are just by teams who use this for their own information and their own following down in the pit lane. But they're kind enough to give us access to it on a weekly basis. Thunder Bunny, Hammer, Round 3 Racing, and I love seeing it, but I can't tell you how much we appreciate being able to follow this on a weekly basis and have such quality feeds and get sort of the numbers as well.
Are you guys
anyway, Scott, as you were.
every week?
Sorry, weekly basis. No, well, I'll tell you what, there for a while, it kind of felt like it.
Yeah, the break was pleasant to get a little bit of time off. We may want to have a look at the 702 on board because they are right behind Banzai Racing in a battle for 4th place overall.
That is, in fact, my current project.
That stream was down a little earlier.
It's definitely up now.
Okay, very good.
They're going through the bottom hill, turn 5 at the moment. It's splitting a BMW M2. Banzai going to the right, and the 702 car going to the left.
Yeah, this is on board Sarah Montgomery, such as it is, this morning.
At 702. We've had that wrong in the past, but we'll
but it's usually right for the start. Even if it doesn't get updated through the day. A good launch for Sarah out of turn number 7, up along that Banzai number 19 Porsche Cayman. The GT4 has a little bit of legs, sort of in the mid part of the acceleration off turn 7, and now really gets the legs down the back straightaway as they sweep through turn number 9. And the non-GT4 Cayman just losing out a little bit at the very top end down the back straightaway. 420 into the pits. That'll be TLM shift up now. That'll be just peeling off to the right there as we jump on board 702. Very good timing. The 19 gets balked a little bit down the hill into turn number 12, and on the exit, Sarah's able to keep that number 702 absolutely flat through turn 12 and make up most of the ground, but not nearly close enough to make a move into turn 1. The 19 is wide, and this opens the door for the 702 up into turn 2. Brave to go too wide through there. It'll launch her over the curb on the inside of turn 3 and slide her wide, but that's across the nose of the 19, which means the move ought to be complete. Swing the arc into turn number 4, and move done for P4 overall, 4th in GTO.
It's another one of those moves. It's similar to, we were talking about making moves on lap traffic in the corner after that, which would be turn 4. Going around the outside through turn 2 there, when you're driving a regular lap, that's very much, you kind of treat that as a straight line. But going around the outside there massively increases the arc of turn 2. And that's actually quite a difficult balancing act to be able
It
to
is.
get the car slowed down and then hit turn 3 at such an acute angle.
Well, what you're essentially committing to there is sort of sliding across the nose of the car to your left at the exit of 3. Right.
Yeah, that was the
That
next
move
point.
has to be complete by turn 2.
Yeah, you're putting trust that the driver on the outside isn't going to keep racing you, because your line, if you're on the inside of turn 3 there, is so acute that you can't take the corner at full speed. So the opportunity is there for the car on your outside to try and keep their nose in there. Sarah was very much trusting that wouldn't be the case there, using the whole width of the track. Then that requires obviously Sarah being on the inside, going super deep on the brakes in a difficult braking zone where you're offline and trying to bring the car to the left. So yeah, a very good move.
Worth making the point too, Scott, that move was set up all the way back coming down the hill at turn 11 and into turn 12 when that number 19 got caught up behind a general production car through turn 12. Wasn't able to keep it flat down through the hill, had to lift at the apex, and that allowed Sarah to close up something like a second on the way through 12, and that, more than being particularly good at turn 1, was what allowed that move to be set up in the first place. So we see it at races like Petit all the time, but any multi-class racing is going to be the same here, where if you're going to be good in traffic here, you've got to be looking not just one or two corners ahead, 1 or 2 corner sequences ahead, and setting the move up there to be able to complete it when you have the opportunity in a braking zone further up.
Yeah, absolutely. And the last corner is a classic example of a corner where it's better to lose a little bit of time the corner or two before to make sure that you don't catch a car on the apex of that corner and just totally kill your momentum. It's better off to lose a bit of time and make sure you can carry momentum through and past that same car after the apex of the final corner to avoid issues like we just had there for the Banzai racing car.
Battle for the lead, Scott. That margin has come down from 6 seconds to under half a second, albeit by 2000s, but half a second. And Pro Sport now has a real fight on their hands with the number 181 Platinum Porsche GT4 Club Sport. Kingpin sits there about 9 seconds further back, so these front two are sort of out on their own, and when we can pick them up on track, I think that'll be a good one to follow, even though we don't have onboards for either of them, to my knowledge. So this margin, even just in the last, like we said, last couple of laps, last time I looked, this was 6 or 7 seconds, and you had noted, Scott, I think that it had dropped by about a second and a half in a single lap. I figured that was a one-off due to traffic, but there goes the 143 actually. So it's that blue with a little black stripe down the center of it from the 181 Porsche, and across the start-finish line down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Yeah, the last three laps for that Pro Sport car have been extremely consistent, 36.3s. So I think it's just a general a chipping away at the lead as Platinum lost 4/10 on that last lap. But
they have.
Yeah. So definitely potential to see the lead change soon, as we have the Civic going slowly down the back straight. I think that is.
Yeah, I was going to let you cover that one. 178 front-wheel drive Honda Civic GP2. This was the car. Actually, so this is the 178. The 13s had an issue because they've dropped back into 8th. The 178 had climbed its way up into 6th after failing to take the green flag in a timely manner. And being more or less a lap down to the overall leader by the time the green flag actually dropped, and costing us an extra pace lap. But now that car, just 57 minutes into our first race of the weekend, finds itself slow down the back straightaway once again.
13, by the way, I think has had a lap taken away. That car's it's not got a slow lap time, so they've managed. That's a shame, because as you were pointing out earlier, that car had a pretty good start to the race. Running in the top 5. I don't think it was top 3, was it? I think it was running 5th in class, which is higher than we usually see those Civics. So that was a great start to the race. But yeah, apparently they've fallen foul of the rules somewhere.
So to that end, Scott, as the 77 Kingpin Porsche came in pits from P4 for its first stop of the race as we reached the hour mark. One of the products I've completely forgotten about, Bonsai into the pit lane as well, is the race control log that debuted back at Daytona. And I'm happy to say it's made its return for Road Atlanta. Real-time updates on investigations by race control, which is just to our right. And video reviews, that sort of thing, passes under yellow. Any penalties are going to be listed here. Any action or investigation undertaken by race control on the WRL app. Just go to beta race control log and you'll find the information there. I can tell you, Scott, that 13 was docked a lap for passing under yellow. Might have even been docked 2 laps for 2 completely separate passes under yellow. That is the case, actually.
That Civic has ground nearly to a halt at the bottom of the hill between 9 and 10.
That car's dead stick for sure.
But it has made it an awful long way, to be honest. I didn't think it was going to get this far.
No. The good news is that what we heard yesterday was that we were expecting to do hot poles until somebody did something kind of dumb, and we had lost the privilege. But as far as I know, nothing occurred over the course of yesterday that would cause that. And the only reason we had a double yellow this morning is because turn 12, the outside of turn 12, is a terrible place to try and recover a car.
It would be the hottest of poles.
Yes. Particularly spicy, as polls go.
I think the Civic is... actually, it's difficult to tell. Looking on board the 702, I think the Civic's still moving.
It is.
It's obviously got some power. It's like on a starter motor type power. So it's going to get back to the pit, so I'm pretty confident about that.
It's a good way to burn up a starter.
It's at the top of the hill now, so at this point they can coast it in.
We are just entering a pit stop cycle, so a car going at 5 miles an hour down the single lane pit entry is not ideal, but hopefully we'll get them out of the way.
This car has not kept it tight to driver's right trying to get into the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure why, but the 522 Choice Racing BMW came up behind it and very nearly took off the left rear corner of that J&R Honda Civic. It was probably more dramatic looking to me here, standing sort of at eye level with it, but a couple of 100 yards away. But man, was that car, I mean, it was really close. And Scott, your point about the car holding up somebody on a cycle of pit stops has come true, but in just a fire of irony, it's holding up its teammate.
We wouldn't have it any other way with our J&R cars, I think.
So the 13 the 170 it's pulled to the left before it got to the cones at pit entry, allowed the 13 to come through and head into its pit stall, but the 178 I don't think is going to make it to its stall here. Well, it might. It might just. Although if the crew is
it's made it from turn. What is it? I've got to learn the track map a bit more. It's made it from the start of the back straight at that speed, so I don't think it's going to stop now. By the way, looking at timing, our pole sitter is now the first car a lap down, so that car still hasn't quite got itself up to speed. Fastest lap 35.7 and last lap was a 36.9, so it kind of puts it at the same pace as the Hammer Motorsports 01 car, which is running 10th. And again, that's a car that I'm certainly keeping an eye on, and I'm sure all of us are, because they have a history of being there at the end. So the Stratus car isn't miles off the pace, but it definitely took a long time to get up to where it is now, and it's now lost position on the lead lap. It's now not the Denton Brothers racing car has been lapped as well now, so it's not the first car on the lead lap anymore. No lucky dog, unfortunately. But yeah, them and the Citation Racing MP01, both cars are off the lead lap now.
A couple of points here to make as we reach crest the end of the first hour. Looking back at the race control log, I hadn't really provided any updates, just sort of a direction for where to find that information. The second line, corner start, car 701 and 44 impact, possible contact. This, remember, was the Porsche Cayman that was backwards at the exit of turn 12, and we believed had made contact with the concrete. So impact is that portion of the information. possible contact is why the number 44 is listed on that line of the race control log. And recall, gentlemen, that was the car receiving a black flag here at start.
So I imagine then that it's gone from possible contact to very much contact, and why did you do that?
My assumption is that they reviewed some information or saw it out the window because it happened smack in front of race control, and brought that car in with the black flag to have the driver changed, right, because of the contact. And now it's just listed as under investigation because they haven't decided what to do with the driver, whether it'll be just remove from the car, have it talking to and allow him back, or whether this will be expulsion from the event.
Right.
Which is a possibility. This is a no-contact sport, WRL is, and things do happen, right? Incidental. But to end up in that situation 12 minutes into a 9-hour race at the fastest, or one of the fastest corners on the racetrack, is a bad look.
I realize our specialty at this point is obscure references that nobody cares about. But when I think about exclusion from a race, I always think about Stuart Hall at Le Mans.
Yes!
In the Radical LMP1. Yeah.
So wasn't Stuart Hall in the Aston Martin and he took out the Radical, the P2?
That may have been, yeah.
I think that was it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that was a case of him chopping across somebody in the braking zone headed into the Fort Chicane, wasn't it?
What? Not even. It was actually between the Porsche curves and Fort Chicane. It was in the kink that I think that's maybe karting.
It was past that, I think. But
we have
the point remains the same. We do. I was going to say it was nobody of interest, but the Platinum cars made it in. The Round 3 cars made it in, the 702. And look who's in fourth.
Now, yeah, I'd noticed them moving up through the field as well. That was going to be another car that I was going to mention when things calmed down a little bit. Alongside the 01 is a team to keep our eye on. That's the 99 Team GTI, and they're going to move into second place now because they didn't pit on this lap. So Pro Sport Competition is our fastest car that seems to be going well beyond an hour. So yeah, another thing worth taking down in your notebooks is that we've got Pro Sport Competition not only been very fast at the start of the race, but also running at least 2 or 3 laps longer than the competition that they were racing in the first hour.
Remember too, Scott, we had the automatic Aston Martin at Daytona going considerably longer than just about everybody other than Stratus in the NP01. This obviously not the same team, but it is the same car. One of the last generations of Aston Martin GT4s before they went to the turbos. It's the big V8 out front. You wouldn't necessarily think the V8 would be the most comfortable on fuel, or the most conservative on fuel consumption, let's say, is probably the word I'm using.
Yeah,
but it's done well.
If I remember right, at Daytona, we had quite a few cars that were split by basically split by 1 lap on how far they were going on fuel. And yeah, this car was running one of the longer running cars. But as you say, that was against Screaming Goat, I think, slightly shorter than them.
Yeah.
Whereas, yeah, as you say, we had a couple of cars, Stratus, for example, who were running 4 or 5 laps longer. Again, I think.
Before we get to pit stops for the first of our general production, or any of the general production classes, now that things have sort of been shaken up in GTO, it's a good time to look at where things run on the road in GP1, 2, and 3 at the moment. It's the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW who leads GP1, as they have from pole, I believe, ahead of the number 46 from Ginger Racing, who may have an onboard. I didn't see it on YouTube this morning, but they have in the past, very much. Fifth Gear Motorsports, the number 550 sits in third. TLM USA with, I think, one of 3 or 4 entries this weekend. The number 366 sits in fourth in class, and then the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, number 348 in P5, with whom we were just riding on board a little bit earlier. GP2 led by Fat and Furious again, as has been the case for a little while, up ahead of the 678 from Chill Out Systems, who I can tell you has just come to a stop in its pit box. To my left, leader into the pits, the overall race leader into the pits, Pro Sport Competition. So we'll make a note of that, put that to one side, and just finish this rundown here. Aiken Racing, the number 16, NRG Racing in fourth, the number 67, I believe that's the FRS, or BRZ, as it is this weekend. And the Petawatt Laser Racing, which is, I believe, a newcomer to the World Racing League, fifth in class, the 2002 Porsche Boxster. GP3 to round out our general production classes. Round 3 racing leads again from pole, ahead of the number 320 from E-Racing. That's Mazda MX-5. 75 from AOA Motorsports in third. Presser Tech, another new entry. Fourth in GP3. That's a 1988 Porsche 944. The token 944 is what we usually see. And then TC Klein Racing, the number 93 BMW 330 P5 in GP3. So as I go back to the overall list, I sort of scroll to the bottom here. Exactly 60 cars took our green flag this morning. Split almost evenly between GTO and the general production GP1, 2, and 3 classes.
That looks like an M2.
Sport,
yeah.
It is. I believe that might be the 484, Joseph, the Split Decision Racing M2.
I'll take your word for it. I only saw it briefly. I saw it slow enough to be an issue. Wow, someone's actually flashing their headlights in an amateur endurance race.
If it is the 484, that car was inside the top 5 for pit stops. So that's a pretty competitive car.
It is. It was just into the pit lane. My guess is they'll have done a driver change there. And he sent it back out. But if that's the car, if that is the correct car, they were just in behind the. It's a new car, so I've got to remember the name now. Just in behind, not Bonsai, Platinum, number 181.
Oh, they've ground to a halt, so I think they might be letting cars pass because they found themselves on the wrong side of the road.
I don't know. I'd keep it moving there.
Yeah, the headlights
if they could.
It's actually. I mean,
Ooh, that might be a pass under yellow there.
Yeah, that looks rather late into a yellow flag zone.
Nope, he's got it going.
I saw something that looked like a Ford Mondeo, but that's not an American car.
I was going to say, no, we didn't have those.
Yeah, I'm really curious. What did you see? What color was it?
It was red.
Okay. That's a BMW M2 CS. No, I'm curious. I'm setting up the playlist so that No, because I think what's happened is they've basically done a reboot. Is that one of the Hammer cars coming into the pits?
Adam Thomas on YouTube chat tells us that there's been fuel pump problems all weekend for the 484. So that's
interesting.
Makes sense with a quick reboot to try and get the fuel pump briefly working again. GTR and ACI Motorsports are now in the pits. Irish Mike's is not. Hammer Motorsports is not. So there's a surprise. That car's popped into the top 3. Obviously, they owe us a pit stop, but this is going to play out later on in the race. We're an hour and 11 minutes in now, so it won't take very long before they earn a full pit stop on anyone who's stopped at the sort of... I think we had a clutch of cars stop at around the 58, 59, 60-minute mark.
Chill out back into the pit lane, the number 678. This is the second stop already. They had fallen to 4th in GP2 as a result of their first stop. But they've brought that car to a halt and immediately opened up the hood on that MX-5. An MX-5 mid-name only. That car is very trick. Some pretty impressive aero, both front and rear on that car, air dam, rear wing.
It has been rather overspecified.
I think so. Remember that the power to weight ratio modifiers are only applicable to the general production classes. So you can do whatever you want to a GTO car, much like that, but they've chosen to take the modifiers and run it in GP2, which probably doesn't speak much to the amount of power available on board that car. Another pit stop from Platinum. So 2 back-to-back stops here, one for the 678, one for the 181. The 7 from ACI Motorsports is into the pit lane. And you know who this cycles to the top 2? A pair of Audi TCRs. Irish Mike's from Hammer.
I've set up an automated playlist. This is me piercing the veil because I'm bad at this. I've set up an automated playlist for cameras so that I can look at timing. So if something shows up that's bad, or that you need me to cut to, let me know, because I'm not watching.
No, that's okay. We'd rather have a little more attention paid to, commentary than production anyway.
Yeah, Tanner.
But as long as we get well, no, I mean, if we're going to have somebody do both.
It'll be better tomorrow, I promise. Because I won't be doing it.
Why do you say that?
Poor Tanner.
We're going to have to talk about that. Anyway.
Oh, no.
Be prepared.
Oh, no.
Apparently live events end at 1 a.m. in Edmonton, so...
what?
We'll put that to one side and have a discussion about it later, Joseph.
Wow.
In any case...
Is he broadcasting the after party, too?
I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay.
Hour and 13 complete from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The first of two Enduros this weekend. Choice Racing into the pits, 522 in front of us. Thanks again, everybody, from your company, or for your company. 59 of you on YouTube and a handful more over on Facebook, both DriversEye Live and World Racing League. WRL Racers Group, if you're not already part of the weekend discussion there on the Facebook group. And being joined this weekend, myself, Brendan Kesmerick, Joseph Mudrock, Scott Michaels, Layla Kesmerick, if on social media, at DriversEye Live on Instagram, DriversEye Live on Facebook as well. Plenty of pictures, plenty of comments, and opportunities to interact with us throughout the course of 16 hours of racing this weekend from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Thank you. We've got some takers to the pits. Additional takers. Obviously, we've had plenty. 52 for Team ACP looks to be in. Or possibly on its outlap. I'm not totally sure what the timing loop is here yet, but it'll be more obvious as time goes on. But the 111 is in. I believe the 99 is also in.
The 99 I saw in and out, so
okay.
I'm not sure we actually have a pit out loop at the moment. You said the 111?
Yes, and I did see that.
I saw that car in, and I don't see it in the pit lane anymore.
Well, I see it in the pit lane on their feed that I'm not going to bother to switch to.
Ooh, 02 being backed out of the garage area and being sent on its way. So if your question for this weekend was how long does it take to replace the left rear suspension on an Audi RS3 TCR, the answer is roughly an hour.
Well, it's no gearbox in 8 minutes, but it'll do.
No, but they're also no Team Yost.
Wow,
sorry,
that's
Tim.
What a slam.
Sorry, Tim. Well, okay, let's say this. They don't have the budget of Team Yost. But then who does?
Right.
Team ACP Tangerine Associates into the pit lane. That's number 9. 522, we mentioned the Choice Racing BMW into the pit lane. That car has a paint scheme this weekend, by the way. Very reminiscent of the Nissan R391s that ran at Le Mans in 1999. The open cockpit cars. Very nice red, white, and blue sort of wavy livery. Splattered wavy livery. Very, very nice. And after our discussion at Daytona, I can confirm that the car has a rear wing again. This stock car gives me big Thunderhill vibes, Joseph.
I was looking at this 702 on board a couple of laps ago, and the 702 is running top 10. In fact, top 5 if we correct the pit stops. And yet the late model just blew past it on the straight a couple of laps ago. It very quickly lost the position again in the next corner. But yeah, the straight line speed of that car is borderline hilarious.
Tilt bed entering the track from turn 12.
Interesting.
Actually, tilt bed and the support EV behind it. So keep an eye out trackside, gentlemen, and see if we can find a reason that might be the case.
I am scanning the onboards that we have, and I do not have any information for you, I'm afraid. We've lost the turn 5 camera, which would, if I had to wager, we've got, I've never seen someone wave a white flag before, but that's what the marshal at turn 1 is doing.
FIA rules are actually waving white.
Okay.
Which we're not quite FIA rules this weekend, but
you know what? I would be willing to bet I see a green flag at the top of turn 2. So I would be willing to bet it's somewhere. That's that might be.
Well, there's still a waving white at 1, which would suggest to me that, and now a yellow at 1.
I've got it. Sorry, I think it was in shot the entire time and I missed it. We've got a car stationary at 2.
Oh, you're right. You could just see the front of the EV there, pulled up in front of the flag stand at 3, where you are correct. There is a standing green flag. It's good catch.
Yeah, I don't know where the yellow is though. Oh,
it would
okay.
be at turn 1 now.
Yeah, it is. It is now at turn 1. So
you know what? No, it'll be a waving at 2, which is why there's now a standing at 1, because there are feet on the ground, boots on the ground, as it were.
I'm going to take a guess and say that was a blue and white M2 CS, which I recognise the livery. I don't remember what the team is called.
Is it the 366 for TLM? Because I've lost them. I've also lost the 550 for 5th gear. It's not 5th gear.
Rings more of a bell.
Do we have an onboard that will catch that headed up the hill, Joseph?
Oh, probably. Huh. I wonder if anybody has
I
any.
just saw it on the 702s. We've got the 2 more of the leaders in the pits, leaving.
This is onboard Aiken Racing.
Irish Mike's in the lead and Stratus Racing about to move into second.
If he's in the pits.
He's in the pits now, but he's still moved.
Yep.
They've still moved into third.
Ooh,
so
is that the 988?
I'm not.
It is.
Okay.
It definitely is. They're missing Salmon on Race Hero, and that is absolutely what that car was off to Drivers Right. I'm not convinced that car's not been in the wall. There was some.
Hold on.
Pretty
I think this
debris.
is a 2-car situation.
So there's the 988.
Okay, so I was totally off with being moved up with you. So the 988, that car was running as high as 4th.
Yeah.
Earlier on. In fact, it was 4th when it stopped.
Is that
for those
okay?
not watching on Racer, by the way, 988 is Star Spangled Racing.
You know, I don't think putting a few pieces together, I don't think that there's been a collision. I think that's just a car that's lost power up the hill.
Yeah. So there's, like I said, there's a pretty substantial chunk of debris to Drivers Right headed up the hill, which I thought may have been that car in the wall, but my guess is that's been deposited from something or somewhere else. And it's just coincidence that the car has been pulled up to Drivers Right in front of it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I saw very fresh skid marks on the way, or very fresh looking skid marks on the way into the slow zone, if you will, and thought that might have been it, but I'm not sure. Given that they're towing that around and it's not on a flatbed, I doubt that they would do that if it had made corner or front or rear contact, to be honest, because you wouldn't want to risk fluid deposit or anything like that.
A note from a little earlier regarding the BSI Racing Mazda MX-5. Rachel Williams tells us that they stretched a pulley on an aggressive downshift. That car had fallen very much to the bottom of the overall order back in 58th. That's the number 167. And is now back out, having completed just 14 laps so far. We mentioned the Hammer number 02 Audi is back out. We have not yet seen their number 909 automatic racing Aston Martin.
Can I point out that we have a GP1 car in 2nd overall at the moment, Moorhead Speedway, which is a team I don't recognise. So is that? I don't know if that's a new entry.
No, you know what it is.
2002 BMW 330 Ci.
It was the ART Racing BMW. That's the Airbnb car that we saw from Daytona. Aristotle Bello, or however you pronounce that last name. I've heard it about 100 different ways. Is on board that car. They were in contention very much at Daytona and pretty much every weekend, to be honest with you. That car is very, very quick, but the name is now Moorhead Speedworks. And they've been active on Instagram with us this weekend as well. So hi to everybody down at Moorhead, and congratulations on being second an hour and 20 minutes into a 9-hour enduro, ahead of 29 other GTO cars.
Yes, obviously owing a pit stop.
Yes.
But their speed, their fastest lap time is not a million miles away from pace. There was some weird stuff going on last lap where everyone in the top 5 was in the mid 140, like 145.
That'll be as a result of the yellow flag up at turn 2, Scott.
Okay,
that should cycle itself back into the 130s now.
Still a lot of time to lose for a local yellow, but yeah, they've just put a 138 in, so they're obviously back up to speed. So they should. Car behind them's catching at 2 seconds a lap, 7 seconds behind. If we can ever get Irish Mike's in the pits, we might end up with a GP1 car in the lead. But yeah, Irish Mike's as well. It's absolutely remarkable how long that car's going for fuel. Still circulating an hour and 24 minutes into the race. They've just come across the start line, so it'll be another 2 minutes at least. So they're going to make it an hour and 25, which is, coming up for 50% longer than our earliest pit stoppers. So that's going to be really interesting.
This is the 95 you're mentioning.
Correct, yeah.
The amazing thing about that to me is that it's also considerably earlier, or it's considerably longer than even the Stratus car, which at Daytona, which is a very much a wide open, full throttle type of circuit, was going way longer than everybody else.
Yeah,
so to have that car into the pit lane first before the number 95 from Irish Mike's.
The other thing is,
speaks well to Irish Mike's.
I believe the 95 is an Audi TCR, correct?
It is.
So they've gone way longer than Hammer as well. The Hammer, the 01 is still running 7th, but they have had a pit stop. So they've moved significantly up through the field through the pit stop cycle, assuming that we're not waiting for them to refresh. I don't think we are. They pitted a couple of laps ago. So short pit stop maybe for the 01 car. That might mean that maybe they short pitted. I'm not sure why you would, but they've made a lot of places. Changed for 3rd there, I've just noticed, as it's the 702 and Kingpin. That's an onboard that's worth going to, Joseph. We've got them a 10th of a second apart. Nose to tail on track, racing for 3rd place. I think that position just changed, and only 2.3 seconds ahead is actually the 147 Moorhead's car. So I think both of these two are going to catch the Moorhead BMW, as we're about to see Sarah Montgomery make a move back for that position.
Oh, good run again for the 702 up out. Are we going to see the same move again from Sarah Montgomery up into turn 3? I think we are.
Slide job.
I think we are. This might as well have been a replay from 45 minutes ago.
Is this the Moorhead car ahead of them?
Nope, that's one of the ACP cars. I think they may have already caught in 2.3, so not quite.
That move into turn 2, you can take as either the Dale Earnhardt Jr. slide job or the MotoGP classic block pass. You're welcome.
It's well, as we've already mentioned, it is sort of the classic turn 2 move here anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, and well executed, and done it multiple times on feed.
Yeah, I think the BMW we're looking at, Scott, is the car second.
The orange car.
Yep, I think you're right.
Yeah,
it's black with sort of a. Yeah, actually, they're just coming across start finish in front of us here, and you'll see it on board in a bit. But that margin is about half a second, and there's a chance we're going to see a 3rd move from Sarah Montgomery in the number 702, exactly the same as the first 2. On the way up the hill is Thunder Bunny 110 that comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, the Moorhead car's still ahead in 2nd position as they go into turn 1. Sorry, I think my feed's a bit ahead of the broadcast.
It is, yeah. We've got a little bit of a delay added as pulling it back into our production software here, but considerably faster down the front straightaway. On the way into turn 1, thinks about a move, but not quite on, as the 147 is able to make it back to the apex, unlike the 2 Porsche Caymans that came before it. Over the curb at turn 3, launches the car, corrects as it settles back down to the left, and then the wide arc into turn 4, a quick dab of the brakes, doing something like 90, 100 miles an hour, up to 110 into the braking zone for turn 5. You'll ride up against the curb on the left. The feet catches back up with itself up over the curb on the right. The acceleration is such that she'll pick up a little bit of ground on the way into turn 6. Is she close enough to make a move as the camera drops away because there's no reception at the bottom of turn 6? The answer is no. The 147 keeps it wide at the apex, but this will be the end of it because this GTO class Porsche Cayman should have the legs over the 147, who uses all of the power to get the back end kicked out, up over the curb or up against the curb on driver's left at the exit of turn 7. and moved on for second overall, not even on pit stop's mind, but that'll shuffle your GP1 leader, Moorhead Speedworks, back into third, potentially fourth overall by the time the lap is complete. I can tell you it is third overall because they've come across the line in front of me here. Kingpin has not got that movement as of yet.
Speaking of not yet, Irish Mike is still out there.
49 laps at an hour and a half.
50 laps because they've just completed another one.
There you go.
Still not coming to bits.
988 back out of the pit lane. That's the Star Spangled car that was stricken up at turn 2 not so long ago. I have a little theory here, and this is just a matter of just thinking about this. Somebody on YouTube or Facebook can provide some information here. These Hammer cars are destined for other series later in the year, right? And I won't reveal that information, but we believe they're going to run some TCR races elsewhere a little later on in 2021. I wonder if they've kept that car as close to stock as possible to avoid the changeovers back and forth. And maybe that Irish Mike's car has taken advantage of some of the GTO flexibility in terms of maximum fuel capacity. They've put a larger fuel cell into that car to match the amount of horsepower that it runs.
Well, and
I can't imagine Hammer wouldn't have expanded that somehow, but this is a massive margin between the two.
well, the side. Whoa, Nelly. The side point to that is if you're planning to run a car in slightly higher stakes competition later on, you would want to know what you've got, as precisely as possible. So there's not just you wouldn't want to bother with the changeover, it's just that it wouldn't be useful information for you.
Yes, I agree with that. I'm actually going to send a message to Tim Myers here and see if he has any insight. They are paddocked right next to each other, which is sensible. Right? You're a pair of Audi TCRs next door to each other, as they have been for most of the 2021 season, at least where Irish Mike's participated. Joseph, as we reach the end of our first 90 minutes of racing here at Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, is this the opportunity we have to say hello to Uncle Cooper? As in, are we prepared for this?
Yes, I had my attention elsewhere, but we can do that.
Yep, let's go ahead and do that. Hour and a half gone, 51 laps complete, and an Irish Mike's car that seems to defy fuel mileage and sits way out in front in the overall lead. We'll be back with you in about 90 seconds from trackside at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta here on DriversEye Live.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back with you trackside, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, for the first of our dual enduros this weekend. 9 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. both days. Of course, we have our quiet hour tomorrow morning. Scott, you mentioned the 181 into the pit lane, but perhaps more significantly, the 95, the Irish Mike's Audi TCR, finally pits from the overall lead after 52 laps.
You say more significantly, I think equally significantly. That platinum car was in the race for the lead before the pit stop cycles. So I was expecting that to cycle back through to be somewhere in the top 3, but
this is its third stop, though, Scott. That 181, he pitted basically on back-to-back laps, and this time came in with right rear bumper damage after we saw it off track at turn 10.
Yeah, and the car was also 4 or 5 seconds off the pace in between pit stops 2 and 3. So yeah, there's clearly been significant problems for that car since their pit stop. But yeah, it's worth. I don't think we'd picked up on it. Worth noting that that's a car that was very much in the race for the lead early on. Is now well out of contention. I think there's a few other cars that dropped away because we've got, like, for example, I mentioned earlier we had the 01 car running around 12th and Stratus Racing running more like 15th. Those two cars are now 6th and 8th, which is indicative of the fact that we've lost a number of cars in this cycle. Star Spangled Racing, Split Decision Racing, the TLM Shift Up Now, Platinum, Hammer Motorsports 02 and Automatic Racing. All of those cars have been victims of the last half an hour or so of racing.
Yeah.
They were all top 10 running overall cars. So worth noting that, yeah, we're already seeing this WRL attrition, early attrition.
Quick update at the top. Round 3 racing, the number 702 has come through before Irish Mike's and taken the overall lead. So round 3 racing, we're used to seeing it leading in general production classes, GP2 and GP3 with their Porsche Boxsters. But finally, they managed to work that Porsche Cayman, which has had sort of a torrid start to its season, up into the overall race lead. So Sarah Montgomery to the lead of GTO and the overall lead. Kingpin comes through and picks up second. Pro Sport cycles back through into third after leading a good portion of the opening stanza of this race. Irish Mike's continues to tumble through the field back into 5th, 6th, now 7th. I can tell you they're back out on track. Just coming through turn 12 now, actually. So should stop its fall there in P7.
That's not unexpected. That car wasn't particularly high up the order before it emerged in the lead, running super long. So that's going to be a car to keep an eye on as we get into the second half of the race, I think, all else being equal. Pro Sport competition, it's interesting you mentioned they're third, having led a lot of the early part of the race. This is another thing we like to track as we get sort of 2 or 3 pit stops into the race. But we'll get started on it now, is how long each car takes in its pit stop, getting through its pit stop cycle, if that makes any sense. Round 3 racing, our current leaders are obviously a decent benchmark. They did a 1 minute 42 in lap, which is about 6 or 7 seconds off a normal lap time, and then a 3:44 pit stop lap. So that's losing just over 2 minutes. Whereas Pro Sport competition did a 1:53 on the in lap, so an extra 10 seconds slower, and then a 4:19 pit stop lap. So that's 35 seconds slower, so 45 seconds total that they've lost to round 3 racing just through pit stops, and they're currently 27 seconds behind. So that entirely covers the amount of time that they've lost in the pits, and therefore dropped from first to third. We'll have to take a look next cycle to see if that repeats itself. If it does, it means that while Pro Sport competition appear to have a raw pace advantage over 702, they may be losing out significant times. 45 seconds is a lot of time to make up once an hour, or once an hour and 15. So yeah, definitely something to keep track of.
I want to make a point really quickly. As was my style in high school, I'm doing my homework after classes started. It's worth pointing out the automatic 909 and the 01 for Hammer Motorsports were 3rd and 5th in the National GTO Championship coming into this. And I believe those were the 2 cars that... no, I'm sorry. It was the 02 that they hit. So it was the team car that came to blows in 10A.
Your favorite hashtag yesterday, Joseph, was championship implications. And I'm sure that's a reference from something that isn't DriversEye Live. But we're getting to the point in the season, not to make light of it, we're getting to the point in the season where things happen out on track, whether it's an incident or there's a reliability issue. And there is actually a long-term implication to these things. And we've sort of allowed the first half of the season to develop in a way that we haven't paid terribly close attention to the points because, why would you, right? These things take time to sort of sort themselves out and make the picture clearer. But we know who the protagonists are now. We know who they're going to be through the second half of the season. We expect to see the same cars, race in, race out, competitive, or at least featuring at the top of the order. And now things like this that have happened to the 909, who, swept Road America, that happened to the 02, who I think already has a couple of wins on the season, at least one. These things are going to make a difference, and we have a reason to talk about points now.
Yeah, I find championship discussions early on in a season pretty pointless, especially especially in a championship like this where you have so many drops. It's a championship that's designed to let you run part-time, and so it is, until you're in the last maybe third or even quarter of the season, it's almost academic. But as you say, it's getting into crunch time. We're in a really interesting situation at the moment because our top, say, 3 in the National GTO Championship, our leader is Screaming Goat, who, as you mentioned earlier, is not here. Yeah. Stratus Racing is out of the top 20, I think.
Yeah, 8th, actually.
Are they? Oh, so they were only out of the top 20 in pit stop rotation. Okay. Yeah. And then the 909 is, I can't imagine we're gonna see them back out for. Maybe they'll come out for the last couple hours just a shakedown, but that seemed like that was going to be due some pretty lengthy repair.
It is, and assuming that I think we were talking about the 909, that car has not been seen yet. And I look down, I can see its trailer in the middle of the paddock here. The invisible glass pit cart, the Stoner Car Care big hauler. That car is nowhere to be found over there. I assume they have it pushed into the back half of their workspace, their paddock space, but there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of movement down there at the moment. And as quickly as Hammer was able to get the 02 in and out, that 909 doesn't seem to have had the same fortune this morning. Incidentally, I meant to make this point earlier, just as sort of a humorous note about a slightly more serious situation. That 909 and 02 on the race control log, their incident earlier was listed as under investigation, possible contact. Which seemed pretty obvious to me.
I would increase the likelihood to 100%.
100%.
It's a little bit like when you open your weather app and it says chance of rain 70% and it's buckets outside. I think we can bump that up now.
Yeah. Earlier when we came back from break, again, just reviewing the race control log, I think we mentioned the 181 Platinum Porsche. Scott had been discussing them earlier. They actually had a spin and a tire wall impact up at turn 1, which explains the right rear damage to that car. So that car was able to continue and obviously ended up back in the pit lane, but whatever driver change they made on that car has not worked out in their favor. That car sort of running into some issues in its second stint of the race, which are not reflective of how well that car started the race, unfortunately. I also had a message, real quick.
Sorry.
I had a message with Tim Myers very briefly regarding how long the Irish Mike's car ran. I asked if there may be a different fuel cell or just a mapping and driver difference. He said, that's a great question. We pitted a little short, not 9 laps worth.
Okay.
So a little question there is the fuel mileage on the Irish Mike's Audi. Not untoward, but just I think Tim's a little caught off guard by how long that car was able to go on fuel. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Sounds like he's as impressed as we are.
Yeah, I think so.
Speaking of issues, I've spotted on our onboard cameras the onboard cameras that are provided to us. The number 110, the driver is climbing out of the car. Garage with the.
that's a short stint because they were in the pits for a long time, not too long ago.
Right. Well, I don't think having the bonnet up in the garage is ever going to be routine. So yeah, that car's obviously suffering issues, and they will be dropping well out of contention in GP1, which is a shame because that car was running relatively high in the class early on, I believe.
Speaking of GP1, as I do my best Brian Till impression, so I want to talk about the championship there too while we're talking about championships. Double segue. Our top two in that championship, they're out in front by quite a margin, but they're both in trouble, as you say. So the 110 is second in class, or second in their class championship, but they're running, well, stopped 7th at the moment. So this is not going to be a good points day if they're not able to get that car back out and turn things around. Likewise, the 44 for PC Racing is our leader in that championship by quite some ways, and they've been stationary for quite some time.
The 44.
Yes.
Yeah, so remember that was the car that we had mentioned had contact down at turn number 12 here. I think they're passing around peanut butter M&Ms in the next, which I'm very jealous of. But that 44 PC car had contact with the 701 down here at turn 12. That brought out our first full course yellow of the day. The car was black flagged, brought in, and we assumed that there was a driver change immediately made because of the contact. But
did the car emerge from that black flag?
It did, for sure.
Okay.
I've seen it out on track. But I wonder if there's a final decision that's been rendered on that incident. No, it says the penalty is 1 lap plus driver removal.
It's a little bit of a shame that we don't have footage of that, because that must have been slightly egregious to pull the driver like that.
Oh, here's another one. The 909 and number 2.
That was, of course, the accident that we saw at the bottom of the hill.
It was. That has been a little more draconian. A 2-lap penalty from the 909, which is academic at this point because that car is not returned.
Sure.
Driver removal and placed on probation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem with that. That was, by every indication, that was we've got a car stopped at a 7, by the way.
Oh, yes, we do.
That's
not nasty, is it?
It might be the 982. We've just had the 982 and the 43 go missing. That would be W2W and HNS.
And the 982's in the pit lane, so it's not that. The 67 NRG Racing, BRZ.
I could see that being a BRZ.
Yeah, I can see that too. I'm content to go with that, actually.
But yeah, that was. We've also had the 93 go missing for TC Klein. But to put a button on that point, that was. I don't know whether to call that a dive, because it may well have been completely unintentional. It might have just been a situation where they braked at the wrong board. That stuff happens. But they came from a long way back and hit that Audi with a pretty substantial speed differential, so I have no problem being a little aggressive on that penalty.
You could see from the onboard with the 0-2 how sudden and forceful that impact was. And
I'm going to be honest, when I looked at it when I looked at it on YouTube, because I wasn't sure what lap it had happened on, to go back through and find that replay, I jumped in my chair a little bit because it was that sudden and that hard of an impact.
It's shocking too, to a degree, because we don't see things like that in the World Racing League really ever. You don't see these late lunges that result in substantial damage like that. Oftentimes it'll be, okay, somebody missed their braking marker by a little bit, a little tap and spin, and everybody continues with, maybe a penalty for avoidable contact. But that was noticeable by its aggression, right? Or noticeable by its severity. And I would say the 0-2, if it's caused a retirement from the 909, then it's kind of worked out in the 0-2's favor karma-wise, right? They were able to replace the left rear corner on that car in about 45 minutes, get it back out on track, and now it has the opportunity to take advantage of the attrition that we typically see over the course of an 8 or 9 hour endurance race. right? He can go out, knock off laps, and start picking up positions, and more importantly, as we mentioned earlier, starting to pick up points again.
Yeah, the only our GP3 leader is in the pits, by the way, or has just come out of the pits for 605 round 3. The only incident I can imagine, or that I've seen like that, they may have been one at Mid Ohio also, but
for a second.
Go ahead.
yeah,
Right, I was trying to the 605. Just because you mentioned it, they had the bonnet up. Well, it's not a bonnet. They had the front up on that car.
frunk.
So that might have been a really long pit stop for them.
I don't believe so, Scott. That's a Porsche Boxster, remember? And I think they filled. That is how that car gets filled.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah, no, I'm fairly sure that's a standard stop, and that'll be their first stop of the day as well, won't it? Hour and 48 already?
Meanwhile, the Stratus car is being lapped again as we speak. So I'm trying to work out. Did they get back on the lead lap?
I'm actually looking at that feed. I'm not going to bother switching to it because it's going to throw off my order. But I'm curious about that because I feel like that car is picking up pace again. I haven't looked at lap times, but I've noticed it put in a couple personal bests. 110 still.
It had a very
110.
quick pit stop.
I'm going to remove the 110 from rotation because I don't think that's getting worked on. I think that is done for the day. It sounds like it's idling, though. Do you hear that?
It kind of looks like it. I don't have the sound on any of my feeds. Stratus Racing, by the way, gained something like 15 seconds on the leaders in the pit stop cycle. So that will be why they're back on the lead. They got back on the lead lap. The car's still not, well, it's not lapping quicker than the leaders, put it that way. It's definitely picked up some pace. But yeah, that's why they got back on the lead lap and have now lost that position again. By the way, and also indicative, or at least confirming what Tim Myers told us, that they short pitted the 01 car. That car gained more like 30 seconds on the leaders. In the
sorry.
first pit stop.
AOA side by side through the last corner, 55 on the inside of 85, and the 85 ran it out over the dirt on corner exit.
There was a
Very,
car
very wide.
10A. Was that the incident you were talking about?
No. This is at the exit of 12. Actually, let's stay on this onboard if we can.
I think there's an ACP car backwards in 10A.
Oh, you see the waving yellow.
Yeah, there it is.
It'll be the 2 or the 52? So that car will probably be missing just about now.
Oh, well then, I'm an idiot, aren't I? No, it's
Are
cleared.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to say, wait a minute.
we have a replay feed of that camera because it would catch that incident brilliantly.
No, it was just that we should have had it.
Yeah.
I had the trackside, but I wasn't thinking about it. I was like, oh no, who could that be?
If I do have return
Irish Mikes are right behind Hammer 01, by the way, for 5th and 6th place.
I am really
Hammer-
curious to see how that develops because they're going super long on fuel, but they've also rotated out. They rotated out in like 6th or 7th, so it's not an absolute pace thing, but it might come back to them on pit stop.
Yeah. They were running around 8th or 9th before the pit stop cycles, and then we had a few cars drop out. And actually, a few cars jumped ahead of Irish Mikes. Hammer Motorsports' pit stop was 30 seconds quicker, so that's how they've managed to jump ahead. But the Irish Mikes car obviously started the race running higher up the order than 01, so you'd have to assume that their pace is slightly better. That is shown by fastest lap time and the last lap time for both cars as they both come across the line. Gap's now 1.2 seconds. So Hammer managed to, presumably in traffic, managed to get a little bit of a gap. There's a Tangerine Associates car right behind them, but that's the number 52. I imagine that's not the one that spun.
I think it is, actually.
Oh, really?
I'm fairly sure that's what that is. The yellow and black car.
Guys, we're gonna have a fight. We're gonna have a fight for the lead here in a few laps' time because Kingpin is clawing back that gap on the 702.
Joseph, not to draw our attention back to that 52, but to put a period on it, I was able to go find the replay because our friends at Caster allow us to record these things.
Ooh.
That 52 went wide at 10A, dropped the wheel on driver's right, and
Are you talking
spun
about on
back
exit
across.
or on entry rather?
Yeah, on exiting 10A, exiting the left-hander. He was way out to driver's right.
Oh, okay,
Dropped
in the
right
dirt.
side of the car in the dirt. Yep, and it spun the car back to driver's left, facing the wrong direction, just as you would normally be entering 10B.
Chattanooga are in the pits with and they actually do appear to have a problem with the bonnet up. Topping up some sort of fluid.
This is actually their first stop.
Oh, interesting. Are they running the longest of anyone then at this point?
It would appear to be. We know that the round 3 car made it about 58 laps, 59 laps before it made its first stop. This is 60.
Was it not 52? Sorry, I should really check before.
No, wrong round 3, the 605, sorry.
Oh,
yeah, that was 56.
Nights anyway.
50, you're right, 56, yep.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Word from the Thunder Bunny pits.
Oh, sorry, Joseph was making a point about King. I actually disagree. I think Kingpin has been slowly dropping away from the lead. And particularly, the lap time just updated, but on the previous lap, round 3's shown pace, 135 pace, and Kingpin has shown no evidence of being able to do that recently. So, as they obviously on that lap gain half a second, but I think generally that gap is going out. The one that might be more worth keeping an eye on is the gap between Kingpin and Pro Sport, as Pro Sport have closed down from about 30 seconds behind to 14 seconds behind now. And again, as I say, that they lose 0.3 on that lap. But yeah, I think that's the gap that is trending towards closing down.
Happy news down in the round 3 pits. The 701 is back out. After its impact down here at the exit of turn 12, 7 or 8 laps into the race, the other GTO, I think that's a GTO car, isn't it? Or is that GP1? It is GP1. So 6 laps completed. It is 57 laps off of its class leader, but finally headed back out on track. So good news there. The word from the Thunder Bunny camp on the 110, by the way, is overheating, which...
Interesting.
It's 9:54. And now it gets warm quickly in this part of the country, this part of the year, but that is really early to suddenly be, fighting overheating issues.
Yeah, I wonder if they've had a leak somewhere. That is.
They said it was a new engine from Daytona, which I don't know means it was a new engine at Daytona and now they're running it again, or a new engine after Daytona.
Whoever's in the JNR, I just got a notice on my screen, is pretty quick because they've just improved the PB for that car by half a second.
Yeah, remember that now that we've had
full course yellow, full course yellow.
Right? Oh, it's very sudden. Is there a weaving yellow at 1? No, just a double yellow at 1. Let's see if we can get an onboard from somewhere around the circuit. And about 3 different people in race control next door jump on their microphones and radios at the same time.
This will be the clearest view that we've got. We'll be on the Thunder Bunny 111.
952, the number 320, impact and spin drivers left at turn 3. So if we have our turn 3 camera. Ooh, is there something in the shadows to the left there?
You know what? I think it's a little. I'm gonna be stupid here. Excuse me, but I'm gonna try to zoom in on what I think the issue is.
I see some stuff in the grass there, but I think those are the cones for the motorcycle chicane.
I'm looking to driver's right further than that, or sorry, driver's left. Yeah, and there's the truck pulling up
on the outside of the corner.
Yeah, I think there might be a car there.
Oh, you may be right, which would make turn 2 the sort of waving yellow. So on the race control log, the number we have is the 320, which is E Racing. That car, I think, started second in GP3 as we get a round of pit stops here as a result of the full course yellow.
Yeah, I mean, any of the cars, the GTO cars who pitted around 58, 60 minutes will be due, particularly as we didn't get any safety car period in the last hour.
That is very far to driver's left, Joseph.
It is awfully far. Yeah, and that is definitely a car there, as you see by the truck surrounding it. Doesn't look to be a huge impact.
No. Leader into the pits, Scott. Kingpin into the pits as well from third.
So no Pro Sport, which is interesting. They were running... Where do we think they got to? Did they get to an hour and 10?
38.
Oh,
Lap
yeah.
38, which would put them about 10
me.
laps short of their stop.
Yeah, only 2 laps longer than round 3. So I'm not sure why they wouldn't take this opportunity.
Well, one of the things I'm trying to get a handle on is, does this benefit cars that pitted relatively recently?
Well, remember that the cars that pitted relatively recently are largely general production cars, right? So a lot of the late stoppers were GP2, GP3 class leaders. The GTO cars, other than Irish Mike's, were all in slightly before or around lap 40.
And
Also,
Stratus.
And Stratus is in as well, yep, I saw them.
Well, no, I mean, Stratus were a late pitter.
Oh, yes, but they've come in as well.
Yeah, interesting. They've taken advantage. I think in general, with a safety car period is always going to benefit whoever is closest to their scheduled pit stop anyway. So
I'll make the point.
It basically negates the advantage, other than having short pits.
I'll make the point really quickly. I think we may wait to see some takers to the pits wait until the field is formed up, because you wouldn't want to.
That's what I'm thinking Pro Sport might be doing.
Yeah, because you obviously wouldn't want to come in while the field is at 3/4 tilt. You'd like to wait until they're at half tilt.
You'd be much more likely to lose a lap, I think, is the point you're headed towards there.
Exactly.
Particularly if you're further down the order, or close to being. Although that's not the case for Pro Sport. I think it's the safe option to wait, considering how long WRL pit stops are. Yeah, you're always... Yeah, if the field isn't stacked up behind the safety car, you are risking losing a lap, and then you don't get that back, obviously.
Remember, too, this is a relatively short lap. I mean, at speed, we're doing 1.5 minutes, but it's 2.5 miles compared to, somewhere like Daytona, where you're up at 3.5, 3.6. You could lose a lap here if your stop is much longer than about... Even from the back of the field, let's say 2.5, 3 minutes. And if you're, some portion of a lap down, let's say even a third of a lap down at speed, you, like you mentioned, are very much at risk of losing the lap. Interestingly, the pace car has not picked up the leader in this case. It's picked up the number 84.
I did check timing to make sure the Lexus wasn't the leader, but it isn't.
Pit stops, by the way. The 143 is in Pro Sport competition. The 7 is in from ACI Motorsports. The number 981 from Will to Win is in. 172, who I think is a little bit further down the order after an early stop this morning, is in as well. 701 into the pits. This is the car that had just returned to the track after its incident at turn 12 this morning.
So this should be quite interesting, with certainly Irish Mikes, who have cycled through to third and not pitted. To some extent, Hammer Motorsports as well. Less so. Irish Mikes pitted something like 25 minutes ago, and are running about 25 minutes longer than cars like Pro Sport, Kingpin, Round 3. So that means that essentially their next pit stop should be at about the same time as Round 3, Kingpin, Pro Sport, but they've now cycled ahead of them.
I'd make the point really quickly. If you're going to pit, do it now, because the car is on the flatbed, and the hot part of the hot pull is could be coming to an end.
Well, you say that. There was a forklift headed down the front straightaway back up towards, towards turn 1 and up the hill.
Yeah, I saw that, and I would like to know your theory on why that's circulating.
Tire barrier rearrangement.
Okay.
Would be my guess. Either it's returning home somewhere. Oh, no, it's headed up the hill. So I'm certain that's where it's headed. I'm actually not sure those tires are bundled up there. From the looks of things, it kind of seems like they're not behind a conveyor once you get that far up the hill.
Do you think it's gone through one of those barriers that's just kind of loose, basically, just attenuation before it gets to the concrete?
No, I like to call those the Spencer Pumpelly barriers because he's kind of decided to die on that hill.
You sure?
On having the tires with blank space behind it, so that the tires move and absorb more of that energy.
It's really
interesting, right? But he's that guy.
No.
So,
it's interesting. I like if you look back at like old like F1 accidents from like the 70s and 80s, right? They used to do that with like chain link fencing or chicken wire. It's so interesting that we've just like gone back to that, but with tires. Anyway.
No, it makes total sense. And I've spent my hours at turn 17 at Sebring, and they've always had that there. Several layers of tire barriers with blank space behind them. It's great. I'm glad they're up there at turn 1 because 130, 140 miles an hour at the apex and a prototype through that corner. Making it all the way to a couple of stacks of tires right up against the concrete wall is kind of a terrifying prospect. But anyway, my point is I think he's well beyond where those stop. Those sort of stop at the top of the hill. This car has come to rest driver's left beyond the crest of the hill at turn 2.
Oh, we've got a car stopped in between 6 and 7 now. It was just in the onboard that I switched away from. Sorry. But yeah, something's gone amiss over there now.
Let's see if I have a recording from trackside camera 2 here. I can get pulled up.
That the Aston, my attention was elsewhere, so I missed it, but if you mentioned it already, but it seems like the Aston's pitted on account of its lagging well behind the field.
The 143.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's actually going on with the field, but I keep seeing from onboard cameras that further back in the train, the cars just come to a stop.
It's like a constant accordion effect. If you like concertina.
I'm watching the 605s on board, and the safety car is going at a consistent pace. But if you look at TLM USA's camera and HQ Motorsports camera, they're constantly having to stop, and the cars are all sort of going 4 wide, stopped, and then getting back going again.
It's almost
it's cool.
Yeah, it's if in sprint racing they have accordion effects, here it might be Slinky rolling down a staircase effect.
Yeah, it's definitely more extreme than we typically see.
Brendan,
It might be the nature of a narrow, twisty track as well. With there are, to be honest, a lot of service vehicles out there by the looks of things.
Yeah, like a surprising amount. The forklift has already departed the scene of the crime.
I have some information.
Go, please.
Joseph, if you would like to try and catch a replay of the incident, you're welcome to log into Caster and pull up the camera, download a replay from about 12 minutes ago.
Would this be trackside 2?
It would be trackside 2. The car appears to have crested the hill and taken off to driver's left, and then impacted the tire wall still facing forward, which is what then spun it around about, I don't know, probably 360 degrees, and had it facing where it was on the outside of turn 3. But it didn't look like there was any contact or anything. It looks like maybe the car just didn't settle up at the top of the hill at turn 2 and kind of took off going to the left.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do what you're suggesting. Yeah, I'm looking at the feed now.
Pull up trackside 2 and press recordings.
I have recorded clips 3 hours ago.
Okay, yep, hit the play button.
Oh my god.
This is easier than you think.
Ooh, that's a nice shot in the morning. We should have started this race like 3 hours earlier.
No kidding. Drag the arrows, and like I said, it's about probably now 14 minutes ago. Download that clip, and you will find the e-racing car enter from stage left. And then you can throw that clip into the media library or whatever you like and run it through the production software.
Ooh.
Piercing some veils here, we've completely missed as a result of all... Ooh, the front end of that car, it's just come into the paddock here in front of me. Front end of that car is comprehensively pushed back and to the left, which jives with what I saw there, where it just sort of took off to driver's left and impacted the tire wall, still very much with forward momentum.
By the way, I think there's a car stopped on the inside between the two corners at the bottom of the circuit that I haven't remembered.
Yeah, the problem is, Scott, we can't see it because all the cars are swinging out very far to driver's left there.
Are you talking about between 6 and 7?
Yeah, the Thunder Bunny 111 feed might be a wide enough angle that we could catch it.
I think the O2s is what I just spotted it on. I don't have the facility to be able to rewind that one, so I can't go back and have a look. It looks like a dark coloured car. The only car I think we're missing that I haven't seen recently, the DBR 542, that's the Denton Brothers car, I did see coming around at some speed to catch the back of the pack, so I'm fairly certain they're still out on track. But that 15 from AOA Motorsports back in 41st overall, Salmon on Race Hero, which of course indicates that it's missing out on track or would have otherwise been expected here. If we're going to call a car as sort of missing in that area, that would be my guess as to what it is. Just as a point of reference, Joseph, your turn 3 camera is still zoomed in on where the incident was. I know you're doing other things, but
I'll fix it. Don't worry.
That note. Yeah, no, that's fine. Just making note. Oh, well, this concertina thing is happening again a couple of times, and now we've got cars stopped on the hill going up into turn 1. I'm not sure why this is as aggressive here as it is.
You know, Brendan, I'm going to take a look at trackside 1 also, because I think that accident happened earlier. I think that's happened coming out of turn 1.
Scott.
I'm not
Joseph,
Scott.
I know, it's funny you say that. Your accent's way less.
Pip, cheerio.
The emergency vehicles, you're absolutely right, start headed up the hill.
But even just looking at the replay, I'm like, that car was off track a while ago. Yeah. There's no other way to get there.
Tried to recover.
And that is a classic sim racing error, is running over that curb on the outside of turn 1, getting in the grass, and then there's just no coming back.
I honestly thought it was always kind of not realistic, but it seems to have happened.
Maybe this is the WRL proving to us that all those mistakes we've made, they do happen. But, there are some recovery vehicles or safety vehicles on the outside of turn 1 that look like they're attending the barrier. As
you would
we're
think
up
there's
to high speed for one of the round 3 racing cars. So yeah, I think we're going to get another concertina coming up here.
You would think there's a little more margin for error on the outside of turn 1. Sorry, Scott, I just want to make this point. You see it a lot in prototypes, right? You run over the curb, it sends the car straight, and next thing you know, you're in the tires on driver's left. But these cars have much higher ride height than that. And you would think there's a little more margin for error on the outside of turn 1 to get a car recovered.
Yeah, we're also running treaded tires, aren't we? So you'd think that they would have some level of grip that slick tires don't necessarily have on grass. It's also not. I don't know. It certainly doesn't look like it's been raining anytime soon. But it was misty this morning, so maybe there's a little bit of dew left in the grass.
This was a point that I'd meant to investigate and never got around to. But the WRL app says there's a 70% chance of rain today, and I was wondering if Brendan had any awareness as to why that might be.
The last I saw was that the 70% chance of rain was due much closer to 7 or 8 o'clock.
Okay, so post-conclusion.
Yeah, we were elsewhere in Atlanta yesterday, and it was very dry and sunny and pleasant. And then, all of a sudden, about 7:30, 8 o'clock came around, and we started hearing thunder and seeing lightning.
I don't know if that's a phenomenon that happens elsewhere. I've been
Florida?
many places around but even Florida doesn't really.
Yeah, to be honest, the last week. So I think it's possible the hurricane has left some strange weather patterns. But
no, that's a thing that I've noticed in Atlanta, like kind of a lot. When I've been to Atlanta, it'll be a bright and sunny day, and then it'll just be like somebody just poured a giant bathtub full of water on your car.
Yeah, I mean, Florida, right, that usually happens around 4 or 5 o'clock, which, when you see a chance of afternoon thunderstorms, that was kind of where my mind went. Indeed, at Daytona, the 14 hours, right, we were red flagged for lightning at right around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Here, it's expected much, much later in the day, past our conclusion time. And it's funny, my thought yesterday when I wondered about the weather for our race today was basically it's a good thing we don't run petite in the summer. Right, because you'd be getting thunderstorms basically right at sunset with 45, 50, prototypes and GTE and GT3 cars zipping around Road Atlanta. But I believe that we'll be safe for today. It's due to be a little cooler tomorrow. I think 82 is the projected high. Still some afternoon thunderstorms or evening thunderstorms, but I think the hope is that sort of the bright and sunny weather we have at the moment, albeit very hot weather, should last for most of the actual race time today and tomorrow.
Can I start? Well, I'm going to start looking through the field and see who's going to be the winners and losers from this safety car period. I think a big loser, and we noted that they pitted right at the start of the safety car period, despite having pitted quite recently, is Stratus Racing, who have ended up a lap down. I feel like that was unnecessary. I think if they'd stayed out, the leaders all pitted, and I think we'd noted that they were being lapped on track shortly before the safety car because they managed to leap back onto the lead lap with a short pit stop and then were overtaken by the 702. The 702 pitted, as did Kingpin. I think that would have got Stratus back on the lead lap, and if they'd stayed out and allowed the field to compress, as Joseph said, we believe quite a few teams were doing, they'd be on the lead lap and have been able to make their pit stop. As it is, they've been trapped a lap down. So that feels like a missed opportunity to me for Stratus to get really back in the race.
It would be easy, Scott, to dismiss that as, well, it's a long race. We can get that time back, get those positions back, whatever. But such as the competition in WRL and the way we usually find things at the end of our enduros, that stuff like that has the potential to actually make a difference. Never mind being a lap down now. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. And that has knock-on effects when you do inevitably go back to double yellow at some point.
Yeah, they did lose that lap. Like, they lost it genuinely. It's not like that was a penalty or
sure,
a spin as we're going to green. We're back under green flag. But yeah, they are struggling a little bit for pace. If they had a free chance to erase that lap that they lost, that really helps them, particularly as we get towards the end of the race and they're going to start putting their faster drivers back in the car. It's a missed opportunity, and they're going to have to get that laps back somehow, some other way, and they may not get that opportunity again.
Now, I'm of two minds about that car. I'm sort of observing it through the first portion of the race this morning. On one hand, I would expect that car, on a flowing circuit like this anyway, to be able to keep its speed up a little bit, right, and take advantage of it being lighter and having the downforce and everything. On the other hand, the more I think about it, in traffic, it doesn't have the legs to be able to pick up momentum when it has to slow down, right? Whether that's for traffic or whatever. Go ahead.
I'm going to cut in. Just watching from the Chattanooga on board, we've got Irish Mike's and Hammer 01 side by side for the lead going down through turn 5.
Yes, we do. 0.2 of a second was the margin across the line. And we pick up the Chattanooga on board. Thank you, Joseph. Or whatever he happened to be doing.
Irish Mike's ahead to the left with the white bumper, I believe.
That's a good catch, because this is not the highest quality feed.
Well, I've been watching it since turn 1, where they overtook Chattanooga. I also might be wrong.
No, that's definitely the Irish Mike's Audi. And that car up ahead of it is the Hammer Motorsports. You said that's the Hammer car up in front of it?
I think so. They look like, I'm pretty sure they both passed the Chattanooga car at the same time around the outside of turn 1.
Thunder Bunny 110 headed back out. Ooh, man, there's a lot of traffic on the way down out of turn 12. The 95 goes to driver's left. The 01 has cleared that clump of traffic already. I look for the 702. It's lost a bit more time in traffic, 7 seconds off of the overall lead, but it's about 15 cars between the race leaders and the third place car at the moment. And it's going to allow those two Audi TCRs, I think, to scatter away just at the front a little bit.
Just make the point.
6 seconds.
Just make the point really quick. That was very sensible by Topher there to not. It would have been easy to see that gap and think, a car will fit there. Did not do the dumb thing.
Do we not have an onboard from the 01?
Not anymore.
No, it died, unfortunately. The 702 we do have an onboard for. That car's following the Stratus Racing MPO1 through the field. Oh, the MPO1 squeezed through a 1.01 MPO1 sized gap down the inside of a blue BMW there in turn 4. My 702 camera might be a little bit behind, actually.
This is good work from, I believe we're back on, is this
I think this is the 702.
Yeah, it is, yep. The new feature from Sentinel, by the way, with the cars immediately in front and behind it up at the top of the screen, makes that a little easier to identify. And hi to James Candelaria, everybody at Sentinel. Through comes the 0-1.
Isn't it? It's not. It wouldn't have any way of knowing what cars are actually in front of it. So it's just a.
Oh no! Sorry, that's position-wise. It just makes it easier to sort out who it is relative to the cars around it. It's amazing how much traffic balks a lot of these quicker cars at the bottom of turn 12. Really costs a lot of the momentum you get headed down the hill. Now, granted, you're not flat through 12 in a lot of these cars. Accelerating, but not flat.
Is that right? I kind of assumed that most of these cars would be flat out.
My observations in person yesterday were that they weren't quite. Especially the GTO cars. They accelerate quickly down the hill, and a lot of them just don't have the downforce, or the drivers don't have the confidence to keep the pedal all the way down through there. I mean, maybe a TCR or a GT4, but some of these other cars are probably doing, we just saw the telemetry from the 702, 105 at the bottom of the hill, 110, which, that's getting up there.
Yeah, I imagine Stratus are probably quite easily flat through there. Fair point. With the more road-based cars, that wouldn't be a corner that would really favour their that type of car.
Remember, too, it's there's not a whole lot of runoff there.
Yeah. Well,
so if you're not absolutely certain that your car's got a little bit of spare grip there, you could very easily end up in the grass. To drivers left. Through come your leaders once again to complete lap 75, and the margin's out to 2.2.
And the round 3 car is really not having a clean run through traffic, so that gap to the 702 is going to keep expanding, I think.
And now it's in behind the number 7 ACI Motorsports Porsche Cayman, which is much similar on pace to that car than, say a general production car would be. So it'll have probably a tougher time getting through.
Kingpin's having an equally difficult time behind them. Pro Sport is catching as well. So that car, I think before the yellow flag, there was about a 15-second gap between Kingpin and Pro Sport. All of those cars have pitted during that pit stop, during that yellow flag cycle. But really, the Audis are getting away at the front. Big advantage to particularly Irish Mikes, I think, because they are going to go a lot longer than Hammer. Based on the previous round of pit stops.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this as we were sort of getting things back up to speed here. First, the pace differential is obvious now that they're not in traffic. 137 and 138 from each of those cars, whereas everybody else is sort of mired in the 140s, with the exception of Pro Sport, I guess.
Did you see that? Driver's left.
Oh, car to drive. That's not the 02, is it?
It definitely looks TCR.
It is.
02.
It absolutely is the 02. Now that car, that spot, you would expect there to have been some issue there, and that car is not continuing quickly.
Yeah, you do wonder if there's some knock-on effect from the contact at 9, or at 10 rather.
Yeah, up over a curb, and a fairly aggressive curb at the exit of turn 5 puts a jolt through the system, as it were, and A, can upset the car, but B, if you've sort of pieced your car back together once, there's a chance there that maybe there, like you said, some additional knock-on effects that caused an additional breakage there. It doesn't... does it look like he's got the car towed to the left? Or corrected to the left? Just towing right?
He's making more corrections than I would expect.
Yeah, that car's not healthy. I'll allow you two as the onboard experts here to rewind the YouTube feed.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a one of the front drive shafts or something. It doesn't look as violent enough corrections for it to be like a toe link or a steering arm.
Well,
No,
unless it's something that's failed at the rear, which obviously could happen because that's just those wheels are dead weight.
Yeah, this
It did
this
get a
car
big
should
hit
be-
in the left rear.
This car's headed into the pit lane now. I see it out the window. And I'm looking for... There's no smoke or anything out the back.
I can't.
And it doesn't look low at any corner.
The engine note doesn't sound obviously wrong to me. Maybe someone who's run these cars would know better. But it just sounds like it's low revving. It just sounds like he's limping it back, which is what he's doing.
And it is a 4-cylinder turbo, so you'd expect maybe a sort of stranger note at low revs. But there's nothing obvious, visually on that car that would suggest a failure.
Other than
didn't see any,
I think the wheel is
towed out.
I think the wheel is a bit to the left here.
No, it definitely is, but there's nothing externally that, makes the issue very obvious to me.
He's pointing, asking his crew if they want him to box or go to the garage, and they're going to send him around to the garage.
No, he's already past his stall there. I think the question was, can I enter at mid-pit?
Yeah.
The answer there is no. You're supposed to go all the way to the end and come back.
Had a change for 4th place, by the way. Pro Sport Competition is up ahead of Kingpin Racing, who Kingpin seem to be struggling to get back up to speed. Probably traffic related. Keep an eye on that for when the field spreads out a bit and see if that car picks up pace again. But yeah, Pro Sport Aston is now up to 4th.
2 quick things. One, for those asking about the quiet hour tomorrow, we don't have to contend with that today, but in this part of the country, quiet time is appreciated for church to occur on Sunday night. So 10 to 12 is our break tomorrow. It's a Park for May condition, single race, but we go into Park for May. Nobody does anything for about 2 hours, and we pick up the last 5 hours of the race tomorrow in the afternoon on Sunday. We'll put that to one side and come back to that and explain everything tomorrow. But more to the point, a point I wanted to make earlier was that the Irish Mike's car was really only ever in the lead as a result of going considerably longer than everybody else on fuel. It didn't necessarily have the pace, so seeing it drop off the back of the 01 Hammer Motorsports Audi was not unexpected. That's fine. But it did briefly. It was 2.5, almost 3 seconds behind, and then just like that, the lead evaporated, and it's down to half a second.
Yeah, I mean, both of those cars did 140s on the last lap, which is 5 seconds off the pace. So I think any gap getting bigger or smaller at the moment is going to be mostly dictated by traffic. So it will be. When we get out into clean air with those 2 cars, we'll have to keep an eye on that gap.
Brendan, have you seen the 55 AOA car come into the pits? I've got them as stopped, and I'm not sure if they're stopped on track or not.
The 55?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the 55 recently, as far as I can tell. Their pit stall, I believe, is fairly close to me. The 15, I think, was the car that was stopped under the full course yellow between 6 and 7.
It's also possible. Sometimes what happens is that.
No, it's actually coming through right now. The 55.
Okay, it may have just been docked a lap for contact. Then let me take a look at that. We've got a fight for P1 and GP3, by the way. We are occasionally reminded to keep an eye on those lower classes, and my eye says that we've got about 2 seconds gap. We also have a lead change in GTO, though, so we've got fights at the top and bottom ends of the field.
Yep, Irish Mike's 0.7 of a second lead over Hammer Motorsports now. Both cars still pace clearly traffic affected, so I would say that pass was probably traffic related as well. Hammer getting held up, Irish Mike's taking a better line. Such a shame that we've lost that 01 camera. But Irish Mike's to the lead, and I think their next pit stop is going to come at around the same time as everyone else behind them. So this is very genuine, Irish Bikes being in the lead at this point. Kingpin have now, so I mentioned that Pro Sport had made the pass on Kingpin a couple of laps ago. They've now dropped 16 seconds behind Pro Sport. So something up with the Kingpin 77 Porsche at the moment. They're in danger of dropping out of the top 5 as W2W Racing number 983 catches them 6.5 seconds behind for that car, and last lap caught at a second and a half.
Gentlemen, I'm happy to say we've got our first visitor of the weekend. Nice to have interviews on the Saturday again. But the 702 round 3 racing we saw in the lead is now back into third, but still very much in contention. The driver that started that car was Sarah Montgomery, who joins us now up above turn 12 at Road Atlanta. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, I'm so honored to be your first guest of the weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. I think last time we spoke was down at Barber Motorsports Park, and less happy times. Your car had been retired for the weekend.
Yeah.
But now, other than what you just told me about the very initial start of the race, is about as good as things can get, right?
Yeah, so we started P4, and I had a little bit of a brake issue at the start of the race. Felt like we had error in our brake line, so when I went into turn 3 at the start, my brake pedal went to the floor. So that was fun. So wound up getting that worked out, getting a lot of the air out of the lines. Had no issues after about 5 laps, which was exciting, but I dropped back to about 8th place. And then stayed in for a double stint and was able to drive the car back into P1. So pretty good stuff.
Our friends at Sentinel provided the onboard feed we're watching now, actually, on board your car. We saw driver Sarah Montgomery, so we knew it was absolutely worth following. And we did see some of your climb back up through the field, including basically the same move twice going into turn 3.
Yeah, I was in there for about 2 hours, so passes at this point, I don't know who I passed at what point.
They were 2 very good moves, and notable for us because, like I said, we were following them as they happened. But the classic, you set them up, headed up the hill into turn 2, pull the driver's right, and then just sail it off into the apex.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of those. My hashtag that my team has adopted is hashtag send it like Sarah. Nice. So like in our actual driver's briefing for the team, it's always, put your hand in, and we all, whatever that word is. I can't think of words because I've been in a race car for 2 hours, but yeah, it's always all right, send it like Sarah, you guys got this. So that was probably what I was doing out there.
Nice. So Road Atlanta brings with it its obvious challenges, right? You've basically got no passing opportunities between turn 4 and the bottom of the SS. You've got, multi-class racing here, 10, 12, 15 seconds in between the very fastest cars at GTO and the GP3 field at the back. Very much sort of plays out like a Petit Le Mans, like, the very most professional multi-class environments. The same experience for you here in the World Racing League. Just as much fun as what you might see on a television broadcast. More fun, more challenging. What's the experience like behind the wheel?
I love this track. I actually live here in Atlanta now, so not that this is my home track, but it's my adopted home track. And it's one of those where you honestly kind of have to potentially, just completely come with all the courage to be fast here. It's not one of those where anyone can just jump in and be fast. You just have to accept the fact that this is a scary track, and the faster you're going, the faster you're going to be. So it's scarier to be slower, an example like turn 12, versus actually going faster. The lucky thing is, so with it being multi-class racing in the GTO field, even though we are in a Cayman, we're not in one of the newer GT4s. So we handle way better in the corners than the brand new GT4s do, but they've got a little bit more horsepower on the straightaways than we do. So it's really tricky here at Road Atlanta, when you're going through all these corners. I'm able to set these guys up for a pass because they don't have the really good corner radius like we do and the corner speed. So we're able to really pull them and pass in really awkward places where they wouldn't necessarily try because they don't have the horsepower in the corners like we do. So it's kind of trying to set them up where I've got more corners to try and get more ahead so they don't pass me right back on the straightaways.
Sure. Do you notice out there, you've got considerable racing experience, right? And there are drivers in WRL that have similar levels of experience and professionalism and all the things that make a racing driver great and talented. Do you notice a disparity even within GTO about the drivers that are able to handle the traffic better than others? Are you able to take advantage of setting up passes where maybe somebody that doesn't have the experience in a multi-class environment can't?
Yeah, no, that's for sure. And I mean, even when you get to pro level, you're going to have like the pros who are really paying attention to everything, and then maybe the people who don't have as much experience, so focused forward, not necessarily seeing what's going on. So for me in GTO, the thing that I'm more worried about is people who aren't in our class, and we're trying to, I'm behind a GTO car and we're trying to pass the same GP2 car at the same time. They let that first car go, but do they see me to let me by two? So that's more or less what I pay more attention to, not necessarily GTO cars, because I'm able to, we're all going the same speed relatively, so I'm able to pass them and they know I'm there. But whenever you're coming out of nowhere for these guys who have way less horsepower than we do, I'm more alert watching those guys, because who knows if they even actually see me there.
One of the things I've always found very interesting about Road Atlanta, you mentioned you've got to have courage and commitment, right? If you're going to be quick over a single lap. And that's obviously the case. I mean, there's no runoff a lot of these places. We saw your team car sort of unceremoniously dumped here at the bottom of turn 12. And over a single lap qualifying, or if you get lucky enough not to have any traffic, you are maximum commitment trying to pick up as much time as you can. But then all of a sudden you wind up with a clump of general production cars, and you've got to back it down to maybe 80 or 90%, follow them through somewhere that there's not a passing opportunity. Is that sort of a mental challenge, going back and forth between the commitment and the, hey, now I've got to take it easy and be conservative, make this pass safely?
Yeah, so that actually happened in my last stint. So there was a pack of GTO cars actually that were being lapped, and I was P2 at the time and had P3 less than 5 seconds right behind me, and I have their headlights like staring at me, in the rear view mirror. So I just sense them there. So going through turn 2 and then turn 3, there's probably 7 slower cars in front, all mixed in with like GP1, GP2. So I just had to just kind of settle in and wait until I got to a straightaway to be able to pass all those guys safely. So you don't want to make bonehead moves in the first hour of the race. It's just not worth it. But it is daunting when you have P2 and P3 breathing down your neck trying to get that pass, and they're just catching you easily. After all that work you put in to try and get that 5-second gap, but then they're right back there whenever you get stuck behind traffic. But that's the beauty of this sort of racing.
The 702, you're on board. We've seen it decent on pace over the course of the season, but it maybe seemed like that car has struggled to find its feet reliability and consistency wise over the last couple of rounds anyway. This feels like the car is finally meeting its potential. Have you guys had the same experience down in the pit lane, bringing the car up to speed and now finally getting it to a point where it can contend?
Yeah, I certainly think even from the beginning of the year and even years ago, this car has proven it's got what it takes. I think we definitely have the car to win this race overall. We just have been working out little kinks here and there with team and the car itself, like just little hiccups. At Road America, left rear shock, decided to lay its last day out there right in the kink of Road America. Luckily, I was not driving, so we didn't hit anything. But
that's amazing.
Yeah, I know. So that worked out. But yeah, so like little kinks, but the car's running really well. We actually changed our driver lineup a little bit today. So we have our team owner, Brad McCall, and then one of the other drivers in the 605 car, Cole, is going to be joining us today in our car. And that's currently who's in the car. Yeah, exactly. So this is literally, he drove 3 laps in this car yesterday during practice. This is his first ever stint in this car. So I patted him on the back and I was like, no pressure, man. Good luck.
Well, he's done well so far. He's still up 3rd overall.
Perfect.
2 seconds off the back of 2nd.
Yeah.
Chasing that Hammer 01 down.
I
see.
I'm
coming through here now.
Yep,
less
exactly.
than 2.5 now for sure.
Isn't that such a pretty car? I tell you what, it's about the best looking car out there, if you ask me.
Big Haggerty logo up the side.
Yep, Haggerty is definitely a great partner of ours. And also another one of mine is Team One Logistics out of Lafayette, Louisiana. So they do a lot of transportation for companies all over the country. So they've really partnered, love the program, love that we're in a Porsche, because how could you not? And really want to see us do well this year.
So when we were at Barber, you had mentioned that there were some announcements coming that you really wanted, or announcements. Racing League, but there were things you wanted to talk about that you really couldn't, but you were super excited. So we know now, based on the signs that basically say when you come into the paddock.
Nope, I don't think you see anything.
No? Interesting. Oh,
we have a project going on.
Okay.
And that's about, as my media lady right here is looking at me, giving me the death eyes of, I can't fix this if you say something.
No, that's fine. I didn't know with the signs that were posted up there if that meant that it was common knowledge or not.
It's not common knowledge, but I will tell you this. If you come to a WRL race to watch, you might gather things. So let's get more people out here to come watch, and you can figure out what's going on.
That is a media recovery in a way I can only.
I deserve a pat on the back.
Really
you
well
owe me
done.
lunch, Paige.
Remarkably well done. So thanks for that. And we're going to keep an eye out for whatever that surprise announcement
It's coming
might
soon.
be.
It's coming in a few months.
Okay.
I know that seems like forever. Trust me, I would love to tell the world. But
Is this a season long?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
awesome.
I
did not know that.
Yeah, so it's all happening here. So yeah, we're really excited, and hopefully we can do well, and we'll be here for the next few races, and I'll come back and harass you with this fun, exciting news I can't even tell you about.
So there's nothing else exciting.
No excitement.
That's
in racing.
okay, because you guys have, as far as I'm concerned, you guys have about the I don't want to call it a circus that follows you, but there is more buzz around round 3, shift up now. We've got the Haggerty logos up the side of the car, and there's just constantly, we have reasons to talk about things that are going on at round 3 racing.
Yeah.
And in what is otherwise an amateur series, to be generating that buzz and that sort of excitement around a team and a collection of drivers and companies is just fantastic.
Yeah, I truly am honored. Like the past couple years, I had no idea what I was going to be doing with my racing career, and it's more or less a dream of any driver when you don't have your parents' funding to be in a situation like this where you have a huge company backing you and wanting you to succeed, as well as a team. So I'm really, really honored to be a part of this Haggerty Round 3 racing program.
I've got to ask, I believe, as a matter of statistics, you were the first female podium in the MX-5 Cup. Is that right?
Correct.
So you said you didn't
4
know
times
where.
in a row.
Well, okay. As it turns out, I didn't spend a lot of time watching the MX-5
That's okay.
back in the day. But let's take your career where it is now versus where it could have gone at any point, right? Diverging from there. Given the choice to be running around in something like an IMSA support series, spending national touring series kind of money to go racing, or to be, in a paddock like this, running endurance races with 3 or 4 driver teams, you've got all the buzz surrounding what you guys are doing as an organization, and following the upwards trajectory of the series. You can be honest here, because this is still an amateur racing series. Is this one of the better possible outcomes?
Honestly, yes. So MX-5 Cup was great for my driving ability and learning how to drive the momentum of a 45-minute sprint race, and you can't make a single mistake. A lot of these guys out here don't have that credibility, more or less, and that training that I've been through with MX-5 Cup for so many years, and I'm really honored to be have that, because that's what keeps me fast in a race car, making no mistakes, keeping it where I have it. And then a dream, like I was just saying, to be with a program such as Haggerty and Round 3 Racing, where we have this large company. That's any driver's dream, is to have this company, believing in you and giving you the funds to be able to do what you want to do. I'm driving a really cool car, and we've got a lot of horsepower, more horsepower than I've ever had in a race car that I've raced. I've done things here and there with other sorts of cars, but it's really an honor to be able to, WRL, IMSA, whatever, to have a company backing you to do what you want to do, and you're not paying a penny for it. So it's great. This like any driver's dream, honestly.
That's fantastic. And you've got a good team surrounding you, both, wrenching on the cars and managing strategy. And obviously the drivers you're paired with, we're watching Cole right up on the back of, Hammer, who is by all accounts, one of the most competitive teams in the series. You're right up there. Sure. Almost 3 hours in now, and with every shot to stay there through the rest of the day. So it's fantastic having you up here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Look forward to watching the action again on board the 702 throughout the rest of the weekend, and you're welcome up here anytime.
No problem.
Fantastic. I know your Paige said she's going to bring a few more of the round 3 representatives up, so we'll have plenty more of you guys to talk to.
Well, it's a shame you got the best one out of the way in the beginning.
I know. We did this at Barber too. Now everything is downhill from here.
Yeah.
At Road America, it was like constantly upward. We ended with Buzz. Had a fantastic conversation
that's awesome.
with Buzz.
Yeah.
Kind of rounded the weekend out with that, but now we've got to start with that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. That's what That's what we're here for.
Fantastic. You got any more stints today? Back out in the car?
Yeah, I'll be back in the car. So we're not sure if Cole's going to do a single or double.
Okay.
Like I said, it is his first time in the car. So we'll see what he can do. I know he's got his cool suit and he's ready to go.
Nice.
So we'll see if he can do a double stint, which is about 2 hours in the car. And then we'll put Brad, our other team owner, Buzz's son, in the car. And we'll see if he can do a single or double. And then I'll hop in right after that.
Fantastic.
So I'll be back in the car today, no doubt.
All right. Well, hopefully, if we get the chance to talk to you again this weekend, we'll be down in the pit lane at some point tomorrow as well. So thanks again, Sarah, for coming up here.
Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck.
Thanks.
Sarah Montgomery on board the 702 round 3 racing. Porsche came in. Happy to have her company as always. Joseph and Scott, you have any observations? We'll let you take that for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we've got a handful. We've got our leader in GP1 GP2, excuse me, 525 for Fat and Furious, under investigation for contact as of 8 minutes ago. So that will be, I assume, pending their pit stop to see if there's exonerating video that comes out of that car. So keep your eyes on that, because they may lose a lap from that if it's deemed that they did in fact initiate contact. The other thing, obviously, we've just had this, as you were talking to Sarah, her car is elevated into second overall and in GTO, and I feel like was there a third thing? There's always three. Oh, the O1's actually fallen. They've lost another spot to the 143. Scott had mentioned that they in text chat that the 01 seems to be a little off the pace.
Yeah, that car's not being able to keep up the same pace as the similar Irish Mike's car, or really the same pace that the Hammer car had in the first stint. I'm not sure whether Brendan's timing with the Sarah Montgomery interview there was really awesome, because it meant that you were on board with the 702 the whole time, but really terrible because Brendan couldn't talk about all the action we were seeing from that camera.
We've got a car stop.
Yeah.
Yep.
That looks like an ACP BMW to me. On the exit of turn 1, drives right between turn 1 and the pit lane exit. So that's not a great place for a hot ball, unfortunately. I'm going to stick with that being an ACP BMW, but I'm happy to be corrected. But yeah, while we're waiting for that to develop, the 702 car, yeah, it was. We were watching it. Firstly, the first interesting thing that happened was that it got overtaken. I say it. We know who's in that car. So Cole Lofsgaard in the car. He got overtaken by the Pro Sport Aston Martin, who caught him from behind. Almost immediately, while we were following the 702, the car caught the number 9 BMW, and that car was absolutely all over the place for the whole lap that we were following it. The Pro Sport car then got in between them, and as the Pro Sport car was trying to pass the number 9 BMW, the number 9 BMW swung into the pits from the middle of the track, completely chopped the number 9, and the 9 made a great evasive move. I'm really surprised they got away with it, to be honest. Slammed on the brakes, because you wouldn't expect to be doing that, going over the hill into the last corner. Managed to avoid the number 9 car, but did lose the place again to the 702. So that dropped Pro Sport back to 4th, and round 3 back up to 3rd. Round 3 then caught the 01 Audi, Hammer Motorsport Audi, which then went straight on turn 3, allowing both of those cars through. So now we've got round 3 racing up to 2nd, Pro Sport competition up to 3rd, and Hammer Motorsport's down to 4th, and they've dropped 5 seconds behind as well. So that driver of the Hammer car seems to be really struggling. Pro Sport they did just manage to get right up behind round 3, number 702, but unfortunately on that last lap, unfortunately for them, on that last lap, they've lost a second, so the gap is now 2 seconds between the 702 and the 143 Aston Martin.
We've got, speaking of Hammer, really quickly, speaking of Hammer, that 02 is making its way back out of the pits. I'm not sure what repairs they've effected, but that car will be rejoining the fray for the second time in about 30 seconds' time.
Back under yellow flag. That will be for the car stranded at the exit of turn 1, I assume. We've gone away from that camera, but I assume that car's still there. So worth noting that Irish Mike's, while round 3 and Pro Sport were dealing with traffic, Irish Mike's had managed to pull a 19-second gap, on the 01 car, which then obviously second place became round 3 racing. So Irish Mike's had a 20-second lead. That's obviously now going to be erased in the yellow flag. I would expect most cars to pit here. Irish Mike's certainly, but I think everyone was kind of due in just after the 3-hour mark. We had a long yellow flag period during this last fuel run, so not entirely sure when everyone's due. But I wouldn't expect it to be too far after 3 hours. So yeah, I think once the field concertina is up, we're going to see another flurry of pit stops. We've already got the 01 in the pits. With 52, Team ACP Tangerine Associates car, which was in 8th, just dropped to 9th. That car was in the pits already, so that's really terrible timing because they're going to drop off the lead lap with that pit stop. Assuming that was scheduled, which I'd kind of be surprised. Let's check Race Hero to see when they last pit.
Which car is this?
This is number 52, Team ACP Tangerine Associates. They've already dropped to 11th. I would say that was not scheduled, actually, because they did pit under the last yellow flag. So they've only run 21, 22 laps since the last pit stop, some of them being under yellow. So I think that car might be in trouble anyway. If not, then they've dropped off the lead lap with this pit stop and unfortunately timed yellow for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've established that there's no benefit to diving straight into the pits on a yellow flag. You'd likely want to wait until...
There is a benefit. If you pit immediately and you don't drop off the lead lap, you then catch the pace car train and you pass anyone who then pits on the next lap. But there is a significant...
I mean,
we'll see. This will be really interesting to see whether Hammer drops off the lead lap, because if they do, then yeah, they were 25 seconds or 30 seconds behind Irish Mike's, which puts them, if you look at it the other way around, puts them about a minute 10 ahead. So if their pit stop takes any longer than that, assuming Irish Mike's were going at full speed, which they wouldn't have been because it was a yellow flag, then they'll drop off the lead lap and then they'll get trapped there. So yeah, it's a significant risk, particularly on a short track like this. Certainly early in the race, I don't think it's worth doing.
I want to make the point really quickly. They're putting what we are assuming is an ACP. Did we ever confirm that?
Didn't confirm, no, and I'm not really trustworthy with IDing cars. There is the number 2 car is Salmon on Race Hero, Team ACP Tangerine Associates. Sorry, there was a third thing. The citation number 555 MPO1 was stopped on the outside of... Where's the left hand at the bottom of the hill? Is that turn 6? It was just before the shortcut to the short circuit.
That's like 5, when they turn left, that's 5. So there's turn 4 is somewhere in the middle there.
Well, turn 3 is the right-hander at the top of the hill, and then you've got a left and a right, so I'm assuming that would be turn 4 and 5. I don't know if we then call the little kink before the left-hander turn 6.
Turn 6 and 7, I believe, are the double right at the end of the circuit.
Okay. So.
And then 8 and 9 are kinks in the middle of that back straight.
Okay, so there's some corners in the S's that should have numbers and don't.
It's one of those.
The way
it's
the
one of
S's
those.
are numbered. I can tell you.
They're numbered and lettered, I think.
Some of them have letters. 4 is the right-hander that drops you off the top of the hill, and 5 is the one at the bottom, and everything else kind of just doesn't.
Is this one of those tracks where
Number-wise,
the numbers aren't really the numbers of the corners, or the numbers of the flag stations?
More or less, but then you do get into like 5, 5A, 5 flag, 12 inside, 12 outside. When it's fully staffed, it gets goofy.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, they do more or less match.
The thing to remember too is there's a little bonus S in the middle of the S's for the motorcycle races. So it's, I don't know, the whole thing's a mess. It's the S's and then 5.
Yeah, I've decided I don't like it. It doesn't make sense because if turn 2 has
All
a
right,
number,
well
then...
we'll change it.
What? No, I'm not...
Well, I assume that a big part of the reason it is this way is because it's always been this way.
Oh, great! I love
You know.
that.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember.
It's-
Have the S's been reprofiled since 10A and
Ever?
10B were built out?
No, they were the same back when there was no 10A and B.
That's
Or
what
10A.
I was thinking.
Anyway, the citation car was stopped pretty much in the shortcut to the short circuit. And that car is still salmon, so I'm guessing it hasn't been fully... Well, if it's been recovered, it's not back on track yet. Another thing was that Kingpin Racing had continued losing time. That car, relative to its pace in the first hour, has been running pretty slow since the last yellow flag. That's all going to be erased now because they'd lost something along the lines of 30 seconds in the period since the last yellow flag, but they're obviously going to get that all straight back because we're under full course caution again. They were in danger of losing 4th place to Will to Win. So now it was 5th place because Hammer 01 has dropped behind them and the pit stops. Stratus Racing have pitted again.
It's honestly half of the front runners in GTO have come in. Maybe all of them.
So,
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Black flag for car 7.
Interesting. That would
Well,
be
I let
the
you guys-
ACI Motorsports car running in 7th.
Oh, there they are. One car that hasn't pitted is the Pro Sport competition Aston Martin.
Which has now inherited the lead because of that.
Yeah, which is odd because that car's not going long. It's doing very normal length stints.
Yeah, I have it due in 10 laps, so I agree. That's a little peculiar.
Whereas I think it's odd that Will to Win number 983 also hasn't pitted as they've cycled to 2nd. I think it's a bit odd that Stratus keep pitting under every yellow flag because that car actually set its fastest lap during that run. It struggles with traffic, so every time you pit under yellow, that just drops it right to the back of the queue again. It's got pace; it can run really long on fuel, and they lost a lap last time they pitted under yellow.
Some of that will depend on where they end up in the queue. If they're already around the back, like they're on the tail end of the lead lap, then it probably doesn't cost them as much.
I would say in this case they weren't because they were running right with the 702. Okay. I was watching them on the onboard camera.
Yeah, I did see that earlier now that I think about it.
So I think they were actually really very close to the front. And once everyone pitted, they would have ended up basically on the front. Probably, they may even have been on the lead lap, the tail end of the lead lap, because we don't do wave rounds and double. But I feel like that car has strategy options to get it back on the lead lap.
Well, we talked about it. It definitely does. It just didn't take one of them.
Yeah, well, on the previous
car,
yellow, they have an opportunity.
The stricken car at turn 1's been removed, so we should be going green shortly.
Then we will hold off on the advertisement. We should look to do that in the relatively near future. I can tell you the starter still has double yellows out.
Let's update the running order for those who have pitted. Hammer Motorsports have made their way into the lead again. So despite that car running relatively slow through that last green flag period, their short pit stops are paying off again, and yeah, they've jumped ahead of Irish Mike's, they've jumped ahead of Round 3 Racing. So that car is effectively in the lead because Pro Sport... I haven't been keeping an eye on Will to Win and their stint lengths, Joseph. I don't know if you have any insight on what we can expect from them.
Is this the 983?
Yeah, running 2nd now.
The 983 is another one that I would have expected to...
37.
Yeah, I have pit expected in 8 laps, so I'm surprised. Surprised they didn't take also. to be honest.
Pro
All right.
Sport went to 38, but also pitted under the last yellow. So they were in at 68.
Yeah, I have pit expected in 10 laps for them.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe they thought it would be better to be at the front of the pacing queue than... oh, no, Pro Sport's in. So they've let the field come together.
That's a mistake, I think. That's a mistake to leave it that late.
Well, especially if this winds up being our last lap under full course yellow. Again, a black flag for the 7.
I wonder if Will to Win are going to do the same thing.
You know, Scott, you may remember this from Daytona. We have the Prema Audi R8, the GT4, that would consistently find itself in a position where it was pitting at the end of a full course yellow. I think it was a Prema car, coming back out on track, but catching the back of the queue. So it wasn't up to the back of the pacing order.
I just saw from the 702 that there's a car that's gone straight on in the gravel at turn 10.
Interesting.
We are...
Yeah, this is another weirdly named one. 10 is the left-hander, right? And 10A is the... Chattanooga's just seen it as well.
So it's just out of shot for us, as you see there. So it's not a mistake at all. They knew that there was an extension to this caution coming up.
Oh, you know what? So at 10:50 this morning, stop driver's right, number 52, at turn 10.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so that's not happened during the caution then.
No, this was 7 minutes ago.
We've had another yellow flag where there've been two simultaneous incidents.
Yeah. All right.
And
well, then.
We've missed
well, that may well have been the reason why we went full course, is because they couldn't do. They obviously couldn't be in two places at the same time.
They were going to have to leave one.
Right.
Did you say it was the 52?
Yeah.
That car's listed in the pits. It's not listed salmon.
Yeah, it's possible that was an outlap. Pro Sport back out, by the way.
Possible, actually.
They've just left the pit, so that's a quick stop from them.
Yeah, okay. Well, then my apologies to Pro Sport, because clearly they were aware that this was going to be a little longer than we realized.
They've actually beat a handful of cars that haven't caught the back of the order yet. So they won't even be last in the lineup.
I still think it's not great, because they're going to drop to the back of the queue, whereas if they pitted at the same time as Hammer, Irish Mike's, Round 3 Racing, they wouldn't necessarily be at the back of the queue. They'd be up with those.
It does depend a little bit on how far back everybody is, but I don't have that answer at the moment.
Well, I think let's I think, to be as straightforward as possible, I think the optimal strategy here all the time basically is, as soon as you catch the pace car, then the next opportunity you have to pit, you should take it. If you know, basically, if you're within whatever window you've decided. If you know you're going to pit in that yellow flag period, you pit as soon as you catch the pace car and not a second earlier.
With as short a lap as it is here, that makes sense to me.
Now, if we were back at Road America, longer lap where maybe a caution lap takes, I don't know, how long might that take? Like 5 minutes even? Then you can kind of do it whenever. But it's still risky.
So Will to Win didn't pit, according to Race Hero, so they should cycle into the lead. Probably with a sizable gap, a lot of traffic in between them and Hammer, I would imagine. Having said that, their gap was only 6 seconds on the last lap, so maybe not.
A brief update on the number 7 ACI Motorsports Porsche. That car was reported in by an emergency vehicle as driving unsafely, or at least was reported in by somebody as driving unsafely near an EV. And they black flagged the car as a result of that. Fine. It didn't heed the black flags, didn't see it. So there's another entry on the race control log for missing flags, which in addition to, I assume, trying to change out the driver, now also incurs a 1-lap penalty. Yeah,
and that's listed as final.
Yeah.
And the unsafe driving around the EV is still under investigation. So I would not be shocked to see the driver of the 7 not be the driver of the 7 very long.
Well, it's already on its way out of the pits. I don't know if it's headed back to the paddock to change the driver and have a chat, or if this is, hey, we just want to talk about it and move on. It's behind the Michelin bridge in front of me, so I'm not 100% sure if they changed the driver or not. My guess is probably not. It's a little too short. But he's
Okay,
headed
so-
out of the pits and back up the front straightaway, or back up to turn 1.
So we'll give everybody a couple minutes to collect their thoughts. Scott brings up a good point, which is that as long as they're still recovering that car, we should try to squeeze in an ad break. So let's squeeze in an ad break.
Let's take care of that, and hopefully within about 2 laps here, we should get back to green flag racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 3 hours down, 6 hours to go on the Saturday Enduro from Road Atlanta, the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
All 3 of the cars ahead of it,
Yeah.
from first, second, and third, with 702 running in fourth. Lots and lots of traffic.
Yeah, it's Joseph may have stepped away there. We may be on the playlist, but we'll wait
it's
for
good
that.
to
Maybe
see,
not, actually. It's just jump back to the trackside camera trainer. I may have spoken ill of Joseph.
Well, it's great to see all the traffic from the trackside cameras as well.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, well, look at the one side. 99 GTR is into the pit lane and stopped in not its pit stall, which, Scott, we've seen before.
Yeah, well, from that car specifically, wasn't it?
Yes, at Daytona. They went past their stall, stopped there for about 5 minutes, and then got pushed back into their actual pit stall. Very odd.
Loading up the sat-nav.
We've got leaders side by side on the way down into turn 1. The 983 to driver's left. The 95 got a good run out of turn 12, up the front straightaway and into turn number 1. And there are so many panes of glass to look through. But I think the move is done into turn 1 and headed up the hill. There you see him through the shot to driver's left, or to our left. And when the camera transitions around, we should, I think, see that 95 Irish Mike's Audi RS3 up into the overall lead. And we had mentioned earlier that car was there primarily on pit stop rotation, but they're even with everybody now and going considerably longer and in the lead more or less on pace.
Yeah, Brendan, we got the 01 up to second as well. I'm watching
there we go. Yep.
Watching from the 702s on board, and the 702 almost made the pass on the 983 as well.
Yeah, if we can jump on board the 702 here, I think we're
struggling to get up to speed. Then he's on the outside now, going into turn 8, I believe. Trying to remember what I was just told of for the corner numbers of this track. And Cole Lofsgaard has gone around the outside in turn 8 of the 983 car and the back.
8's on the straightaway. 7 is the sharp right-hander before you jump onto the back straight.
Okay. The 702 is now on the back straight, following the 01. Cole's managed to catch the 01 through traffic. The 01 doesn't seem to jump off the corners as quickly as the 702 Cayman, as we've got Civics in the way of the 01 car.
They're really balked in traffic here. The 01 gets really no run whatsoever. Cole's got a decent run, but can't do much with it. The 01 pulls to the inside down the front straightaway, and to driver's right, makes a pass on a lapped car up into turn 1, but that 702 just has to sort of fall in line behind it.
Yep.
Worth noting, I don't know if we've talked about any of the lower classes recently. GP1 is, even within the first 3 hours now, just a runaway by Moorhead Speedworks. 3 laps plus up on the Fifth Gear Motorsports number 550, and the 46 from Ginger Racing, another lap further behind. The GP2 lead, Fat and Furious, again a 3 or 4 lap margin there. It says 4 laps on race here at the moment. 2 laps further back to HQ Autosport. So things have really strung themselves out there as well. GP3, round 3 leads from Presser Tech, which is a Porsche 944, I think with a Mercedes engine in it, is what I heard a little earlier, or read a little earlier on the YouTube chat. But that margin is 58.3 seconds. So that's the closest of our general production classes, still about a minute. Very much our interest up in GTO at the moment, the margins being what they are.
702's up behind the number 19 Banzai racing car, which is a car we haven't mentioned since the first half an hour or so, when that car was running really high up the field.
No, they're 3 laps down now, Scott.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but I think that would have been after the first pit stop. And while we were waiting for the full cycle to go through, we had a couple of cars disappear down the order. So that was one that kind of disappeared. Another car what is that green and white Porsche that just absolutely blew past the 702 on the back?
Is that the Cayman?
Yeah.
That's the ACI Motorsports, the number 7.
Yeah, that car's extremely quick.
Yeah.
Straight, at least. Fastest lap 33.6. So yeah, while that car, I don't think that car's been running any particularly close to the front of the field. It's peaked just before its pit stops in the top 3, but generally I think running more like the back end of the top 10. But that car clearly has some pace.
The number 67 NRG Racing Scion has got a right rear bumper very much flapping around in the breeze down the front straightaway here. So I'm sure there was contact at some point. I just don't know if it was hit by something earlier.
Oh, no way of identifying that car. Just sort of
if we have the turn 1 camera.
Yeah, and it does look like they might have made a barrier.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's continuing on its own. Again. Is that the Thunder Bunny 110?
Can we see the turn 3 camera? Might just be able to catch it going over the hill.
Yeah.
Not sure.
No, we've got it now. I think this will be it here, Scott. That is the 110.
So that car back out the pits.
Yeah.
I don't know if we knew about that.
Yeah, we did. They were having overheating issues earlier.
So they were in traffic. Yeah, I think we've just picked up their onboard there as they were recovering. They were in traffic and just ran out of space on the outside of turn 1. The same mistake we were talking about earlier. That's an absolute classic on iRacing. I imagine they probably didn't get to the barrier. Maybe the driver locked it down and spun the car. Otherwise, because the car looked to be in one piece as it came past the turn 3 camera.
I have to take a short break from our regularly scheduled programming here to wish somebody named Bryce a happy 1st birthday. Now, Bryce won't have any idea what's going on at Road Atlanta, but I know his birthday party is happening somewhere in the area of Atlanta at the moment. And our friend of DriversEye Live, Tim Stoll, his youngest son, is turning 1. His party's today, but his birthday is Wednesday, I believe, right? And I encouraged him to have a look at the broadcast, so they said they were going to put it up at his 1st birthday party. So what better way to turn turn 1 year old than watching the World Racing League on DriverSeye Live. So hi to Tim, hi to Heather, hi to Bryce, and I'm sure Maxwell is there with them as well. We've got racing, so more to
turn
that.
One crash. That turn 1 crash brought to you by Bryce turning 1.
One to go, sponsored by Bryce's One.
The number 110 car.
Oh, God.
There's a lot of ones here.
Not as fun as the 111 car.
Yeah, it's a shame. They got that one a bit wrong. Got the memo. We missed the memo on that one. But anyway.
No. We're on board with the 111 for Bryce's One.
Oh, there you go.
I have good news. The 110, I've just gone back onto our feed back end here, our server back end, and caught the replay from the turn 1 camera. That 110 never made it to the wall. He was out driver's left, wide into the grass, and as he got the car slowed down, headed up the hill, it just looped around on him and stopped, came to rest in the grass. Never actually made it to a tire stage, which is a good thing.
Yeah,
Joseph, sorry, one quick thing just to finish up on Bryce. That number 111 car was on lap 101, as we were talking about.
We are killing it, you guys!
Remind me in 10 laps.
Should have waited.
Yeah. Anyway.
So, at some stage here, gentlemen, I'm going to have to go take a walk through the pit lane.
Can you also take a
kind
walk
of-
up to turn 5?
I was going to say, I'm kind of waiting for more cameras to succumb to the heat, but fingers crossed, it's actually been okay so far.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you.
It's, from what I hear, it's warm out there.
Yeah, I believe
I
it.
haven't been outside yet, so we'll see what happens. I was talked out of wearing a long sleeve shirt today, in favor of trying to keep some ventilation and airflow going, but that also means I'm going to have to put sunscreen on, which I hadn't really planned on. So,
You know, if you're outdoors in the heat, counterintuitively, it's often best to wear a white light-colored long sleeve shirt because it reflects more of the sun.
Very strong opinion on that.
Yeah.
Speaking of long white sleeve shirts, I don't know if you know this, but our racetrack this weekend is being staffed by volunteer quarter marshals.
Wow.
Many of whom are members in the Sports Car Club of America. And while that is a different opportunity to go racing than what the World Racing League provides, they do a tremendous job of supporting club and amateur racing and professional racing in many cases as well. And while I'm sure none of them are watching or listening to our live stream this weekend, we do owe a huge debt of gratitude to the volunteers, both WRLs down in the pit lane, if they're actually volunteers. I don't know the answer to that. But the corner workers absolutely are out in the sun, long white sleeve shirts to keep cool, long white pants to make them look insane. And yeah, they get to stand next to a racetrack and watch 60 cars go around Road Atlanta. It's not a bad deal, but it's awfully hot out there. So we say a huge thank you to the corner marshals and everybody volunteering that allow us and all 170-something drivers this weekend to do what they love as well.
I think we've just seen a lead change on Cole Lofgard's on board. The 95 car was fairly slow through turns 8 and 9, and now we're about to see it come back again. Yeah,
the margin was 2.5 seconds, Scott.
Yeah, the 95 has a lot of legs on the straight, and then Cole's gone around the outside on the brakes into turn 10. So that
we have that on board, Joseph, the 702.
Yeah. The 95 actually
done.
dipped a wheel on the exit of turn 7.
Wow. Yeah,
Oops.
we pick it up just as they get into the braking zone for turn 10. I think you let him go.
Oh, there's
there.
a car off to driver's right. I hope this isn't a pass into yellow.
there's a
my
post at the turn-in point of turn 10, so that would be where the yellow flag was, presumably. Whether there was a yellow flag at the previous marshal's post as well.
It's
I
the
definitely saw the yellow
67.
flag.
Is that
Is
car
that
off?
the car off? 67. No, that's not a car. I'm
Oh, it's
aware
the
of.
Scion. It's the NRG Racing FRS.
/BRZ/86.
86, yeah. 19 into the pits. That's the bonsai car that we had sort of talked about earlier being suddenly out of contention.
So for now, the 702 is scored in the lead. Whether that was overtaken under yellow, we'll have to find out.
I'm not convinced that the 44 BMW hasn't had more contact this morning.
Brendan,
There's
you'll know.
big left front damage on that car all of a sudden.
You'll know better than I. Is that okay? So the marshal post that's relevant here, because that is a standing yellow at the entry to 10A. That should be the beginning of the yellow flag zone. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. There
Okay.
should not be a standing like a backup flag or anything at turn 9.
Okay, so the 702 should be fine.
Yeah. If that were a waving flag, there should be a standing at 9, but that shouldn't be an issue now. And
Yeah,
that move was complete well before the yellow flag zone.
Sure. I wasn't sure where the yellow flag actually was. I was going to defer to you,
Yeah.
and then I saw the standing yellow at 10A.
Yeah.
I am a little curious. This seems like it's... I'm curious for two reasons. One is, how did they get all the way out there? Maybe... Yeah.
If only we had a camera.
I won't speculate, but... and two, what are they going to do to pull them out? Because sometimes that's a situation where if they're dug in enough, they might have to call the tractor to get it.
Yeah, there's enough runoff there that I would hope that you could do that as a hot pull without, having to go full course yellow.
You still have to have the tractor circulating, which I don't know if that...
Sure, no, that's true. They usually staff one down there at turn 10. There's a cloud of dust.
I regret to inform you that the O2 has come back into the pit, so a miserable day continues to get miserabler.
Yeah, and it's all the way back into the paddock. They are moving wheels around, so maybe all is not lost, but that car is so far down the order now, I'm not sure what the agenda would be there.
Scott?
We just had a yellow flag period, and we now have our GP2 leader in the pits. I'm assuming that's going to be unexpected.
No, it's not, Scott. Just pulled it up on Race Hero.
Yeah, they didn't pit during the yellow flag, I can tell you.
Which is interesting. Okay. They pitted at 49. They've now gone 54 laps on this stint.
Okay, so they are just completely ignoring yellow flags and just pitting when they need to.
Seems to be. Well, they have a
not completely ignoring yellow flags, because that would be a penalty.
They have a 4-lap margin there, much like GP1.
Yeah, well, apparently it's working for them, so keep at it.
By the way, regarding the 67 down in the gravel trap at turn 10, a quick review of the turn 10 camera. It's a little odd. They get to the last 50 yards or so of the braking zone. They were slowing down completely normally, and then the front brakes just locked up and he went straight on.
Yeah, Team HQ Autosport Racing has commented in YouTube saying they blew the braking zone when they were 3 wide with that car and a yellow Mazda. I don't know if that's what you've seen.
We've got just looking through the log really quickly, we've got a 4 off for the number 13 that was registered a couple moments ago, and then a fueling infraction for the 45.
Banzai Racing have just popped up as Salmon on Race Hero. I wonder if is that going to be the car that was off that you were reporting?
Banzai was in the pit lane.
Oh, now they're okay.
Yeah.
They were Salmon and now they're in the pits. Are they like? It's not like they're the only car with a pit stall before the finish line or something.
No, but it's close, and the timing would jive with when they went across. There's another line sort of painted or marked, maybe 80 yards past where the start-finish line is. There's another line marked in the pit lane that, like I said, roughly jives with when they went from Salmon to pit on Race Hero. So I don't know if there's a secondary pit lane loop further down. That's what WRL is plugged into this weekend, and that's what its transponder caught.
Looks like they are tending to that car that's off at turn 10.
Yeah.
There's now a tow truck in there.
.983's lost. I mean, it was never in the lead on raw pace, right? It took the green flag first as a result of, lucky pit stop rotation, but it's fallen all the way from first back to 6th now and lost 33.5 seconds in the process. The margin between first and second, as well as the 702 round 3 Porsche back to the 95 Irish Mike's Audi, up to 4.9 seconds, the overwhelming majority of which came on the last lap alone. They will have lost about 4.2 seconds. So instead of being virtually nose to tail with the overall leader, they're now about 5 seconds in arrears there. So, gentlemen, if you're content with it here, I think this will be my opportunity to head down into the pit lane, catch up with a couple of folks before things get terribly uncomfortable in the middle part of the day, and just have a discussion with a few people about where things have wound up and where they're headed for the rest of the afternoon. Your silence is deafening. Okay. That means Joseph's going to have to pick up a little slack here, I think.
Well, can it wait about 8 minutes?
It can. What happens in 8 minutes?
That's
fine.
I'm house hunting by proxy. while we're doing this, so
we can give it about 8 minutes.
Terrific.
And at 11:30, we'll head down towards the paddock and do our thing. If you have any requests for interviews, by the way, on the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat, by all means, make your requests, and we'll be happy to try and go find whoever we can. I'd like to go see what the situation is down at the 909, the automatic Aston Martin's pit lane. Same with the 02, because their issues have continued with them being back in the garage. Perhaps Sabiko, the MP01 from Stratus. But like I said, if you've got any requests, by all means. I'll tell you what, that 7 Porsche, Scott, you mentioned earlier, the ACI Motorsports car, about them having the legs down the straight. They punch out of turn 12 like no other car here. They'll get caught up behind somebody in traffic, time the acceleration really, really well, and they are more than maybe any other car I've seen this weekend, just immediately back up to pace. Normally you expect a bit of bogging down in behind traffic with the power level and power to weight ratio that we have in the World Racing League up at the top in GTO, but that car just seems to escape that issue a little bit.
Yeah, I'm noticing speed differentials in a straight line more than usual here.
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising since our last race was at Daytona, but I think it's as much dictated by the need to carry speed off of the corners at this circuit and how easy it is to get bolting traffic.
We're going to go 3 wide into turn 1 here. I think we are. The 111 is going to send it up the inside, down to about 60 miles an hour at the apex to do it. But the move's done. The 983 Porsche has gone missing. The purple came in, is into the pit lane in front of me, and it's before start finish, which I guess makes some sense, but I don't remember if that's... Yeah, it is the 983. Okay.
That makes sense, because Joseph was expecting them in the pits about 8 laps after the went green this time. Yeah, the pits on race here. So yeah, that's an odd choice not to pit at the last yellow flag. They obviously led the restart, got swallowed by the field, and have now had to pit, so they're probably going to end up lapped. Yeah, not sure about that.
The Stratus car, for all of our discussions about its strategy decisions over the course of the morning so far. Oh, we got a help sign from there, though. I don't care. Anyway, the car is quietly back up to 6th. A lap down still. No, not anymore. Wait, sorry. Yeah, they are still a lap down to the leader. They're just 1 minute and 13 behind Kingpin.
Yeah, they're in the same place relative to the leaders.
Right.
Which is off the lead lap. But yeah, everyone else is falling by the wayside in the meantime, which means Will to Win is definitely lost a lap.
Their quick laps are not in the same, or they are in the same range as everybody else's quick laps, which at the moment the track seems to be giving you about a 136, sort of a mid to high 36. If you get a decent lap in there.
right now, if they were on the lead lap, they'd be right in the mix, and also be up with Irish Mike's as the best on fuels.
Right. So
as it is, they've got a lap to make up somewhere.
My point there was going to be, normally we would see that car when the right driver is in it, it has a real pace advantage over everybody, just owing to what that car is. Whereas with the traffic situation we have at Road Atlanta, it doesn't seem like it's really ever able to take advantage of that. And it's, even though it's a lap down, it's not really improving its own situation any. Trying to claw that lap back and get themselves up onto the lead lap and back into real contention.
One car we mentioned earlier, which has since kind of disappeared, is Team GTR 99. I've noticed at their first pit stop, their outlap was 5 minutes 16, which is probably where they've lost one of their laps, because a typical outlap is more in the low 4 minutes or the high 3s, so that's about a lap. Their second, they were on the yellow flag at their second pit stop, but and it looks like they may have pitted slightly late under the last yellow as well. So pit stop issues, I think, for GTR 99 has dropped them out of contention. Another car that I noticed right in front of them that we talked about a lot at Daytona was TLM USA, and they've really been nowhere all race. I'm not sure. They might be a team worth talking to, whether they're just playing some sort of long game but they haven't been in the top 10 at all, other than right before their first pit stop, second pit stop.
They've been top 5 players before, never really up in the overall lead. My sense was that Daytona was, I don't want to call it an outlier for them, but it was a product of their chosen pit strategy and also their pace. At Daytona that saw them in contention for as long as they were, whereas if you go back through Road America or maybe Mid-Ohio or Barber before that, that wasn't where you would have expected to see them. So I'm not terribly surprised, but I also don't know exactly what got them into their position at Daytona, and maybe whether or not we would have expected to see them consistently in the top 5 today. As well. With regards to the 99,
guys, I've got an announcement. Okay. The 111 is in the pits, unlapped.
Yep.
111. On Bryce's one.
Bryce. Happy birthday, Bryce.
Doing a driver change to celebrate Bryce's one.
They're putting Bryce in the car, actually.
Incredible. I mean, it's a real Max Verstappen. I haven't watched the sprint race, so I don't know what happened.
Max is his brother. Max is Bryce's brother.
Okay.
He's 3.5. So when we get to lap 350, you let me know.
It's
which is the Thunder Buddy Nissan 350.
So cool that Max has been in F1 since before he was in utero.
Amazing, really.
Yeah.
Anyway, the 99, the GTR BMW, stopped in somebody else's pit stall before start finish. For about 30 seconds before it carried on. So whatever its pit stop was, Scott mentioned he thinks it was slightly late under the full course yellow, or maybe it was Hugh Joseph. I honestly don't remember. It was so long ago. But he came to a stop in the pit lane somewhere he didn't need to, and then carried on and actually stopped. So there was definitely an unnecessary time loss there that I'm sure has contributed to it being now all the way back in 13th.
I don't know what's happened to the... Scott mentioned the BSI car. I don't know if he mentioned it out loud or just in Discord. But that car is back out on track, having undertaken 2 hours and 46 minutes of service.
They did. I thought they'd retired, but they did the first 14 laps.
Oh, don't worry. They've gone missing again. So nature is healing.
That car was missing a lot at Daytona as well. So
they allegedly, the issue earlier was a slightly aggressive downshift that I guess damaged a pulley. Now I was under the impression that they had had that repaired and brought it back out on track, but it appears to not be the case. I think we've seen Shea Holbrook this weekend. He says turning to Layla. We saw Shea earlier this weekend, right? In the pits yesterday. We think she's here. So, being that BSI is a Shea Holbrook concern, that would probably be the person to go talk to about what happened. And when I go down there, I can certainly do that.
Yeah, I suspect that they've sent it out basically as an installation lap and make sure that they're not hemorrhaging oil or something like that.
I did not see it go out, and I have not seen it return. So
It did turn a lap and also turned its fastest lap of the race. So
oh no.
I'm sure that was
it was a 147, which isn't. I mean, it's not quick, but it's also not like, on the pit limiter or anything.
Speaking of cars that are back out, I did notice the Citation MPO1 passing. I think I was on board with the 605, is the one I was looking at. But that car's obviously managed to make it be recovered from the turn gravel trap and back out of the pits. So that's good to see.
You mean 10?
No, it was off at turn. I think it was turn 5. It was at the shortcut.
That one,
circuit.
right? Okay.
Bottom of the hill.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I was a little unfair to the 167. I didn't realize they were in GP3. At 147 is that is more or less on pace. That's about what the race pace is currently. So they've done a lap that was a little slower and then brought it back in. Race Hero doesn't show at Salmon, so that might be an aberration on my side. They might, Brendan, you might see them circulating still. Full course yellow.
Yeah, we're about to have a guest up here, but a car's been in the wall, driver's right at the exit of turn 12, Joseph. Our turn 1 camera might have a replay there, but he's scattered debris all over the front straightaway. Is that the Denton brothers? One of either the 540 or the 542, perhaps?
Red and black car, I think.
Yeah.
That looks like a Cayman to me.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely one of those DBR cars.
Big old wing.
You can see the marks. I don't know if you can see them on the camera, just based on where things are. But there's a pair of skid marks that come.
Well, you can see the scuff at the inside wall where it looks like it's hit.
Yeah,
right by the recovery vehicle.
A big old set of skid marks that lead straight into that wall, coming off the exit of turn 12.
It's a big hit.
Is the Oh no, that's not it. I was going to say 172, but that's not it. We just haven't had an update on the race control log yet.
That was a big old whack. I'll try to find a replay for you. Hopefully I'm sure the driver is fine, but making contact with the concrete like that is not going to be a pleasant experience.
No, and like we've mentioned a couple times, you're still accelerating as you come down the hill there, but at some speed already. And, in a GTO car, 110, 115 is not an unusual speed there. You could try to get it back, but there's so little room to recover a car, that's taking off in one direction or the other, exiting turn 12, that I think it's sort of inevitable it'll be a kind of a big one. So far, it's only the flatbed and the support vehicle that are there at the site of the incident. No medical vehicles or anything like that. So hopefully the driver's okay. We'll get confirmation on a number. I believe it's going to be the 542 based on Race Hero. So I'll put that to one side here and actually use the opportunity to welcome some of our guests here in just a moment.
I'm going to try to pull that replay for us. Might as well get it started now. And I assume Brendan's working on getting his guest mic'd up and headseted up, indeed. They looks like they're. I'm looking on at the site of the accident on another screen. It looks like they're paying attention to basically the front of the car, trying to figure out whether or not they can move it, and if so, how. Basically, are they going to be able to tow it around, or are they going to need the flatbed to do it? I suspect with an impact like that, they'll err on the side of caution and pull it up onto the flatbed so they don't trail anything around the circuit.
So as they're actually getting that car loaded up onto the flatbed already, making kind of quick work of this, but there's a lot of debris that's going to have to be picked up, and probably bring the sweeper out to drag some of the dirt off track as well. In the meantime, from down in the round 3 pits, have come up Dennis Neal and Carter Peace, who join us from the number 605. Obviously, to I assume there's a third driver that's out there somewhere. But appreciate you guys coming up and joining us here on DriversEye Live.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so class lead, I mean, there's not much to go beyond that there. You guys have a lap margin already. Have either one of you been in the car yet this morning?
Yes, we both have, actually.
Oh, wow.
I started us out at 8 o'clock there for the first stint, and then Dennis took over and just got out.
Yeah, I just came out during the last full course caution. So
No issues, all clean and great?
Car's been really good. It's we're keeping the nose clean, which is our big thing, is just trying to make sure that we keep the car clean. There's stuff happening around us, and just making sure we don't become one of the incidents.
Yeah, exactly. There's been a couple, I would say, close calls with traffic and things like that in different class racing. So you just got to keep your nose clean and just stay in your lane at points, and just keep one eye on the mirror, and then you're good to go.
We talked earlier with one of our teammates in the 702, Sarah Montgomery, earlier, who's at the other end of the multi-class spectrum, right, doing all of the passing, and very much in contention for an overall win at the moment. You guys are the fastest of the GP3 cars, ostensibly, but still, as this continuum goes, sort of the slowest of the classes. How much of that is how much of your race are you spending sort of watching in the mirror, and what is that experience like as somebody who's constantly being passed by other classes?
It's a really interesting experience. You really have to keep an eye on it, especially on the long straight, like the back straight coming out of 7, going over towards 10 at this track, or at other tracks like Daytona. Any sort of straightaway, you're always just keeping one eye on the mirror. You've got, like, the closing rate with some of these cars is really, really dramatic, especially like with some of those Astons that you see, with some of those Audis as well. They just have a really, really fast closing rate. When it comes to the tight stuff, we have really good pace, though, so we can really keep those guys behind us, but we're just no match for the straight, so we just got to keep one eye on the mirror on those straights.
Mm-hmm. Is it a mental challenge? I asked Sarah the same question, but at the other end, is it a mental challenge constantly? I assume you're on the limit of grip, in the Boxster. You've got to keep the momentum up. They don't have a ton of power, right? So you're really trying to hustle the car around the corners, and then also, like you said, keeping one eye in the mirror. Does that lead to a lot of mental fatigue over the course of a 9-hour enduro?
You really want to get set in your rhythm early, and that's really what we focus on. Is when we get in the car, is how do we keep our rhythm? Because it really is, as Carter was saying, you're going down the straightaway, glance in your mirror before you're going to turn it, so that way hey, is it clear? Where is everybody at? On the long back straightaway here, like, you're looking a couple of times just to make sure, hey, where's traffic going? Where are they going to go?
Yeah.
As you exit onto that straightaway on the back, we're on the left side. We want to get to the right side eventually. So you have to find an opening sometimes in that faster traffic coming through. And so you just gotta work it. It definitely does take its toll mentally over time, but if you get in that rhythm early, it really does kind of naturally come through.
Yeah. I admittedly don't know your experience levels in racing, but the fact that you guys started the car off and got it right up into the class lead, I'm sure speaks to some degree of what your background and your experience is like. Even within GP3, do you guys notice a difference between the teams and the drivers that are able to handle the multi-class situation really well, or do you guys sort of feel like you have a real advantage there?
I think every team's really great at handling the traffic. Everybody's really responsible in this series, so there hasn't been many issues there. Everybody's really good with their pace. What we really have an advantage with is just our pace through the corners and coming out onto the straights. And also we have a really good fuel window when it comes to our advantage over the other teams. So when it comes to multi-class racing, though, these guys are really high quality, so they can really get the job done as well.
One of my favorite things about watching the round 3 Boxsters in particular, the GP2, GP3 cars, as the team has transitioned to running in GTO and GP1 with the Caymans, those Boxsters just look so well sorted all the time. Like, they're just perfectly balanced. Every time you see it come through a corner, it looks exactly the same every lap. Always the same attitude. Is it as stable to drive and as fun to drive as it looks?
I mean, the team does an amazing job prepping these cars. So Martin's our car chief. Okay. He is awesome. He's on the radio with us the whole time, talking us through it. They set up these cars, and they're on a rail, and they are a lot of fun to drive. And, we spend some time on Friday getting it dialed in to exactly where we want it, and really then it's set for the weekend, and we just roll from there. It's really a fun car to drive.
Is there a little bit of sort of wishing you could be up in the faster classes, or would you rather have that well-sorted car that you can just ride around kind of on the ragged edge and just push lap after lap, knowing what the car is going to give you.
Well, you're asking a race car driver if he wants to drive a fast car, so I think it's an easy answer.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, of course we want to be at the fast cars, man. Like you see some of these Caymans, especially like with round 3, we have a 702 and 701 and GP1 and GTO. So you see them just blaze by you on the straightaway. You're like, man, I wish I had that power. Could really get going up down the straights. It's just such a rush, you know.
Sure.
But it's still nonetheless, these cars are fast too for us. So we really enjoy it. But yeah, I think eventually we'd want to make that step up.
Of course. So for each of you, it's like I said, I don't know your backgrounds, but is this entry-level racing for you? Do you have professional or ladder racing experience prior to this, or is this sort of your initial step into motorsports here?
So I've been racing something probably for the last 30 years of my life. So it's been a while.
Sure.
But aspirations change over time, but I absolutely want to keep growing my racing career, and that's what I've been doing my entire life. It's just started in karts and did some Skip Barber stuff for a while, and then started doing endurance racing and just kind of came through that and doing this with round 3. So absolutely want to continue growing and never want to stop racing. I want to be like Buzz. He's is he like 74?
He's going to be 75 soon. Yeah.
So I mean, I would love to be able to keep doing that.
Sure.
Yeah, my story is really similar. I started actually 11 years ago now. I started in karts. And then last year made my jump into cars with the Lucas Oil School of Racing.
Oh, sure.
Did that stuff there. And actually, that's how I got my jump to WRL. Pippa Mann is an instructor there. And she has really good connections with Round 3. And she introduced me to Brad, the team owner of Round 3. And then we just made that step up here. So this is my second year in racing, cars anyway.
Sure.
And yeah, it's just been great. I hope to get to the next level. Where that is, I have no idea yet, but we're just working to get there.
One of the things that always strikes me about round 3 and everything that's going on down there, which is, I know there's a lot, both in terms of the racing side and on the promotional side, which is wonderful, but it feels so professional down there, right? And you can walk up and down the paddock, and it looks like a Michelin Pilot Challenge type of paddock, right? The level of preparation and intensity is there. The buzz is there. The electricity is down there. It is there down in the paddock. Do you get that same sense from within round 3 that, hey, we're doing something more than just amateur endurance racing?
I mean, round 3 is a great organization to be with, but it feels like family to me. I mean, they welcomed my, I have a 6-year-old, and he is welcome to do stuff that, they had him in the hauler pulling on the air horn and, so it really does feel like a family event, and with having Brad and Buzz running the team, it really has that atmosphere, and that's what family's been a big part of my racing my entire career, and I would love to keep doing that, and so that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, same here. It's really professional, but also really relaxed at the same time. You don't feel that ultimate pressure that you would like in a like one of those professional teams, but it's still on that professional level where you have the great equipment and also the great crew that a professional team would have. So it's really great atmosphere down there.
That's fantastic. So looking towards the rest of the season, I assume you guys are involved for the full season down there at round 3. Based on your experiences, we sort of look at Road Atlanta as being the ultimate multi-class challenge. Just the track layout doesn't lend itself to making these things easy. I'm sure you've been up at Road America and everything at the beginning of the season. We've got 24 Hours of Sebring coming later in the year. Is there a box that WRL doesn't tick for you guys at the moment?
Not right now, really. Yeah, these are all bucket list tracks that I haven't been at yet. So it's like, especially Daytona, I hadn't been there before. I've been there for Kart Week for the WKA, but I hadn't been on the big track, and that was just a really big bucket list check off for me. And same for like Road America, Mid Ohio, and hopefully we get to go to COTA actually this year too. So that's going to be a great one, like just to be on the track where they race the Formula 1 cars in the United States. So that's just going to be really exciting as well. And then I think we VIR, and that's going to be a great race too. And all these tracks you can prepare for on the sim.
Yep.
But like with iRacing and stuff, but it's just not like the real thing. You get to experience those G-forces, you get to see the speeds, and really get to do all that. So it's checked all the boxes off for me. So
fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, growing up, I watched people at Daytona running, and that I got to tick off my Indianapolis experience with another team, and then Daytona was still sitting out there. And when I was talking with Brad at the beginning of the year, and I'm like, "Hey, where are you going?" And he's like, "COTA, Daytona." I'm like, "Those are all places I want to go and go experience." And then my favorite track is VIR. Like, I love that track, and so that'll be the next race in September that we're at, and I'm super excited to get there as well. So yeah, every track is just like an awesome place to go to.
Fantastic. So with all that in mind, like, mentioned, you guys are on board for the full season here. Are you, as drivers and as an organization, as we get ready to go back to green here, your team car leading the way, the 702, are you guys looking towards a championship, or are you guys just taking every race as it comes, and however things wind up at the end of the season, they wind up?
Okay, so if you asked us this question at the beginning of the year, we weren't really looking for a championship. We were just looking to get some experience. But now that we've won a couple races, we won at Road America, we won at Daytona, and we're in the lead right now in Atlanta, you can't not think about the championship, So it's definitely coming to the picture for us, and we're definitely going to take it one event at the time, but also just keep in mind that in the end result, a championship would be great for the team.
Sure.
With the four of us guys, me, Dennis, Jim, and Cole, like a bunch of great drivers, and these guys are guys that I'm going to be friends with for the rest of my life. It's just been great making friends with these guys, and to win a championship with them would be awesome. Just would love that.
Yeah, and I think what got us to this point of even being able to think about a championship is just driving clean races. Like, that's how we put the car at the win at Daytona. It's how our first day at Road America, we had a ball joint break, and we were it was just devastating. We were in the lead, and ball joint breaks. We brought ourselves back up for a good finish that day. But then the second day was like, okay, we're gonna be even easier on the car, so we can make sure that we get to that first place podium spot, and we did it. And so we just need to keep that consistency going here at the next couple of races, and that'll put us in the position that we need to be.
Just as a quick race update, as we have gone back to green, the 28 HQ Auto Sport car won't fire back up after a pit stop, according to Scott Michaels, and the Stratus NP01 is right with the leader, which will be an attempt to get itself back up onto the lead lap. So keep an eye on that. As far as you guys are concerned, you obviously have your personal racing exploits as well as what's going on with round 3 here. Any sponsors, partners, anybody to thank before kind of wrap things up here?
We'd like to thank Haggerty, Shipped Up Now, Cooper Tires. Those guys have all supported us really well throughout the season, and we hope to keep their partnership going in the future, for sure.
Yeah, same here. And then, just thanks to my family for putting up with my racing and allowing me to keep doing this.
Yeah, I'd also like to shout out to my family as well, Mom, Dad. If you're listening, thank you so much for all the support you've given me throughout the years, and look forward to many more years, too.
And, if I can, just say hi to my 6-year-old son, Sam. So, hi, buddy. Hope you're having fun watching us out here. We're going fast.
Bring him to the trackside.
He will be back at VIR. So
fantastic. Well, thanks, guys, for coming up. You are welcome here anytime. We'll be down in the pit lane today and tomorrow as well. Feel free to say hi and, give us an update. And, hopefully we'll see you. We'll definitely see you at VIR.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's Carter Peace, Dennis Neal with us from the 605, round 3 racing. Scott and Joseph, I'll let you catch things up again, and I'll be back with you in a minute.
Scott, we've had a position change for, I think that's second.
No, that was the Stratus car passing Irish Mike's. Stratus are trying to get back on the lead lap.
Okay, that's the second on track, not second on the timing tower. Okay.
Yeah, Stratus are literally right under the rear wing of round 3 racing, this is going to be important because that Stratus car, I think they're going to have something to say about this race. Should they get back on the lead lap? And that's absolutely what they're trying to do now. You can see that the 702 car stretches away a little bit on the long back straight, but I would expect to see Stratus come back.
It makes me wonder if they have. I don't know if we've dived into this angle before, but I wonder if they've got an issue with warming up the tires when the track is cool, because
they've had. Well, I think we've noticed all year that after restarts. Well, so who are you talking about, Stratus or?
I'm talking about Stratus because their pace is, let's be frank, not very good at the beginning of a race, and then a few hours in, they really seem to turn it on.
Yeah, I think that's partially driver dependent as well. One interesting thing that I've been chatting with while you guys have been talking with Billy Smith, who owns an MPO1. He tells me that one interesting thing about the MPO1 is that it doesn't have power steering, and for these longer stints, that can be quite challenging for some.
Interesting. Sure. I mean, it used to be, especially if you're used to it. How many times have you seen in sports car racing? I think it's less common now, but you would see performance fall away dramatically on a car that lost power steering.
Sorry, Joseph. On the inside of the track, after turn 5, I think the Citation MPO1 has stopped again. While we're on the subject of MPO1s. I don't think we have a
Sure.
camera down that way, but I just caught it on one of the onboards. So if we've got any cars heading down that way, for example, the 605, I think is about to pass that part, and we are under full course yellow, which will presumably be for that MP01. Yeah, I think that's the car that it is. It's quite a distinctive car. Yeah, just spotted it again from the 605's camera. So there's a lot of you've picked up. I'm not too sure which car. This is the Aitken racing car that you picked up there. That
That was
there's a lot of
Aitken.
going on in what must have been a yellow flag zone. With a
Yeah.
car stop rest, so not 100% sure that will go unpunished.
We did. I assume you guys caught that we did have the replay of the Cayman that had the accident coming out of 12. If not, we can kind of get back into that while we're under a full course yellow.
I missed that. I was taking the opportunity to grab some lunch, so I wasn't keeping an eye on the screen during these interviews.
Sure. So I'll play it again because it was. What's that?
We've got time again.
Yeah, and we've got I believe it's still an active investigation, so it's worth calling it out. I played it during the interview.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it. I'm fairly certain Stratus didn't manage to get back on the lead lap there. Somehow Kingpin has lost another minute under that green flag period, and again, I think this is about the third time that they've been saved by a caution, and it's going to bring them right back in. It's such a weird contrast between the races that Kingpin and Stratus are having, where Stratus has been trapped just off the lead lap and has had the race leading pace the entire time, but hasn't quite managed to get back, whereas Kingpin has had some real pace issues over these last few runs. Dropping way back on the lead lap, but just catch the yellow flag in time to get them right back to the lead again.
Yeah, and the other thing about this that's a little challenging is that because we've moved away from hot pulls, we've kind of lost a real rhythm to the race. So it's a little difficult to tell where people are. We'll have the model to give us a guess on that, and I'll run that at the top of the racing hour and the top of the real world hour also. But it's made it really difficult to really get a handle on who's actually at an advantage here, because we haven't had more than really just the one mostly green stint, to be honest.
By the way, under that last yellow, Pro Sport Competition came in the pits and had a 7-minute 38 quote-unquote outlap, which even though that was under yellow, that's really long, and it looks like it's lost them a lap. I was about to say 2 laps, but they've just come across the line, so they are only 1 lap down. But yeah, even under yellow, so they must have... I imagine they may have had some lingering issue that they decided to take advantage of the yellow flag and get fixed, but it still took them a really long time to get it fixed. So that's, yeah, they've lost a lap under yellow. That's the car that was it was leading at one point earlier in the race, and it's had top 5 performance all race, now down to 8th, but they are in that group with Stratus, Choice Racing number 522, who I don't think we've mentioned once today so far. They're running 6th, 1 lap down. The yellow flag keeps bringing them back into contention in that 1 lap down group. And then Moorhead Speedworks, the GP1 leader, is still only 1 lap down, even after, what are we, nearly 4 hours of racing. They're 1 lap down, and I think at one point they actually got unlucky and got trapped just a lap down. If the timing of the yellows had gone slightly better, we may have had that car on the lead lap still, just because there have been so many yellow flags. But yeah, I think they got caught out by one of them that trapped them a lap down. The next best GP1 car is 5 laps down, just for context, and actually the leading GP2 car is 4 laps down. So yeah, massive lead for GP1 leader Moorhead Speedworks. Really great performance so far.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the replay on that Cayman wreck. So they'll be coming into your shot. It'll be the red Cayman into turn 12, and you'll see them. You'll see the accident develop. This is them coming into shot now. And it's just, they've just oversteered, basically, coming out of the apex. It's almost like the car's bottomed out on a bump stop or something, because they don't even, it's not one of those classic Road Atlanta crashes where they carry over the curb. The car just keeps turning.
Yeah. Keeps. It's exactly the phrase I was going to use. It just didn't stop turning. So, yeah, that's. Again, they were. Say again. I don't know why I use the word again. They were right behind another car, and they did seem to be catching them quite quickly right on the exit. So I don't know if maybe there was a lift that shifted the weight balance forward at the wrong moment as the car was exiting. And that's why it just kept turning, because they sort of gripped up the front tires at the wrong moment. The rear went light. But yeah, pure driver error, unfortunately. I think I'm willing to be told that there was a puncture or something, but looked like pure driver error to me as they were catching a slower car, caught out by maybe a lift of the throttle at the wrong moment.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just a little surprised that. But I'm a little surprised that the car was that free or that loose to allow that to happen. So, you know, it didn't look like they'd gotten crazy wide or anything. Wouldn't have gotten onto any marbles or detritus off the racing line. Just a unfortunate spin to the inside wall, and unfortunately, because it's concrete, it's going to be a fairly uncomfortable impact, both for the driver and for the pocketbook.
I didn't mention it because I was allowing Race Hero to catch up and then forgot. But the GTR 99 team pitted on the last yellow flag, and they were still listed as in the pits when we went green. Again, I didn't know if that was just Race Hero catching up, but their outlap under green was 7 minutes and 12 seconds. Some of that, I think some of that will have been the yellow flag, under yellow flag. But 7 minutes is still a long time, so so they've dropped to 3 laps off the lead now, down in 15th. So yeah, more issues for the GTR 99 car, possibly recurring issues because they've had some long pit stops already in the race, and that's a team we usually see not having issues. It's sort of a long run team, one we keep our eye on for the second half of the race. Not sure if Brendan's able to check in with those guys. It might be something that's a niggly lingering issue even, that they're having to keep getting fixed.
The lights are still on the Corvette pace car. If that continues to be the case, I will throw some ads because we are due for that.
Yep, he's carried on past the pit entry.
All right, then I will go ahead and throw ads, and we may or may not be coming back to a green race course afterwards.
You guys have a moment from the pit lane?
We have a brief one.
Okay, we're not going back to green. Cars are coming past me here on start-finish, not up to race pace. Just checked in with Hammer. The 02, the issue on the right front is a broken axle. I asked if they thought that was at all related to what happened earlier down at turn 10. They said, tough to tell, maybe not. But they are trying to get the car back out for today rather than just punting till tomorrow. So that's good news at least, but it'll be still a little while before that car's back out on track.
Okay, thanks for that report. And it is time for a throw to our good friend Uncle Cooper.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin. And Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And you rejoin us. I think the lights are off on the pace car, question mark, which might signal a return to green flag racing in about 5 seconds time.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on this Stratus car. We've got the top
There is the green flag, so we are back to racing.
Yeah, we've got the top 3 in the race, nose to tail. You've been doing some great work with the camera, Joseph, so hopefully we'll be able to show that. But also, the Stratus car is in the middle, and that car really, really needs to try and get back on the lead lap if it wants to be a part of this race. GP1 leader is in the pits. That's poorly timed, unfortunately. Going to drop them off of that. They were 1 lap down. I think they're going to be more than that now. So we've got the Stratus car right under the rear wing of the Porsche Cayman. 702 car that's in the lead. Unfortunately, it's going to be really hard for the Stratus MPO1 to make a pass, just because its pace advantage is in the twisty bits, which naturally are the hard bits to overtake on. And then as we get on the straight, the 702 is not the fastest car in a straight line, but it is faster than the MPO1. So unless their MPO1 can make a dive into turn 3, I think that's really the only chance it's going to have at some point. It'd be nice to get a few laps of green though. Here we are onto the back straight, the MPO1 right under the rear wing, but we're going to see by the time we get to the turn 10 camera, I think there'll be a 10 car length gap. That's usually what we tend to see here with this 702 car pulling away. Yeah, and in fact the Stratus car is going to have a hard time holding on to its second position in the queue because Irish Mike's is all over the back of them.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that because they were right on the tail of the 702, and they've sort of dropped back by a couple seconds.
Yeah, we see that every time they come on the straights. That MPO1 has just not got the legs, which makes sense with the BOP.
Right.
But he's already back. 702 made a little bit of an error through turn 10, the left-hander. Ran a little bit wide, so let's
Brendan.
see. Ooh.
Yeah, just to say, the 02, I said it was going to be a minute till it was back on track. It was actually about 4. The gentle hum of a 4-cylinder turbo has just gone past me here in the paddock. It's something probably close to, I don't know, 50, 60 laps down. I think the 02 is headed back out.
I think this turn 3 camera might be frozen, Joseph.
I agree. I've got audio.
So
There
yeah,
it
we've
is.
got. Oh, it's back, is it? Oh, yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, we missed. I can tell you from the 702's onboard that the MPO1 did not make a pass. It looked like it was threatening with turn 3, but yeah. That is the place where it's going to happen. Don't think we're going to have. Well,
Is that the 147 or that's just come out in front of them?
it's certainly an MX-5. That would be the BSI car, wouldn't it? 147? Oh, is that 167?
147 will be the GP2-3 leader that's come into the pits. They came into the pits like right as the yellow flag was withdrawn.
Well, either way, they've dealt with that car, as have all of the top 3 overall plus Stratus. We have Irish Mike's and Hammer Motorsports. Hammer have dropped a few cars behind in the queue. They're not right behind Irish Mike's as I thought they were. Stratus, again, they make huge gains through turn 10, 11 and 12. And then turn 1.
Might be the 9 that's coming out of the pits.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's never quite enough to get there by turn 3.
Ooh, it's right alongside. It's going to try to go around the outside, actually.
It needs to make that move. It's a downforce car. That's the kind of corner that suits them. I can tell you from the onboard that they have not made that pass. 702, unfortunately, 702 onboard. Joseph House is a little bit behind, but yeah, you can see them running wide there. It's like an action replay, although we can't see the MPO1.
Yeah, the fact that it's gone to the apex tells you that there's no car there.
Yeah, I think it looked like the MPO1 just didn't quite have the grip. It didn't look like the driver wasn't trying. the outside of that turn 4, calling it.
Yeah,
is,
I mean,
is pretty-
even though they're not really rolling marbles off the tires, they are still leaving a lot of dirt out there. So it's not going to be as fast as the racing line for different reasons than a regular endurance race.
Yeah, that part of the track's just not getting cleaned and not getting put in. So that's still going to cause an issue. The Stratus car was compromised by its line. Oh, got a little bit of a twitch on in turn 10 there. The Stratus car's line was compromised through turn 3, which meant that it didn't have the run it needed through turn 4. And I think we're going to get a carbon copy, aren't we? Same thing again. It's going to keep happening.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I'm a little curious. I wonder if... Ooh, it looks closer. It depends on what kind of line he takes into the corner.
I don't think he's got the run this time.
No, it may be thinking a little better of it and actually just holding back until, maybe turn 10 even. Maybe just holding the slipstream down the loop of 6 and 7.
He's in the slipstream coming out of turn 9 every lap. Just gets nowhere near in the slipstream, so I can't see that happening. Traffic might help, but yeah. If the leader gets traffic through turn 12, then Stratus will be able to make the pass into 1 or 3, I think. As it is, it might just take a bit more of an aggressive move into 3. Because these cars aren't racing for position. If Stratus puts itself in an aggressive position, it would be sensible for Koloffsgaard to lift and let that car go. Particularly as it's probably just going to make the pass straight back again on the back straight, to be honest.
True.
Cracking little battle, though.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. The Stratus is in kind of a difficult position because if it makes the overtake into the S's, it's got to do it honestly really early if it wants to hold that position, because it's going to be at risk of being just blown by on power on the way into 6 or really on the way into 10.
It really has to be turn 3, I think. It's the only place it's got much of an opportunity, and then also it's early enough in the lap to pull a gap.
Yeah,
right under the rear for him.
It's a very similar situation to what we had at Daytona with the Screaming Goat and the Aston, where one of the cars has a very distinct cornering advantage, the other's got a very distinct top speed advantage. So you've got to be able to make the overtake in a place that maximizes, that allows you to stretch your legs in the corner so that you don't get passed by immediately on power. A power overtake is obviously a lot easier to make than a handling overtake, because it means you have to actually put some finesse in, basically. No, you have to be clever about it. You have to think through it. A power overtake, you just kind of hold the right foot down and go.
Well, yes, but it requires you doing as much as you can where your car is weak, as in the corners, to stay close enough to be able to do that.
True.
The other aspect, of course, is that as it's possible.
These 702. Yeah, you're gonna make the same point. No, actually, it's gonna be Stratus that gets held up here.
Yeah, and this is the point I was going to make, is that when we get to traffic, while sure, if Stratus gets lucky and the 702 gets balled to the right point, it will be able to make a move into turn 3. It's much more likely that it's Stratus who's going to get balled, because they're going to be faster than the traffic at the parts of the track where you get held up the most. So it's more likely that as they get into deeper traffic here, Stratus is going to have an even harder time finding a way to, not only finding a way to make a pass, but actually just to keep up. He's going to keep getting held up in places where it's fast and then not be able to make passes on traffic down the straight. So its opportunity might have gone without a fair chunk of luck here.
Yeah,
about 1, maybe 2 laps away from getting into the real meat of the traffic. In fact, it may struggle to pass. The Stratus car may struggle to pass these. It's not going to struggle with these MX-5s, but the BMW further down the straight there would be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, say a prayer if it gets stuck behind the stock car.
Is that car still out? I haven't spotted it recently.
I haven't either, but that doesn't mean it can't come back out, as we've seen from several cars who have spent hours in the garage and still come back out.
Right, let's keep an eye on this. I think the 702 might catch these Mazdas on the front straight.
It's going to be awfully close here.
I think against draft, or it depends how aggressive he's going to be with this Boxster into turn 1.
Boxer's giving him the room. But the Stratus is going to be able to get... No, he's backed out of it.
702 hesitated, but wasn't enough. Worth noting that Irish Mikes and particularly Hammer are just dropping away from this... I was going to say it's a lead battle. Obviously Stratus is actually in the battle, but the 702 car is the leader. It's going to get held up again into turn 5, that area, but I don't think there's very much the MP01 can do here. Very much single file. .702 still ahead as it heads down to turn 8. These two cars are, yeah, they are comfortably the fastest cars on the track. Nobody else is below 37.6 is what Irish Mike's is doing, and Pro Sport Competition has done a 37.2 on the last lap, but round 3 racing was in the low 35s and Stratus in the high 34s. Oh, and we've got a stopped car at the exit.
We've got a stop. Now we've got a stop car.
Oh yeah, that's the Lexus, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Right in front of the leaders. I wonder if that's enough, actually. That might have brought the Stratus car closer.
Well, they were...
Than another lap.
Maybe. There was other traffic at 6 and 7 that was... The Stratus car was basically underneath his rear wing. He's going to try to go for it here. That's a little dicey. No, he's backed out of it, which I think is the only sensible move. Is he going to try to make the move here? I kind of hope not. Again, we've got a delay between our tracksides and our onboard, so this is going to be a little bit...
He's gone around the outside. The Civic got in the way, but no, backed out of it again. You'll see it in a second. I'm on less of a delay than you. Yeah, I think the MP01 might be on the outside now, because we see the 702 leave a bit of space, but then backs up. The 702 missed the apex in turn 9 slightly there. I don't know if that's because the MP01 was taking a bit of a nibble. It's still not going to help. There's just way too long a straight. And there go those. It's fewer car lengths this time. It's more like 4 or 5 rather than 8 to 10. It's getting out towards 8 to 10 now.
Obviously, the Lexus has departed the scene.
Right. It did look like just a quick spin.
Yeah.
Here they come through turn 12. We've got I think that's a BMW ahead. That car is going to be in the way in turn 1 again.
And it's let him through.
They are very, very, yeah, they are very, very kind.
Ooh, it might be side by side here.
They are side by side. The Stratus car has the run. Is it going to be aggressive and hold the position? Yes. Is it enough?
Yeah, he's cleared him.
He's got it. So there we have it. It's taken us about 3 hours. The Stratus Racing are finally back on the lead lap. We're going, and that is really significant because we've seen a lot of yellow flags. So I imagine the field. Oh, and the 702's just run through the gravel on the exit of turn 5. We're going to see a replay on the delayed onboard that Joseph has. Keep an eye here.
Well, look at the slip that the Stratus car has on it. It looks like that's a really slippery part of track actually right now.
Gathers it back up, no harm done. I think, to be honest, I'm not sure the Stratus car has quite enough of an advantage here.
I think they're safe.
Yeah, I think actually it's only that slip through the gravel that saved them.
Yeah, it may have been. Although they are going to get bulked behind this Miata.
Yeah, they got cars in between now. As long as the Stratus car is able to clear this other MX-5, which I think they have. Yeah, no problem. Another frozen camera.
Fixing it.
Yeah, they've got the gap now, and hopefully can start stretching that gap because there's remarkably clear track in front of them as the 702 gets held up by a Master.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, or it makes me wonder at least. So they've effectively, now granted this is through cautions in part, but they've effectively lapped the field here in a way. And it makes me wonder what the next, whoa, Nelly, car off the outside of turn 7. Just gathered it back up without incident.
Who are you saying has lapped the field?
The 59 has lapped the field because they've gone from a lap down and they've completely made that lap back. Now, part of that is yellows and pit stop rotation.
What they've done is off the leader. They haven't lapped the field.
Yeah, but they were a lap behind.
They were 1.1 laps behind, and now they're 0.9 laps behind.
I think it was more than that.
They seem to be faster than the leader, then I would agree. Even though, as you say, they got artificially pulled back behind the leader, but I don't think they were ever really dropping away.
I think that they were substantially further behind.
Only because, and they only caught that back up because of safety cars.
This is true. Safety cars and pit stops, and they'll still owe us a pit stop, I think, in maybe 20 laps. Let me look at that actually.
I think round 3 racing might owe us one first.
Round 3 is actually extending, so we don't actually have a good gauge on them because they have pitted at the safety car periods. I think that's right.
Was their first pit stop not under green?
No, it was. So how have they just extended? We should be seeing them really soon. Because
past yellow. Oh, car dipping a wheel. There's a yellow Boxster on the outside of the last corner there.
366 TLM USA / Rova has gone missing. I assume that means that they've come into the pits because I don't see any incidents on track.
Another point of interest is since the green flag, Stratus has gained half a lap on Kingpin for 4th. So, and they've pulled 20. Something in the region of 20 seconds on Hammer Motorsports. So really, the only car that's anywhere near competitive with Stratus Racing is the 702 car they just overtook. So, yeah, they are properly in this to win the race, particularly considering their fuel mileage. Irish Mike's is right there, I suppose, and their fuel mileage is even better. And Pro Sport competition pace-wise are pretty close. Hammer and Kingpin, who are honestly really only hanging on to the lead lap at this point through constantly having the field condensed through safety car periods. They don't have race winning pace right now.
So Brendan.
Yeah, 2 quick things from the pit lane. First, with regards to the Irish Mike's car, who I think Scott just mentioned.
Yes.
Their fuel mileage earlier, it's the stock fuel cell on that car, no changes. Apparently under the yellow, they never let it get above 2,000 RPM, and they just ran it around as low as they could on the revs, and whatever their fuel mileage gave them, it gave them. So 58, 59 laps, whatever it was on that first stint, all just being a little smart under yellow. Second thing, with regards to the 909 Aston Martin, who does not feature in the race at the moment, they've replaced most of the bodywork on the front and right front corner of that car. I haven't checked in with anybody yet to talk about their brake situation. Tim Myers told me that their explanation was that the car had no brakes on the way into turn 10, which would explain some of that. This doesn't look to be a repair ready for today, but I wouldn't be shocked if the 909 comes back out tomorrow. A little secondhand looking, but fresh bodywork and hopefully better brakes.
Okay, thank you. On the topic of the 95,
Sorry, I was gonna. If you keep your camera on Peter Aiken there, which is the car you were just in, you were about to see a lot of hand gestures. That's why I was trying to get that in before you change camera. But sorry, go ahead, Joseph.
on the topic of the 95, they should be in about 5 laps. Although, you know, I can't. Okay, yeah, and that makes sense too.
As well, the only car that's been in the 33s for a long time. So yeah, they're really starting to. So that clearly shows the 702 was really holding them up. Actually.
The 95 should be in about 5 laps, maybe longer. I feel like we've had more yellow flag than their first stint. Their first stint was 52 laps. They would be at the end of that in 5 laps. So we'll keep an eye there. The 01, this is the work that's ongoing on the 28 for HQ. As they've reported in the chat, if you're watching on the YouTube, that it's just not turning over, which is a shame. The 01 is due in about 2 laps, so keep an eye on that car to drop out of the podium positions, basically on pit stop rotation.
Also, as Brendan mentioned, the 909 Aston Martin. Their excuse for that crash was brake failure, right? And this is the crash where they hit the 02 car.
Right. Yeah.
Well, my issue with that is that they made contact on the apex. Go ahead.
We had a slow car on that trackside. Are we going to be able to see it? It looked like maybe one of the Civics.
Well, there's a Civic going full speed.
Yeah, I don't know if they've had a reset or maybe a spin coming out of 7. It looked like that was going to be a bigger issue than it ended up being. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, my issue with that is that they made contact literally on or even just past the apex of the corner. If you've had a brake failure, what are you doing on the apex of a corner?
Right. Yeah, sail it off to driver's right.
Yeah, we obviously didn't get a camera angle of it, so this could be wrong, but that has the feel of someone who's decided to aim to try and make the corner anyway, even with no brakes, which you see a lot. It's not fair on the car you end up hitting, frankly. You need to take the escape and avoid ruining someone else's race at the same time. But
I'll grant that it's a little tricky to do at 10 because you basically only have a car width there. Of runoff, so I understand the trepidation in taking it there.
I would understand if they'd hit him much earlier in the corner, but if the Audi was at or past the apex, so you would only be there if you tried to make the corner, or if there was another car on the outside, you were making a move and the brakes failed. I don't remember that being the case because the 02 car took a normal line. So anyway,
right. Yeah, it's obviously obviously the heaviest braking zone on the track, and it's downhill, and so the 167 might have.
What's that? Not have a player?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll try to find it while we're on playlist, but that is going to take my attention away from timing.
I'd hate to sort of make an accusation like any evidence. So if I think that would be quite good too. It's a pretty significant moment in the race as well, because those were 2 very competitive cars. I'd be very interested to see that crash from the outside.
That's a good point.
Gentlemen, can I butt in for a moment?
Please.
Yeah, so I'm standing here in the TLM USA pits with David Tuati, who I have on David Tuati's authority, is the man at TLM USA. David, first, thanks for taking a minute to talk to us. The sense, having never been down here before, I get, is that you have a lot of hands and a lot of pots at the moment. Cars all over the place. But you were super competitive at Daytona and off to a pretty eventful start this weekend at Road Atlanta. First, your race today so far, and second, feel free to talk a little bit about TLM USA, what you guys have done, and where you're headed.
Thank you. I love being here. WRL is a great series. We actually won this event with an E46 M3 last year, in GP1 and in GTO. So it was an amazing weekend. So we definitely look forward to coming back this weekend. We started 17. Unfortunately, we have like a really hard set of tires, so we have to just be there at the end. We're running top 10 right now, which is what we want to be for the championship. We're second in the Eastern Championship. So our goal today is really just get maximum points this weekend and hopefully leave here with the lead. But yes, we have 3 cars. We have the TLM Shift Up Now with Cristina Esposito. She's in the GP1 E46 M3. Then we have the TLM Raw Oil, which is the TLM Raw Oil is the 420 car with Pipa Esposito, Pipa Man, and Jody Miller. And then the TLM USA car, which is the one that I'm driving, with Steven and Jim Hammond and myself at the wheel, and we're running right now 10th place.
So, talk a little bit about the various partnerships you have. With TLM USA, you have the Rova, of course, you've got Shift Up Now. What tie-ins do each of those have to what you guys are doing here at TLM, and what's the significance of each of those?
Well, we have many customer cars and a lot of rental cars on the shop. We have about 25 cars in total between customers and owner that we own. So our rental cars usually always have a partner. Raw Oil has been instrumental. I mean, we get all the oil for the shop, for the race cars, all the fluids that we need from them. So that partnership has been extremely fruitful and helpful. I mean, when you need cubic dollars to go fast, and they provide the fluids and are very expensive. So having that for free, it's a bonus. The Shift Up Now partnership is the women movement, women empowerment, and Pippa Man and Shay Holbrook, they run it. Shay runs her own team, but she, I've known her for 15 years, and we grew up in the sport together. Pippa Man has been coaching for me, and she brought some of the women drivers from Shift Up Now to race with us. Christina has been racing with me, I think, 4 years now. So, we try to do a little bit of everything with everybody. The rental car, even though it's a rental car, finished 3rd at Daytona. It's up there, I think 5th in the championship. So all our cars are here with one goal: finish as best as possible, get on the podium, spray some champagne, and leave with a smile and a story.
You said earlier it takes cubic dollars to go fast. There are a lot of ways you could spend a lot of money, but you as an organization are here in the World Racing League. You've got BMW M2 Club Sports. You've got, like we said, a couple of cars just kind of all over the place. But you're spending it trying to chase down a championship. Why on earth the World Racing League, and why so many cars?
Well, for me, it's business. I mean, the more cars we have, the better it is for us. And we try to stay at 4 or under, just for ease of keeping a sane mind. The BMW platform at the shop, we have BMWs and Porsches only. That's all we deal with, because if not, you would go absolutely insane. Yeah, it's crazy. And we decided to run this championship for the same, it's one simple reason. It takes so much more money to go race in IMSA, to race the same cars with basically what I would consider same or lower competition over there. It takes so much more money. Here, this is incredible. I mean, I'm driving my brains out to stay with the top 5 guys at every single weekend. And I've won races and I've finished 15 against the same guys. So you have to have your game on. There's no day off. There's no, I'm going to take it easy for 9 hours. No, it's just a 9-hour sprint.
We've said up in the booth before, you walk around the paddock and there's a real electricity and a buzz down here, right? There's competition and people take this stuff really seriously. Not just because they're invested, but it's hard not to sink yourself into the strategy aspect, into making sure that you're hitting your marks on track. Do you find yourself getting sucked into these races the way you would any other professional race?
Absolutely. We're here to win, and we can be extremely, we want to pit at the exact moment. We want to get that yellow perfect. But at the same time, if the guys next door need a differential, need a wheel, I'm like, they are more than welcome to go into my trailer and grab whatever part they need, and they might beat me with my own part. But I fully expect that. I fully expect for me to go down the line, down the paddock, and if I need anything, to be able to get it from any other trailers, and that's just priceless.
As I think your crew's getting ready for a pit stop here just behind us. You're not getting in it? No, okay, very good. You guys run the M2. We've heard a couple of people talk over the years. The car's a little heavier than the 240 was. Feeling like it maybe wasn't necessarily an upgrade, but you guys have kind of leaned into it, and you've been really competitive with it. Is it a car that matches the WRL GTO spec pretty well, or do you guys feel like you're a little behind the 8 ball with it?
The car is a little heavy for what it is. Unfortunately, we meet the weight to horsepower rule, but it's still a heavy car, and it doesn't have all the goodies of like the M3s and the GT4 Caymans. So we are a little bit of a disadvantage in some places. Here at Road Atlanta, you really feel it. But the series has gotten so competitive that if you know, before we could run the Hancocks, which would last all day long and win a race. Now, if you don't have the, you know, super sticky Yokohamas, you're gonna be at second off the pace, and it's gonna hurt. So we're spending more money to go faster, but I mean that's what happens. I'm not opposed to any of it. I love it. I'm having a fantastic time. WRL is an awesome series, super competitive. I've been racing in IMSA and World Challenge and Trans Am for 25 years, and this is just as much fun as winning Daytona in 2005.
Well, we've got a ton to sink our teeth into, and now I think we can add a tire war to the top of that as well. We talked about Robo, we talked about Shift Up, now all your partners. Any other sponsors that help you guys go racing before we wrap things up and let your crew go to work?
Right now, I have to say thank you to the Hammonds, Molly Hammond, who is the pit boss. She's Jim's wife and Steven's mother. She allows me to drive her car like I stole it, which is amazing. And Jody Miller, the owner of the 420 car, who obviously just has exponentially brought our team to another level with brand new 2 M2 SCSs. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate it. Hope to see you competitive again. You guys are doing well, but Daytona was a real standout for you guys, and hope to see you back up at the top of the field again.
We fully expect to be on the podium here today too.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well timed as we're on board one of the TLM cars now. I think this is the 172. Scott, you asked if I could find the replay of the 909 losing its brakes in turn 10A, and I have terrific news for you. I assume Scott's still there. Okay.
Yeah, I was waiting for the terrific news.
Oh, okay. The terrific news is I found it. Well, maybe not so terrific news for the 01 and for the 172. Sorry, for the 909. The 172 is coming into its box now. It's the pit stop that Brendan alluded to.
And presumably you meant the 02.
Oh, you're right. It is the 02 that was hit. So I'm 0 for 2 on naming the right cars that were in that accident.
Yeah,
okay, so
yeah,
there is.
You really got that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's the. I was so interested in whether or not they're going to do a driver change, and they clearly are. No seat insert. Worth noting. Either that or they're just taking one out, but I didn't see one come out. Belted in. Engine is off while they refuel, per regulation.
Outside of turn 10, I think it might be the Lexus again.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It is the Lexus.
It looks buried. It looks like a very similar incident to what they had about 10 laps ago.
It's going to be really unfortunate timing for the 172, actually, if this does go full course yellow, because obviously...
yeah, we've seen cars buried there and they've been hot-rolled, but not that close to the track.
I think
that car's got quite a high ride height. It'd be nice if they could get it out there.
Yeah, I suspect it's the same driver, and they've maybe locked the rears or something. They're coming into the corner.
It'll be a real shame if this is the yellow flag, because we've finally got a little bit of Stratus are in the pits now, along with Irish Mikes. If this drops Stratus off the lead lap and the yellow flag comes out, I'm going to be quite angry. I want to see that car in the race.
Yeah. It's going to be awfully close, I think. But again, that's at the same time, that's the gamble that you make when you decide to not come in, because they obviously skipped pitting on that last yellow. So that's part of the gamble, is you might get caught up at the next one.
They've made the right moves here. They'll just be extremely unlucky. I don't think they will have a problem as long as they beat the 702 out of the pits. Then they were ahead of the 702 and lapping quicker. Pro Sport Competition might get really lucky because they are now back on the lead lap. As things stand, we'll see. I mean, if they haven't thrown a yellow yet, they might be going for the hot pull. My car's been there a while.
Yeah, let me see. I don't.
We can hope.
I don't see anything on the track sides that shows that they've scrambled a recovery vehicle. Doesn't mean that they won't.
Right. What was I going to... Stratus Racing. What have their lap times been recently? Well, they recently set their fastest lap. Quite a few 33s and 34s. They're now scored behind the 702.
I'm going to go to the... or would you be interested in seeing the replay for the collision, or are you in the middle of figuring something out?
Let's hold out and see. There's the yellow flag.
Okay.
So, so the cars that just pitted, if they've all stayed on the lead lap, that's great timing for them. If not, as there is the Stratus car, and they are right behind. I don't know who that was.
Gentlemen, on the topic of Stratus, can I jump in here for a minute?
Yeah.
For the first time this season, I'm standing here with somebody from Stratus Racing. It's Clay McGuirk, one of the drivers, full season drivers on board the number 59. Clay, you guys have had a heck of a season so far. And, we've enjoyed following the NP01's trials and tribulations, but this car has been revolutionized over the last couple seasons, or the last season or so. First, thanks for joining us. Second, what is driving this car like in a field full of production cars?
So there's a couple of things. I'd say the first thing is, the new updated Evo series is amazing, right? So the Sebaco has done a great job of adding a ton more downforce to the car, which makes it a lot more fun to drive, a lot better balance. We do really well on a clean lap, right? And I think you can see that from our qualifying performance. But in traffic, it's very difficult to drive because almost everybody can go slow in the corners, and when that happens, we get caught up, and then we just, we have big gaps on the straightaway. And so what we've been really focused on, and we have a static driver lineup, and the four of us have been racing together. Three of us have been racing together for years, and all of us this year. We actually do simulations, for example, on iRacing, where we simulate GT4 cars against a car like ours, and we practice where can we pass safely. Because otherwise, you're either you get frustrated, and then you end up making aggressive moves that don't work out for you, which especially don't work out for us because the car's 1,000 pounds down on everybody minimum. And then the other thing is we practice a lot of fuel savings, right? So even lift and coast if we're behind traffic. How do we make sure we go long on fuel during the yellows, because we don't have the outright pace to get by a lot of these faster cars.
It's interesting you say that. So your fuel savings and the distance you get, it's not just a matter of the formula that the WRL uses for performance balancing. You guys are actively fuel saving all the time.
Well, when you're in traffic, absolutely. Yeah. So like if you get stuck, let's say you're going down the S's and you're stuck behind somebody, you can sit there at 75% throttle, or you can lift out, coast down, and then when you get enough gap, right, make sure you're in gear and go. But you've got to be doing that, or else you're just wasting fuel and also not going fast. It's a bad combination.
One of the things we've found really interesting over the course of the season is to follow what your race pattern looks like, right? And usually what it involves is you start on pole, you can't get your tires up to temperature, so you fall back to about 15th, and then you slowly start working your way back up the field. And with a little bit of consistency and a little bit of pace where you have the opportunity, all of a sudden you look up and Stratus is back in the top 5. Is that a pretty standard experience for you guys, or are you looking to try and improve some of that? You just realize, or do you realize it's just kind of what you have to deal with now?
Well, it's a little bit. So it's an interesting thing. So one is we actually rotate through the drivers that start. So for example, today our least experienced driver started. But the other thing that's different is, let's say that we usually by turn 1 we're not in the lead, so we get passed by a few cars. What happens then is those cars slow us down where we're strong, and they gap us. So until the field catches traffic, they actually gap us. And that's the reason we fall back. And so because essentially unless we're literally in the front, we're always running in traffic. So once everyone catches traffic, suddenly the lap times equalize. But and for those first 10 laps, or after a restart especially, if we're in traffic and we can't get by people, we're losing 3-4 seconds a lap, and the leader, like Sarah Montgomery in the 702 car, great, she's making time all day. And so that's part. It's not so much tire temp as it is just if we can't get a clean run through because everyone else is kind of slow there, we're losing time, and then we can't. I mean, it doesn't, even if we got like a 5-car draft, we still lose. We're still 10, 15 mile an hour down the straightaways.
Do you guys find that that's an enjoyable part of the race for you and trying to figure out, navigate your way through an 8 or 9 hour race, or do you wish you had a little bit more power to kind of go play with these guys?
No, well, first, I don't think it would be fair if we had more power. So I think that WRL has done an amazing job of actually equalizing things and for some tracks, obviously, we do better, and some tracks worse. No, I think that it actually makes it incredibly fun, and that's part of the reason. The reason we chose to drive a prototype was because we actually really enjoy that aspect of the racing, and it's something that we've done for years, and we love it, and it's really awesome that we can come out to WRL. And what I like is that you see how it's going right now. We've got very different cars using the formula that they have, and it's a very, very competitive race.
So, with a view towards the end of the season, then. There's a lot more endurance to come, right? We saw at Daytona you guys had some issues. I think a pretty common issue with the NP01s with half shafts, right?
Yeah, well, we actually had a CV joint fail. Oh, okay. So, part of what we've been working on is in these long races, a lot of these parts are kind of production car parts, and some things need to be beefed up a little bit. And also a lot of it just is heating and cooling. So as they've added the new aero package, it's really awesome, but then airflow goes in different directions, and you got to figure out. But we had a CV joint fail, and we lost half an hour, and that put us, out of the points. But otherwise, it was a flawless run from our perspective.
Yeah, and we kind of mentioned it was sort of the anti-Stratus run. Normally, we see you guys with a ton of pace, and you're hanging out at the top of the field. And then as you cycle through drivers, you have a little bit of up and down. There, it was all consistency, just really solid lap times. And as the heat of the day kind of took everybody else's lap times away, you guys were right back in it, which was awesome. But with the endurance aspect in mind and mentioning the work that Sebico has done on improving the NP01, are you guys doing some development work mid-season on the car and trying to improve what you have, or are you sort of stuck with the package you have?
No, so we partner very closely with Ben at Sebico, and a lot of what we do is we run with Arms Up, his name is Greg Borland. It's a great shop out of Elkhart Lake, and he's run Formula cars for years, and so a lot of what we do is we're constantly doing improvements to the underbody to make it more reliable, or how do we make the aero more reliable, or how do we make this cool better. So we're doing a lot of incremental development, not so much on pace, but a lot of it on, the car was originally designed for sprint racing, right? It's the NASA prototype, hey, do a 30-minute race. It wasn't designed to come out and do 24 hours at Sebring. And so what we've been very, very focused on is how do we make the car incrementally reliable? And I think you see that. We've become more and more reliable and consistent. And that's kind of been our goal. We've been doing that all season. We're going to continue doing it the rest of the season.
So you also have the 555 Team Citation MP01 here. Are you guys kind of working together as partners with Sebico, or are these two totally independent operations?
Well, some people on our team are actually really good friends with those guys, and they've been, we pit next to each other and work together. All the information that we can get, we share with them, and vice versa. They're a great team. They're relatively new to the car, so they're getting up to speed, but they also have a Formula car background. So I expect that as they kind of work out the kinks with their car, they'll continue to increase in pace, and they'll also increase in reliability.
As a matter of personal preference, do you guys enjoy fighting against the production cars, the GT4s and the TCRs, or would you rather see a couple more prototypes in here to kind of, not give you somebody in your own class, but have a little more direct comparison?
Well, I mean, I think it's both fun. Both ways are fun, right? From my perspective, having more prototype cars would be amazing, because I think it actually is a really, for me, very selfishly, I just love the way they drive. I like having the lighter weight car with lower power. But I think we've worked well with the series and with people. There's a reason that we have 800,000 lumens of lights on the car, which hopefully makes it more visible. And we've been trying to make it easier for everyone, and because it's been really incredible, I would say. We've done a lot of different types of racing, a lot of different race series, and WRL by far has been, the best competition, the best bang for the buck, and really the most fun.
So, with that in mind, we see you guys. I don't want to say you get sucked, not you guys, but the field in general gets sucked into endurance racing and sort of treating this as if it's endurance racing at the highest level, right? The strategy calls, everybody's on point. You get a lot of, we dissect that stuff upstairs as part of the commentary. do you guys find yourself really treating this as if, hey, every second counts, every lap counts, we've got to make the best of what we've got? Or is this, do you take a look more on the amateur side or the, let's say, the laid-back side of what WRL can offer?
Well, I think the way I would put it is that we have fun by taking it very, very seriously. Now, for us, there's a certain point. So one of the things that we really try to focus on is, we're very big on not hitting other cars. We're very big on not getting injured. And then we're also very big on, we have different levels of driver skill on the team and making sure everybody gets their seat time and everybody learns and improves. But after that, we want to bring out the absolute most reliable package we can. We try to eke every lap out on pit stops. We practice our driver changes like crazy. Every single thing that we can do to absolutely maximize the amount we run in a race, we do it. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we're going to send it back up to the guys upstairs. Thank you so much for your time, first of all. Second, it's been a pleasure watching you guys as part of the series, having prototypes to kind of jump in amongst the GT4s and the TCRs and the professional cars up at the top has been absolutely just a blast to watch. And, by all accounts, you guys are still in this one today and, plenty more to come.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I would say, I think earlier you guys were a little bit counting us out. I would say never do that. We go long on fuel and we've got different drivers with different skills and I think you'll be surprised where we end up at the end of the race. We're pretty excited.
No surprises here. You guys are about as quick as it gets out there. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time and good luck the rest of today.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I think I've been
pretty bullish. We are back to green, by the way.
Yeah, we are. But anyway, yeah, absolutely. That team clearly is going super long on fuel, and it's the fastest car on the track as well. So I think they made a dodgy strategy call earlier. But other than that, the car's been absolutely got the potential to win today. But yeah, we're back under green. Watching the cars come through turn 4 now, and the Stratus MPO1 is right near the front of the queue. They've been trapped a lap down again, Joseph.
Yeah, you made that point in via text while Brit. Go ahead.
Oh, actually, no. I'm trying to work out. Are they on the tail end of the lead lap? Timing's being a bit weird.
We shall see.
But
okay, so there's the. I'll come back to it. No, that's not a spin. That was the replay.
Oh, was it?
And I cut to it by mistake. So the thing that I was trying to do in the caution, that we never actually got around to, was the replay for.
Okay, well let's go to that when we've sort of ironed out this restart, shall we?
Yeah. No, that was by accident. That wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, only 4 hours to go. That's not quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, we still have 4 hours. Yeah, so we're gonna. I think we'll have to wait for everyone to come past the start finish line. By the way, Kingpin are 0.7 of a second. So there we go. We've got Stratus. They are on the lead lap. They're a minute and a half behind. So they're on the tail end with the 01 car. So the first 2 cars we've seen at the head of the queue, which are those 2 cars there, Stratus and Hammer. That's actually a change of position. That's just happened across the line. Stratus has taken 4th place off of Hammer Motorsports 01. They are both a minute and a half behind the leaders because both of those cars pitted right before the yellow flag, which was really, really unlucky. I think they were both due. Not a lot they could have done about it. They had to pit, and the safety car came out at exactly the wrong moment for them. It meant that they got trapped a lap down, but everyone else pitted under yellow, so that cycled them through to being on the tail end of the lead lap, and that's where they are now, where they're both on the lead lap but a minute. So another yellow flag, and they'll be right back in it. I think, honestly, the Stratus car is going to be right back in it anyway. I'm going to cut myself off because the 702 has turned salmon on Race Hero and is also down in 10th, so they genuinely do appear to be missing.
I think
the 702 was our leader shortly before the yellow flag.
I believe I've lost their feed, which tells me that they're in the pits.
Yes, and the last thing I can see from their feed is them coming in the pits, and their camera does cut out whenever they come in the pits. But they're not listed as in the pits. So that makes me think maybe they took a hard right before the start line and they're in the garage.
Yeah, it may be.
I don't know if there is an entrance to the garage there. Everyone else I've seen has taken a much later entrance to the pits. Thunder Bunny number 111 has just set their fastest lap of the race. Only car in the 35s on that last lap, because Stratus were in the 34s. But other than that, that's Thunder Bunny are running 12th overall, 11th in class, because Moorhead Speedworks' GP1 car is still well inside the top 10.
So
that's the only non-GTO car in the top 18 out there. Is Moorhead Speedworks. Go ahead, Joseph.
So I don't know if we mentioned this explicitly, but the two cars that really made out like bandits with that yellow flag falling when it did were the 143 for Pro Sport and the 77 for Kingpin, because they were right on schedule for their pit stops.
Yeah, that was perfect for them, particularly as certainly Pro Sport were a lap down. By the way, we're looking at Pro Sport right in front of the TLM car that we're on board with. Pro Sport were a lap down. During the pit stop cycles, they ended up on the lead lap, and then the yellow came out right when they needed to pit. So that was perfect. Kingpin, once again, this seems to have happened 4 or 5 times, where their pace has dropped them all the way through the lead lap, and they were just about to lose the lead lap, and the yellow flag came out, and they caught back up again. So we have more gesticulations from Porter Aitken. See him in the my periphery on one of my onboards. He's very emotive with his hands. But anyway, that's in the Aitken Motorsport. What is actually? I think it's a BMW. So you're absolutely right. Thunder Bunny have now set a second consecutive personal fastest lap of the race. They are the fastest car on the track right now, even faster than the Stratus MPO1. Irish Mike's, I would argue, also made because they pitted just before the yellow, but they stayed on the lead lap, which was really important.
Yeah, it was really critical. Exactly.
It's exactly what all NASCAR teams at road courses do. They pit just before the stage breaks to make sure that they can then cycle to the front on the yellow flag. Exactly what Irish Mike's has done. They pitted just before the yellow flag. Yellow flag came out, everyone else pitted, and they cycled to the lead, which they weren't before the yellow flag. So there's a lot of teams that have made out really well. Hammer is, I think, really the biggest loser. They were on the lead, but they dropped I think they were 20, 30, 40 seconds behind the lead. Pitted, which dropped them just off the lead lap, and then the yellow came. So whereas Stratus weren't able to gain a lap, Hammer actually lost a lap.
We've got a car stopped at turn 5, at driver's right, so at the shortcut. It looks like a blue Miata to my eyes.
Trying to see if I haven't got any leads in that area of the track.
It might have cleared already, or they've gone through the shortcut.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, there's no car there at the moment. I managed to rewind Porter Aitken's on board from a few seconds ago. So yeah, nobody there right now.
So the only cars that I would question why they didn't pit that are in podium positions in class would be the 46 for Ginger Racing. They're due in about 7 laps. So they had 10 laps to their stop when the yellow flag came out, and they pit every 45 laps or so. So they were in the last quarter or so of their fuel run. Maybe they're just driving to the fuel tank regardless of whether or not there's a caution. But it may end up costing them a little bit of time. And then similarly, actually almost in the exact same boat would be the 45 of Petawatt Laser Racing, which is a great team name, running 3rd in GP2. They'll be pitting in about 5 laps, assuming trends hold. So yeah, a little curious that they're not chasing yellows, so to speak.
Gentlemen, can I offer a Team ACP update?
Yeah, you may.
Yeah, the number 52 was just being backed out of its garage area with a trail of unevaporated fluid that led up to where it was parked, which would suggest oil. On top of that, after it had left, there was a large pile of gravel that had been deposited underneath the car in its garage stall. So perhaps an off that led to an oil line issue. might be my guess there.
Oh, or maybe the converse, an oil line issue that led to an off. Are we about settled in that we can kind of finally pick the bones out of the 909 and 01 accident, or 02 accident?
I think we might be, yeah.
Okay, because I know it's frowned upon to dwell on these things, but it was
awfully close to passing on this one.
What's that?
The statute of limitations is awfully close to passing.
Yeah, I know, but now I've got it queued up, and so like this is a sunk cost situation.
Let's do it.
Okay, now I've got to re-queue it.
I'll fill by saying the stock car is back out there.
I saw that, yeah. Okay,
I don't even know what number that car is. I don't care where it is on timing. I just love that it's out there.
It's a great little car. I have a big car.
It's not little. What team is that? I got absolutely no idea what I'm even looking for. I assume it's a GTO car.
Okay, so I've got the replay, and then we'll shut up about this accident.
Yeah, let's do it.
So they're coming in. I mean, it was almost like target fixation.
That is absolutely not a brake failure. I don't believe that for a second. That is the classic, oh no, I've missed my braking point. I'm going to try and avoid everyone to the inside inexplicably.
Yeah.
The car was very slowing down. He went to the grass on the inside of the track, despite the fact that there was plenty of room to the right of the Audi. So yeah, I'm not buying brake failure on that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. It sounds to me like the series has taken an appropriately dim view on that and penalized both the team and the driver. So that's, I mean...
Yeah, it looks like they've taken the same interpretation as... Well, I won't speak for you. But they've taken the same interpretation I have. That looks very driver error to me. He was on the inside of another car, which but obviously just misjudged what he was doing relative to the second car ahead. Which, driver error.
With the benefit of some hindsight, you know, it was only a few laps after a yellow flag period, so it's possible that things were a little cold. But
yeah, absolutely. But
you should still know better. I don't.
You owe it to your competitors to take that into account, and if you make a mistake, drive to the gap. Don't drive to the apex of the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame for everybody involved, honestly. It's just it feels a little bit like a panic situation and just target fixation.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. It's a mistake was made. The driver panicked, and unfortunately, made the mistake of turning left instead of going straight.
Yeah.
But, as we said, we promised we will not dwell on that one anymore. Action's been taken by race control. I think I don't disagree with it. So,
it's reassuring to know that they will take that action. Like, to be clear, if you do a dumb thing, that's not the sort of thing that will be well tolerated, nor should it be.
It sets a precedent, and it shows that, as you say, we need to hold ourselves to higher standards than that.
Porter Aiken, we were just on board with going by one of the Civics going a little slowly. It's the second time I've thought I've seen a Civic going slowly there. It may just be the way that... Nope, that's real. It stopped coming out of turn 7.
There's also, because this is the way this race is going, there's another stopped car. It's on the way into turn 8. Sorry. Whatever the corner is after what we're calling turn 5. So...
that'll be... The right-hander after 5 will be 6. There's no magic corners between there.
Okay, so before 6, there's a car stopped. It actually looks like it might be quite heavily damaged against the barrier. I only got a glimpse of it though.
That was a little bit of a mess, and yeah.
I don't know if you can find an onboard heading towards turn 6. Porter Aitken's sort of in that area. But yeah, I think there's another car stopped to the right there.
Yeah, I think this will be our first look at it.
And there's the yellow flag. There's the car on the right. It's a yellow. I would have said it's a Turner BMW, but I don't know. There isn't one in the race, so it's got that look to it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Oh no, there's several cars off. See, there's one in the way into 5. I wonder if there's fluid down somewhere.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, was that a white car?
Yeah, it looked like a white and blue car.
Hey, there's a Civic ground to a halt and 2 cars which may well have gone off on fluids earlier on in the lap.
Unless someone's just had a really bad lap, honestly. You know, just someone just kind of collected a couple people. But that we've got cars stopped at 3 different corners. I have to believe that this is going to go full course yellow again.
Oh, it already is.
Oh, okay. I missed that entirely.
It's actually an orange BMW. The 605 has a better quality camera, so you can pick that out a little bit better. I wonder if I can improve my estimate on what that car is.
You can send that.
It is a BMW.
Yeah.
It's a very distinctive livery. Unfortunately, it's not. I would guess it's an ACP livery. It's very detailed. It's orange and yellow with some black, lots of swoops. Yeah, I don't recognize the car. So the other one was... There was a car around turn 4 or 5 area, right?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, I think that one might have cleared itself.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if that was just a misunderstanding between 2 cars. I mean, it certainly weird things can happen when a full course yellow comes out and everyone gets on the brakes at the same time in a weird spot. Yeah, that's cleared. So now we are down to 2.
We obviously have the Civic and the, I think, ACP BMW. Having said that, number 3 Fast Track Racing BMW M2 is missing, or a salmon. I have never mentioned that car, so it's very likely that I don't recognise their paint job, so that could be them. I don't see any other car missing, other than the number 2 Tangerine Associates car is missing, supposedly. Is Fast Track Racing a team we've had at previous rounds? Oh, they're in the pits now, so it probably wasn't them. In which case, it might be them.
Well,
stopped.
I think the pit stripe is a pit out, so it's possible someone's on an outlap.
No, they've just changed to pit, so it'd be the other way around.
Okay, I see. I gotcha.
I'm going to bet on it being number 2. Tangerine Associates. I'm sure the Lexus just overtook the safety car. I'm not sure how that works out.
Wave by situation, maybe? I know
we don't do wave.
Yeah, it's kind of... Maybe they thought that there was a wave by situation.
Yeah, the Lexus was ahead of the Pro Sport car and behind the safety car. Another few cars also got waved by, so yeah, apparently we're doing a wave by now. That's new. Anyway, Pro Sport are actually in the lead. That's when was the last time we saw them in the lead in this race? It was very early on.
Trying to remember if we had seen them in the lead.
Yeah, no, they led the entire first stint. Lap 38 was the last time they were in the lead. Well, they managed to sneak into the lead a couple of times on pit stop rotation since then, but they are now genuinely in the lead. Ahead of Irish Mike's. Kingpin again have been just... The safety cars have saved... Well, I mean, they hadn't dropped that far back, obviously. We hadn't had that long since the last safety car. Stratus are now going to end up right behind the leading 3 for the really the first time in the race since they led off from pole. They then dropped to 21st in the first stint and have been steadily working their way back up since then. And yeah, managed to get themselves on the lead lap in these yellow flag cycles. Hammer Motorsports are also going to end up on the lead lap, I think. I think they may have been one of the cars that just got a wave by. Out of interest, the Chattanooga Touring car is behind the late model, or the Pontiac, whatever we're calling it.
I'm going to run predictions here, and I'm going to immediately caveat it by saying that I think the yellow flag situation, as in the ongoing yellow flag situation, is going to make that pretty difficult to predict accurately. So these are basically going to be the roughest of estimates in terms of trying to figure out what to look at.
Oh, are we doing a prediction?
Yeah, it's about that time. We're past halfway in the race. I think it's...
Yeah, there's a reason why I haven't asked for one, and it's because I figured it won't be able to do anything with all these safety cars.
I tend to agree. But we might as well take a look anyway.
Gentlemen.
Pin Racing are in the pits. Fast Track Racing are in the pit. I mentioned them because as I say, we're 5 odd hours in, and I haven't even said their name.
Kingpin doing a tire change, by the way.
How many?
At the very least, they've just done the left rear. They're now doing the left front. I did speak to Tim down at Hammer Motorsports also, who reported that around halfway they'd be doing a tire change as well.
Okay. Is that unusual?
Tim's suggestion was that this was partially just a check. I don't think they have any real long distance running around Road Atlanta, so the sense I got was that this is let's see if we need to. Worst case scenario, we have fresh tires, and if we didn't need to, then we'll be fine for tomorrow.
Do you get the sense that
with the temperature being what it is right now, I mean, it is very hot and muggy, that it's probably not a bad thing, especially on a front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have any sense that they're a little maybe shy based off the tire issues that they had at Daytona?
I asked if they thought that was going to be an ongoing thing. They said no.
Okay.
So that seems to have resolved itself and been specific to the high banks of Daytona, which makes some sense. The question I wanted to ask you guys, I missed what happened with the 702 because my headphones were a little dodgy.
So did we. We don't know.
They've fallen into the Bermuda Triangle at pit entry.
They came back on a flatbed, like on the top of a flatbed.
Oh, that's very
so.
odd.
Yeah, they had made it into pit in, which makes it even odder. So it's almost like they've had. I mean, could they have broken the gearbox downshifting into pit lane? That seems most unlikely. I got to be honest.
We've asked for a little respite from the interviews till we get past lunchtime and everything here, just to get back into the swing of the race. And thanks everybody for your patience doing the interviews down in the pit lane. I know it interrupts the flow of the race a little bit, but it's good to hear from those who are, the ones paying to be here and spending their money to be a part of the World Racing League.
Quickly,
yes.
Before I forget, I had made a point coming out of the last caution that, boy, wasn't that silly of the 46 for Ginger Racing and the 45 for Petawatt Laser Racing to not pit in that last caution. Well, they've pit during this caution, so it's actually worked out just fine for them, and they've extended their fuel runs, obviously, about 5 to 10 laps longer than they would have if they had pitted early. So I'm an idiot.
I've got a lap back. I'm not up to speed on that battle, but they've got lucky there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe that was the hope. I mean, I can't imagine taking too many big swings at your luck with regards to the full course yellows, but it seems like we've had quite a few of them in quick succession here.
Yeah, the way this race is going, maybe you just if you're halfway through a fuel run, maybe you don't hit on a yellow flag, because there's a really good chance that you're going to get another one within the next half a fuel run, to be honest. So yeah, it's entirely possible. And also those guys, we've talked we've talked very little through the race about the general production classes, but the reason is because when we have talked about them, it's been to say that they are extremely spread out. So those cars running second and third in GP2, if they want a chance at getting back into it, then they've got to take a swing, get laps.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it through normal running. By the way,
they've lost those 3 or 4 laps in at a time because of the way they've normally been running, right? The cars at the top just have such pace that, they're losing laps on a pretty regular basis. So at that, to that point, what sense does taking a big swing at your strategy make? I don't know. What's your sense of the race so far, guys? We're past halfway, 5 hours, 12 minutes down, under 4 hours to go. It's felt kind of fractured through most of the afternoon, at least from my end.
Yeah, the sense is that there's no consistent sense because the hot poles haven't materialized for whatever reason. That's not a criticism. It's just kind of not the it's not matching what our priors were going in. So I wonder if there's been an incident and the marshals just don't feel safe, and so we've kind of reverted back to these. So it has broken up the race a lot. It's going to give the drivers obviously a lot of much needed rest, as hot as it is out there, which will be, I'm sure they'll be thankful for. But it's going to also make it tricky to fall into a rhythm and avoid making mistakes.
The 909's just done about a half lap of the paddock and pulled back in front of where its pit stall is.
But yeah, my sense is the same. It's been, it's been a frustrating time so far. We haven't, it's not really become an endurance race very much. It's been a series of an IMSA style series of sprints. We tend to mention it every time. And particularly, the fact that we've had faster cars trapped laps down has actually increased the interest a little bit. I've enjoyed watching Stratus struggle against the relentless onslaught of yellow flags, but that's not. Yeah, I'd say that's not what we're here for, is it? We're here for to see a race.
Did we mention that? Did we mention, by the way, that the 01 has come in pit?
It's come and gone already, actually.
Yeah.
So I did mention that they will have caught back up. I think the last thing I mentioned is that I think that they had a wave by. Either way, they're definitely up behind the leaders in the same safety car train on the lap.
It's worth noting they weren't really due. They've kind of short pitted just because they could.
Right at the back of the train, so there's no loss for them to.
Sure. Yeah.
And Ben says they're taking tires. Actually, no. Did he say they were taking tires on this stop?
They said they were going to, but that was also about 45 minutes ago. They didn't this time. As far as I could tell, it was fuel only, but that may have happened earlier. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
so
we've got less than 4 hours to go, so I'm not sure when they're planning on doing.
It could have been done under a previous yellow right around halfway, but I'm not sure.
Really quickly, let's run through predictions, acknowledging that they will probably be nonsense.
Doesn't matter, Katrina's excited, so...
Okay. So, we would place bets on the 143 for Pro Sport. They are the current leader, so no surprise there. The things that are surprising to me is that we're predicting the 77 for Kingpin to basically swap positions with the 95 for Irish Mike's. So Irish Mike's is in second right now, Kingpin is in fourth. We're kind of predicting the reverse of that. The Kingpin might end up second, and Irish Mike's in fourth. Stratus, we expect, will hold station in third, which is interesting to me. I think there's going to be, we give them almost even odds of finishing second or third, so they're definitely in competition, even mathematically. I think, practically speaking, it might be even tighter than that. They might have a shot to win.
My sort of what's the word? I guess
intuition, instinct.
Yeah, I guess intuition. My read on it using intuition is that Pro Sport and Stratus are the two fastest cars, and they're also two of the cars going longest on fuel. Actually, it's not true. Irish Max is going longer, but Pro Sport's going relatively long. Stratus is going longer. Pro Sport's is relatively fast. Stratus is faster. So Yeah, not sure. The only reason I would have to believe that Stratus might not be the favourites right now is driver inconsistencies we've seen potentially, and then I've got no explanation for the Kingpin prediction because they've since the first hour they've had no pace to threaten Irish Mike's, and Irish Mike's is going way longer on fuel. So yeah, not sure about that one.
Yeah, it's curious. I'd be keeping an eye on that one as it develops. GP1.
Like lining up for a restart, by the way.
Okay, then I'll be quick. GP1 is looking favorable for the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, which is about holding station. Same for the 46 and the 366, Ginger and TLM USA. Yeah, there is the green flag. And it is a Hornet's Nest going into turn 1.
Yeah, that was Irish Mike's on the inside of 3 wide. They're running second. Pro Sport obviously got a clean break and have extended a nice little 10-15 car length lead, but now Irish Mike's has clear road as well, so this should be... I'm actually really curious to see how much pace Irish Mike's has relative to Pro Sport. I have no idea which team that blue BMW in third is, but they are giving Irish Mike's a really hard time right now. I don't think it's... Well, it's definitely not Stratus, so that car is not on the lead lap, the blue BMW. I would guess possibly Team GTR 99, who have pitted again. I think they've had a long pit stop again, gone 4 laps down. They seem to be making a habit of that. Yeah, they had an 8-minute pit stop on the last green yellow flag, so they've dropped another lap there. And they do appear to be actually overtaking Irish Mike's right now. And I think that's GTR 99. I could be wrong.
In GP2, really quickly, I don't expect any surprises there. So basically, as they run is more or less how we think they'll finish, which is interesting in its own right.
Well, that race has been extremely spread out, hasn't it? There was a Cayman getting involved there with what I believe is GTR 99. And yes, in fact, that car has moved up to third on the road. That car isn't on the lead lap, so again, who might that be? Not sure. This is where we need Brendan. He's much better at identifying the cars than I.
There's a teal-ish BMW that looks a little bit like the Hitman BMW, but I know they're not here. That looked awfully tight coming out of 12. Not sure they knew that they were 3 wide.
Hitman is here.
Oh, well then maybe that's the... Excuse me.
Down in 27. Yeah, because I tend to do these races remotely and often rely on timing and onboards, I end up being really bad at actually identifying the cars in person. And then we've
gone yellow again, by the way.
Oh, we have. To finish that point, Daytona didn't help because the commentary box was about 3 miles from the racetrack. It was an awesome view, but not really close enough to ID cars that well.
That...
We're missing a Civic, 2 Civics.
Hold on, I'm not 100% sure. Did we may never have gone green on timing. No. Okay, so that's a timing error. Okay. So we are still green all around the track.
Frozen feed isn't helping.
Mine's not.
Oh, okay. I may have to reload then. The frozen feed's still not helping me.
And then final prediction is basically holding steady in GP3 as well, although I think that's going to be a little bit of a fight on between the top 5 between the 85 AOA and the 737 of Separate Checkbook Racing. I assume Separate Checkbook Racing is operating under an LLC.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that name. Interesting one. Don't know what to make of that. Yeah, so pace-wise, Irish Mike's relatively clean air, but they are being harassed by a couple of lapped cars. But they appear to have no pace at all relative to Pro Sport at the moment. That gap's extended to 7.7 seconds. Another 11 back to Stratus, who do have decent pace, despite being mired in traffic right now. So they're 18 seconds off the lead. 28 seconds off the lead is Kingpin, who actually a 37.7 is about as quick as I've seen that car for a while, I think. Yeah, they've been in the 39s and 40s consistently. So, desperately trying to prove Joseph's prediction correct, and mine to be wrong. And then Hammer Motorsport 37 seconds off the lead, which seems like a lot considering we just had a restart. Obviously, they would have been right at the back of the queue. Team GTR 99 has just set their fastest lap of the race, 34.1, which is by far the fastest lap currently. As in, they are the fastest car on the track right now. That backs up my assumption or prediction that they are the car harassing the leaders at the moment. So that's interesting. W2W's just set 981 has just set their fastest lap, but it's a 39.9, which is not quick for a GTO car. But anyway, Team GTR 99 running 14th, very, very quick right now. We've seen this in the past with GTR 99, haven't we? That they are.
They're just steady.
Well, no, this is the thing. They have one very fast driver who crops up in the middle of the race and suddenly sets the fastest lap over and over again. This might be that phase right now. And they're absolutely not steady. They've been having 8-minute pit stops over and over and over again.
A little bit of tire squeal on the triple one. It was kind of fun to hear. The 147 has pitted out of the lead in GP1. I suspect that they'll hold that. Additionally, maybe more interesting is the 93 for TC Klein, who was running third in GP3, has pitted about 3 laps after their previous. So that's curious. I don't know if something's going on there. I'll check the race control log for the 93. I don't see anything obvious. So it's like they've done a drive-through for the fun of it. I really don't understand what happened there.
Which team's this? Sorry.
The 93 for TC Klein, third in GP3. They've come into the pits for what looks like a really short. Maybe it's a loose belt situation or something like that. I don't really know.
Yeah, it could really be anything at this point.
Because it's awfully, they didn't seem to lose that much time, but they did take to the pits.
Let's see, laptop. Well, they haven't finished their outlap yet.
That's true. They may have. Yeah, we need confirmation from Brendan as to where that loop actually is.
I think it's the start line.
Okay.
Yeah, one of their previous pit stops, their in-lap was a 2:04, and the one they just did was a 2:11.
So they may not have come out yet.
Because it's their second pit stop in 4 laps. That's
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why it's a problem.
I don't think they've necessarily not lost much time. Oh, we're under green.
Okay, good.
Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful for me.
Trying to work out this onboard we've got at the moment seems
maybe the 605.
It's very zoomed in, but I don't know.
It's a little off kilter.
Yeah, it's great when a car's overtaking them on the inside of turn 3. You get to see the car from miles back.
Yeah.
I imagine a car overtaking to the left is super helpful. Right, so another fastest personal lap for W2W, but again, that's the car that's struggling to get under 140.
Yeah. Wait. I haven't seen the. I'm not convinced we haven't lost the 147 somewhere.
147.
That'll be the leader in GP1. They're still showing as in the pits on my monitor, and that may be a lie.
I think that's a lie. Because
Okay.
they are running 10th. Yeah, they've set a bunch of lap times since we went green. So yeah, I think you might have a bug there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, running 10th, 14.5 seconds behind the 111 Thunder Bunny car. Happy birthday. Was it Bryson?
I think it's just Bryce.
Oh, Bryce, yes, of course. Yeah, 14.5 seconds behind the 111 car. So, and still miles out for the GP1. What is that? One versus, yeah, 5 laps ahead.
We've got a couple of cars under investigation for contact. The 147. This happened about half an hour ago, but it's still pending, so it's still relevant. The 4 and the 1. Sorry, I'll start that over. The 147 and the 9. The 147 is, I believe that's Moorhead, and the 9 is one of the ACP cars, are under investigation for contact. I suspect we'll need one of them to come into pit for either refuting or corroborating video evidence. Similarly, we've got the 99 and the 45 under investigation for contact. 45 is, by now, I think, well down the order 2. No, I'm sorry. That's I'm forgetting my numbers. That's the third place car in GP2, and the number 99, which is Scott said, has been on the struggle bus a little bit today, down in 13th in class.
Yeah, only during pit stops. It's been fast enough on the track, and certainly recently it's been setting some good laps. So yeah, they've had an odd race. I wouldn't mind actually catching up with them at some point, finding out what's been going on. Because yeah, as you said, we usually expect them to just tick off laps and come from 15th to end up in the top 3 by the end. Stratus Racing are now 1.3 seconds behind Irish Mike's for second. Considering that Stratus were right near the back of the train on the restart and Irish Mike's were right at the front, that's a significant gain. And even on the last lap, they were 3 seconds faster. So that change might happen on this lap. Sadly, no onboard switch would help us out there. No idea where they are on the track. Joseph might be able to find them, but...
Well, which cars are these? I'm kind of bouncing around a few different things.
Stratus is 95, and Stratus is obviously the MPO1.
Ah, right, okay.
But yeah, they should be really, really close on track, and that passes in them, I think.
I want to make the point really quickly that by 4 o'clock, so that'll be the last hour of racing, we'll be up to about a 40% chance of rain. It doesn't look threatening, but we've got some big puffy clouds in the distance, and that almost always means that there's weather in the area. Or at least weather that would like to show up.
Pretty dark, or now in front of us. I don't think they look rainy, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Just waiting for Irish Mike's to come across the line. In fact, Stratus has made that pass. 7.2 seconds off the lead, going 2 seconds a lap faster than Pro Sport competition. So, despite Joseph writing Stratus off earlier on in the race,
how dare you?
Allegedly, they are now in a really great position to take the lead, and as we've been saying all along, that car is extremely good on fuel, it seems. When did they pit last? They pitted last on lap 145, relative to Pro Sport on lap 146. So I'm assuming Joseph can back up the fact that we're not expecting Stratus. Well, we're expecting Stratus to go, what, 10 laps longer than Pro Sport?
I've got the 59 is coming in 21 laps, and Pro Sport as coming in 8, so about 13 laps difference between the two.
There you go, I wasn't far off.
No.
So yeah, Irish Mikes again. They're off the pace on this stint. Kingpin is not off the pace after me slandering them by saying that they've got no hint of race winning pace. They are currently almost as quick as Stratus on the lead lap, 21.6 seconds off the lead. But that's, to be honest, with the way the safety cars have been coming in this race, all you need to be is on the lead lap with some pace, and they are right there. Hammer Motorsports are... Stratus just ruined my sentence in the middle of it. I was about to say Hammer Motorsports are the fastest car on the track right now. Stratus are now the fastest car on the track, but Hammer Motorsports are lapping very nicely at the moment. 36.0 on the last lap. They're about 30 seconds off the lead, but again, they're right in it. That's all they need for now. We still have 3 hours and 28 minutes to go. Some thoughts about them potentially changing tyres at some point, which might.
Was this the Hammer car?
Yes.
Brendan reports that they have done.
Okay, that might be where their performance is coming from then.
Yeah. We assume that if you're going to change tires on a TCR, you do it on the front, given that you can only change one at a time, right?
I don't see why you wouldn't do it that way around. Yeah, not sure. I mean, we've seen plenty of races earlier in the year where they haven't bothered changing tires at all.
Sure.
So I highly doubt they're going to need rears, unless they've significantly changed their tyre. By the way, that was the Stratus car just going past the camera on the back straight. So they are closing in quite quickly on Pro Sport for the lead. So it might be good to try and track them around the track for a few laps, see how traffic looks between that car and the Pro Sport Aston, which should be about 5 seconds up the road. Stratus Racing's fastest lap of the race that time, 33.4, even though I've seen them get held up in 2 corners by traffic. So that car's absolutely flying right now. That's 2.5 seconds quicker than Pro Sport, who we can see them, in fact, they're in the same camera shot, just going up the road into turn 3. This is the Pro Sport Aston now, just coming over the curb. Stratus, there was a Porsche in between, but and that Porsche is still in between, so this will be a bad lap for Stratus. But I think the Pro Sport car is potentially about to clear a big load of traffic on the back straight, which the Stratus car almost certainly won't be able to get through. So
now, if I remember correctly, it's the Pro Sport car that had the legs over the Screaming Goat BMW at the end of Daytona, right? So if you've got a car that is difficult to pass at Daytona on the straights, this is going to be a really tough task for the NPO1.
It is, for sure. At this point, they're right in the fight. We're definitely going to get yellow flags before the end of the race. I think there's a super high chance of that. I don't think at this point they need to be taking any risks. So I wouldn't be too surprised if, they just end up getting stuck behind the Pro Sport car, and are kind of okay with that. It's not the same as earlier on in the race where they really needed to pass that 7:02 just to get back on the lead lap. I think we're at the point of diminishing returns as they get right up the back of a white MX-5.
They've certainly lost a few seconds in traffic this lap.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to say hopefully that they're in a no rush sort of attitude at the moment, because there really is. Getting the lead at this point and start pulling away, you're only going to get that leader race next time we have a safety car period. So the fact that they've got the leaders in sight, I think, is a really good position for them. Yeah,
and others have made the case, and there was some allusion to it when with Brendan's interview. It's a challenging situation to be in a lower car in a series like this where everyone expects you to be in another tin top. The NPO1's a little lower. You honestly might not quite show up in a lot of people's mirrors. It might be the roll hoop light bar is the only thing that people see. So, there's going to be some trepidation in just getting around these slower cars.
we heard, I think the driver's name was Clay, one of the Stratus racing drivers earlier, mentioned that they had 800,000 lumens or something along those lines.
I think it was 8,000. I hope it wasn't 800,000.
I think he was exaggerating for effect. But yeah.
Oh, wait, we've got the Pro Sport in the pits? No, it's a different Aston, excuse me.
Aston, that caught me out a couple of laps ago. It's very similar looking Aston. But the headlights on the Stratus car are by far the most obvious from trackside cameras at least.
Absolutely,
so, yeah, they're clearly taking things very easy in traffic at the moment, which is absolutely fine. I have no problem with that. We've had a question in YouTube chat. We try to make this definition every race just because we get new viewers. Would you mind briefly explaining the difference between GTO, GP1, GP2, and GP3?
I always forget the nuances, so I'll just give you the basics, which is that the GP 1, 2, and 3 classes are meant to be general production, so they're forced to hew a little more closely to the road car. There's less that you can do with them. The GTO is a little bit more open, and so you can run things like an NPO1. You can make changes to, I think it's the fuel tank. You can basically just make more modifications to the car. All of the classes are defined by a power to weight ratio. So GTO is the most powerful class out there for its weight. GP1 is the second most potent class, and then GP2 and GP3 will typically be your slowest class. Yeah.
They have very strictly defined quantitative windows that you're allowed to build your car to in terms of power to weight ratio. It's important to say, GTO isn't necessarily the most powerful class because I believe the engine in the Stratus MPO1, which is the GTO car and probably the fastest GTO car, is the same that's in probably some of the MX-5s, right?
Yeah, I believe it is. It may be the same engine exactly. I forget.
I think it is. I think it's the 2-litre MX-5 engine, which, I mean, that engine fits into GP3 if you have a heavy enough car.
Right. So it's not necessarily the chassis, it's not necessarily the engine, it's the combination of the two that defines where you slot in, where your car is homologated in the running.
Yeah, and then you as you were saying, there are some slightly more technical rules where if you add certain things, you lose some of or you add power effectively. So you can sometimes have a certain power to weight ratio which falls into GP3, for example, but if you add a rear wing, it gives you a bit of a penalty, so therefore you may end up in the GP2 window. But the basics of it is that all the classes are defined by certain power to weight ratios, and whatever you build your car to, you'll fit into one of the three. Obviously there are limits, which is why we've had certain GT4 cars wanting to show up, but they haven't been able to reduce their power or increase their weight enough to actually fall into the GTO category, because it still has a maximum power to weight, or a minimum weight to power, I think is how they define it in the series, but it's the same thing essentially. And the MPO1, it obviously struggles to have enough power given that it's so light. But yeah, that's the basics of how the class structure works in WRL. It's quite neat. It's why we can get cars like the one that's coming through the screen now.
Yeah, what a wild combination. The two cars next to each other.
Yeah, we've got a GT4 car and a stock car and a prototype, and they're all in the same class, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And then we had, what was it we had at Road America? I mean, the car was nowhere near competitive, but it was in GTO.
I think it was a 60s Mustang, I think.
Mustang, wasn't it? Yeah. Absolutely nowhere near competitive even in GP3, and it was classified as GTO, but hey, they were allowed to show up.
Yeah, and they were placed into that based off of power to weight. They were under the same rules as everybody else.
It's on the back straight versus the Stratus car. They came out of the corner together. It was about There's about 2 seconds between them at the end of the straight. That's very funny. But yeah.
Wait, hold on, I miss it. Is this the same lap, or is the stock car? Stock car's now outpacing the NPO1, is it?
The Stratus car is catching it.
Okay.
On the back straight, the stock car pulls about 2 seconds.
I would love to know the lineage of that. The NPO1 is in the pits.
Yep. Which is early, is it not? Very early.
It feels early.
They were last in at 145. It is now 178.
They're 14 laps early.
Feels off.
Yeah, 14 early. That's because we were expecting them to come in 13 laps after Pro Sport, who still haven't pitted.
They look well prepared for this. Fuel, adjust fuel now.
Are we back timing at this point? We might be, actually. 3 hours 18.
3 hours 20. What can they do about an hour 40? Is that what they did on their first stint?
I don't think they went that long, did they?
Well, let's look at the time. They pitted on 44, which is honestly a little on the short side.
Yeah, there's no way they'd be able to do. Well, no, their longest stint with yellow was 93 to 145.
Yeah, I don't.
That's 52.
And I'll give you another counterpoint, which is, given the frequency of yellows here, there's no reason to early pit.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. It's been sent.
Okay.
Did they short fill on a pit stop to get themselves onto the lead lap?
No, but at least there would have been no reason.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's plausible, but I don't know why you would do it.
Yeah, at the time I wasn't fully aware of the race situation. It's just a thought.
No, they got themselves back on the lead lap legitimately. They stayed out under a yellow, but then I think they then pitted on the next one.
Right.
So, there's no reason why their last pit stop would have been a short one. So, yeah, that's confusing.
On a very average camera, the Citation NP01 looks not unlike a Toyota hypercar.
Pronounce it right.
Hypercar.
Thank you. Yeah.
So yeah, that's racing down to 4th, 5th, as Hammer has now come through. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's I can't see any way that was planned. So we might be looking at our kind of race favourites in trouble here.
Have you guys addressed Devil Dog 26 on YouTube's questions about the class definitions here?
Yeah, we just spent 5 minutes doing.
Okay, very good.
I haven't addressed the 522, which was the first car off the lead lap, is in the pits and is now 6 or 7 laps down. So there's clearly an issue there, which is a shame because Choice Racing, I think I remember they won GP1 at Barber, I seem to remember, but obviously this is their GT car.
Yeah, they've been kind of on the back foot all race, at a level that surprises me a little bit. So I wonder if they've had early issues that they just haven't been able to iron out.
They were running 6th just before they pitted. I don't think I'd call that back foot. Whoa, as Porter Aiken and the stock car have a bit of a misunderstanding at the end of the back straight.
That stock car was dead sideways, still moving forward in the gravel trap at turn 5 when I was down there fixing the camera.
Nice.
By the way, full commitment through the gravel.
It's definitely a Dodge Charger, by the way. I don't know why Pontiac is listed on the list.
Well, Dodge Charger, he says in air quotes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got Charger written on the back. You can see it there on the camera. That makes it more of a Dodge Charger than a Pontiac.
Tell you what, if you were able to get back to the apex there, I think you'd be... that car has some decent speed through the corners, all things considered.
I don't think it looks bad. I need to work out... Tell me what number it is so I can actually find it on... I don't know.
That's 14, isn't it?
Number 14, okay. I think it's been... Okay, so it's the Chandler School.
Yeah.
Their fastest lap is 37.0, which is nothing to sniff at.
No, I mean, that is race pace right now.
PTO. So yeah, it's a solid car. We were we were giggling at it coming out of turn
Nose
7.
to tail with the NPO1.
Yeah, and then they were nose to tail coming out of turn 7, 2 seconds apart by the end of the straight.
Big
Despite
already moment.
over a full lap, the MPO1 is significantly, like 4 seconds quicker.
Yeah. Well, and over a clean lap as well, right? So that stock car, with the power it appears to have anyway, isn't going to be giving up as much in traffic because it can just, go away from traffic down the straightaway, right? It's got the grunt. That's where it's making most of its lap time anyway. Whereas that NP01 relies on being able to keep its speed up in the corners. So in traffic, you would assume that the 14 here actually kind of has an edge into the pit lane for that 14.
It reminds me a little bit of historics races, where you just see two cars that are just completely different eras from each other, and it's like, are you sure that you meant to put these two cars in the same entry list as each other? And it's like, yeah, I guess so. All right, have fun.
Group 4B and 7C.
Yeah.
So on the way into the pits, Porter Aitken was right behind the Charger. The Charger was all the way to the right, and that car, as you might imagine, has to slow down a little bit early to get into the pits. Porter who by the way I think has just hit a Mazda, ran into the back of the Charger as it was slowing down, and then gesticulated wildly at him.
By the way, I'm not confident that that's actually Porter Aitken. I don't know who's in it, but it's shown as Porter Aitken the entire race. So unless he's doing a marathon run,
I've seen similar gesticulations all race from that driver.
Okay, so maybe it's Porter.
Will be. They're either all very emotive, everyone who drives that car, or it has been the same guy. So.
Well, you know more Italians than we do.
A couple of things. First, I think we've got a battle developing for P2 overall. That Kingpin Porsche is catching the 95 Irish Mike's Audi. Second, the 909, having gone out and done a couple of laps, as far as I can tell, was back in the pit lane, is now being pushed manually by its crew back into the paddock.
I wonder if they just rebuilt the car ready for tomorrow and wanted to go out for a couple of laps to check, and now they're ready.
I would believe that.
Yeah, because there's not a lot. I mean, if nothing else, they don't have very many drivers left for that car.
Did you get to the bottom of what happened there? I heard some discussion earlier about somebody not having brakes.
We put it to bed. I think
we don't believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to get data back or a different onboard that says otherwise, but it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
We'll fill you in later. But yeah, we think.
Or you can rewind an hour or so. You can get our recap.
Fine.
981 W2W has turned salmon. This is the car
in the pits, Scott.
It is okay. So, do they have a pit stop before the start-finish line?
Yeah, there are about 4 cars that do. 3 of them are W2W, and then whoever's pitted right before Hammer. Everybody else is past start-finish.
Brilliant. Okay,
this one is frozen.
Same effect we had at Daytona, where we had half the field.
Yeah, just a different split because the start-finish line here is so early. Surface flag out at start, which would mean something on the front straightaway headed down to turn 1.
Well, there's a yellow flag here.
Interesting.
It's a downshift. Where's the green flag? I don't see it.
There was a green flag.
There was there?
Yep. Next marshal post.
There's a marshal post at 2, Joseph.
Yeah, there was a green flag at 2, sure. I didn't see any cause for the yellow flag. Oh, is it just that piece of debris?
No, because that I think is past perpendicular. Or sorry, rather, I think the flag stand is past perpendicular of the debris. Something else has happened here, and I'm trying to track down what it is.
I don't think it is. I think the debris is beyond the marshal post, but you would still put the yellow flag there, even if it was a few meters early.
If you were going to put a yellow flag out at all, I have questions.
Like almost on the racing line, and it's quite big.
Ooh.
348, 4 off.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Okay, so
they're sending a flatbed from start.
Okay, so I'm gonna direct your attention to. We're a little zoomed in here, so it's even worse than than it should be. But if you look to the right of the signage at the very, very back, is there a car there?
I don't see where you're.
There's a.
And also, particularly as there was a green flag right before that. Cool.
Okay, let's follow these trucks around. Let's see where they end
The race
up.
control log says car 3 at turn 1.
Oh, somebody hit the debris.
To drivers. Yep, to drivers left, Joseph.
Where are they? I don't see them.
Oh, you know what? There's a cut in the wall there. I wonder if they've pulled up to drivers left and let it roll back into the cut.
Okay.
There's no mention of impact or anything like that. This is the fast track racing entry. They're 30th overall. It's M2 Club Sport.
Oh, are they down to 30th? That car was in the top 10 earlier.
They were. So they pitted again after they had a 27-minute lap in the pit, lap in the pits and then back out, and never got below a 143 before this latest.
By the way, Joe, Kingpin is right behind Irish Mike, so I'm not sure if you're able to, if we want to get some racing before we inevitably get a full yellow here.
I did mention this was developing a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah. Developed. It's fully developed.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there is definitely this is not quite NBC it, but you can tell in the digital noise that there is a car behind that white tire barrier. And that's what they're recovering, and that's what the local yellow is for. Have we gone full course yellow yet? No, we have not.
From the looks of things, I'm just sort of watching. Well, give me a second here. So I've rewound. Oh, so that car had something fail at the right front. Oh, it's a whole right front suspension failure. The whole right front corner of that car is basically collapsed and
Wait, hold on.
was
The right
around
front
on the way into turn 1. Yes, the right front on the way into turn 1, which might suggest some contact of some description, but nothing confirmed there. The replay we have on Caster has it appearing in the shot at turn 1 with a broken right front, very much wobbling around. It drops the debris that's in more or less the center of your screen there at turn 1, and then pulls off to driver's left up the hill, and then he just lets it roll back into that cut to driver's.
I wonder if something's broken, and and the fact that he's gone off is not a result of not being able to control the car, but just going off as soon as possible.
He pulled off very aggressively to driver's left. Like, it was a very intentional move.
Yeah, okay.
Could we have the back straight camera, Joseph?
That one?
Sure.
Which...
I was just expecting Irish Mikes and Kingpin to come through any moment. I saw them going through turn 1 and they were pretty much nose to toe. I think this might be them here. That's Irish Mikes. And that's Kingpin. So this is the battle for second overall. I think Kingpin might be another team with some, with perhaps one much more experienced driver than the others, and this, I imagine this might be the starting driver to take him back over again, because this pace looks similar to what the car had at the start of the race.
A little surprised that they've left that green, that they left that a local yellow. Can't say I'm mad about it, but it's an awfully fast part of the track.
That's a part where it's easy to make a mistake that you can't really come back from.
The word in the drivers' meeting, much like we had at Daytona, was that hot poles will be encouraged or allowed and attempted up until they give them a reason not to. Now, there are corners where that's not really practical, but my guess is so far that they've had a reason to trust the drivers, and maybe they're happy to let this be a hot pole.
I'd argue the Lexus at turn 10 was in a less safe position, a more safe position than these trucks right now.
In that it was well after turn-in, basically. After all the slowing would be done.
Yeah, and it's just generally quite a slow corner. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, as you say, I'm not going to argue with them leaving us under green for a little bit. Kingpin's closed up slightly on the Irish Mike's car now. I think Irish Mike's
lights
fine.
up the back of the...
Actually, I think Kingpin's coming in the pits.
Yeah.
Looked like they were holding tight out of the last corner.
I feel like this car's been in the pits fairly recently.
Which
160, it's 187. The Kingpin car. This is only a 27-lap stint from them.
Are they expecting a... If they're expecting a yellow, full course yellow, they really shouldn't pit because I think they're going to lose a lap.
Kingpin's early, but not terribly early. They're about 5 laps early by my numbers.
I would absolutely stay out, considering that there's a reasonably high chance of a full course yellow here, if possible, obviously.
Pro Sport is exceeding their stint length for the day, by the way. So they're kind of on borrowed time in terms of their fuel run.
Yeah. I think we were expecting.
Well, we've had a lot of yellow, haven't we?
Yes, exactly. Irish Mikes, we expect them in about 10 laps.
So Hammer should pick up P3 here, shouldn't they? The 0-1.
We're getting towards the point where Irish Mike's is going to be able to make it on one more stop after this next one, because they went more than an hour and a half in their first stint, I think.
I buy that. I think they've got 2 stops to go.
Yes, this and then their next one and then one more.
Because they won't begin for another 10 laps, so they'll be safe.
They will last at 145. Yeah, I'm with you, Scott.
Whereas I don't think any other car that either pits now or has already pitted, they've all got 2 more stops, I think.
The 0-1's come through and picked up 4th. Stratus will be next.
The fact that this hasn't gone yellow yet is actually really unfortunate for a lot of teams. 525 has just had to pit under green.
It's only unfortunate if it now does go yellow. But yeah, I get your point.
Right, yeah.
Stratus comes through.
Second place, Aiken Racing, also in the pits. These are all scheduled, by the way. These are all basically when we expected them.
So I'm looking at the 77 pit stop here, guys, and the car is not up on jacks. There's no fuel going in. There is just a pit crew member kneeling next to the left rear tire, either changing pressure or taking temperature. My guess is actually potentially a pressure change.
Are you sure that he's not looking? Are you sure he's not looking for excessive tow or camber?
He didn't seem to be looking at or for anything. He was just sort of up against the wheel with his hand on it, almost like he had a compressor around his belt or something, and he was either letting air out or putting air in to the left rear tire. Now, as the temperatures come up, it wouldn't shock somebody to think that maybe the left rear has got a little bit overinflated or something like that. But he sat there for quite a long time with nothing else being done to the car.
Yeah, that's the thing that doesn't... I don't remember if we're legally required to separate fuel and other service.
Yes.
So is fuel going to go in the car? I can't imagine it wouldn't. If you're already stopped, you might as well.
It already had.
Oh, okay. I see. I misunderstood.
Except for that. Now, remember, too, they changed at least left side tires under their last stop, which I think was under full course yellow. It was, lap 160. They were one of the few teams today I've actually seen change tires, and they did left sides, but it looks like they made an adjustment then to the left rear on this most recent stop. Very interesting. Especially because you would assume that even with 3 hours of running left, if it's going to take 15 or 20 seconds, maybe longer to change pressure on tires like that, and you're going to be stationary for that long, perhaps it's not worth the adjustment. But not sure. Leader into the pits, 143 Pro Sport competition.
Right, so they are not going to be able to make it on one more stop from here. So this puts Irish Mike's... actually, this was their longest stint, wasn't it? Do we think this has been an hour and a half since their last pit stop?
Irish Mike's just come through in the lead. Pro Sport was last in at 147. It's now 190, so 42 laps. With all that yellow, yeah, it's... no, probably not, Scott.
So, yeah, I think it's fairly... And they would require a lot of yellow anyway, so I think it's fairly safe to assume they need 2 more stops after this, whereas Irish Mike's is probably not going to need 2 more stops. So, massive advantage to Irish Mike's right now. Hammer, potentially as well, considering it's the same car.
Yeah, but we mentioned it was the same car once already today, and Hammer did not have anywhere near the fuel mileage that Irish Mike's did, at the very least on the first stint.
Yeah, I mean, they did admit they short-fueled, but not by that much. But
not by that much, yeah.
We'll see when's Hammer Motorsports due in the pits, Joseph?
I'm sorting out some onboards. I'll let you know as soon as I'm done with that.
Last stint at 161, Scott, and their longest stint with yellows was 92 to 144, so 42 laps there as well.
Okay, so we're not expecting them for another 10, 15 laps.
52 laps, isn't it? 92 to 144.
Okay, so we're not expecting them for like 20 laps, so they've got 2 stops to go from now.
Yes.
I just saw 2 cars coming in the pits, and I was absolutely expecting one of them to be Hammer, because that's the way things have gone so far.
And with Hammer going deeper than Irish Mike's, potentially a shorter fill on that Hammer car at the end of the race, if everything stays as it is.
Is Hammer going deeper than Irish Mike's?
When's Irish Mike's due in? 145.
So yeah, they're due in quite soon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to go about 15 laps deeper.
Okay, so I'll give you my projections for pits really quick. I know you guys have been doing the mental math, but so 90 Irish Mike's I expect to pit in 6 laps. The 01 for Hammer we don't expect for another 20. So with about 2.5 to go, 2.5 hours to go. Pro Sport, after this stop, we'll expect in another 38 laps. And Stratus, we expect another 32 because they're a recent taker also. Although that last one obviously was slightly off schedule.
Yeah, so I think Irish Mike's, Hammer Motorsports, and Stratus Racing, which is our top 3 right now, they've all got 2 pit stops left to make from right now. They're separated by 36 seconds total. I think the shortest final stop is going to be Stratus, and then the second shortest final stop is going to be Hammer, and the longest final stop is going to be Irish Mike's, which is the reverse order of how they're running at the moment. So that should make things super interesting if we go green.
So with that Stratus car having been in within the last 15 laps, if we think everybody is good on... that Stratus car will need 2 more stops as well, right?
All 3 of them will need 2 more stops, yeah.
Pro Sport probably also 2 more?
Yes.
I would have to think so.
Yeah, I didn't add that because I don't know where they're going to end up filtering into the... I think they're going to end up being quite a long way behind.
Well, let's see where they come out here, because that... We'll get an idea of who is left in contention on that same number of pit stops.
By the way, yeah, Kingpin came out of the pits, so presumably that wasn't a huge issue.
No, it was just, it cost them more time than it otherwise might have. They sat there stationary.
Doing nothing?
The tire pressure adjustment, or what appeared to be a tire pressure adjustment.
Oh, okay. That's very odd.
I just can't...
Yeah.
All right.
It's the only thing...
It had to have been a question of tire health, because I kind of
They changed tires, Joseph.
I kind of don't quite buy that the tire pressure makes that much difference. Maybe somebody will...
Right. Are you saying they changed tires and then in the same pit stop changed tire pressures?
No, in back-to-back pit stops.
Oh, okay. I mean, that car was quite fast, so there's really no reason to change the weight.
And especially if it costs them 20-plus seconds sitting stationary.
Hammer Motorsports has gone salmon.
The only thing I can imagine is that maybe they felt a vibration or something and they just wanted to double check the tire pressure.
Hammer car's not in the pit lane, by the way.
Yeah, I think this might be an issue. Which is a real shame, because we were just trailing how good a race this looked like it was setting up to be. Pro Sport, by the way, were on the last lap were 2 minutes behind Hammer, so they really were, or are even, kind of out of contention without a safety car. And even with a safety car, they will end up a lap down at this point. Although Irish Mike should be pitting quite soon. Stratus has moved into second, so yeah, this is an issue for Hammer.
There's no movement from the pit lane crew down at Hammer, although a little bit in the garage area, but nothing frantic. The 02 appears to have been a retirement for today, by the way, for the Bachelor. They've sat off to pulled that car off to one side. No sign of the 01 up over the top of the hill, though.
Yeah, I don't see any sign of the car trackside. As in stationary.
The car's lost over 2 minutes at this point because Pro Sport have...
stationary yellow at 10.
Yeah, I saw that.
Way off to driver's left there, guys.
Yeah, I think I saw that as well.
Probably outside the range of our turn 10 camera.
It's definitely. I didn't see a thing and still don't.
But maybe not outside the range of the turn 10 camera replay.
You find that.
I can do that.
No, there's the Hitman car.
By the way, Aitken is out of the Aitken Motorsport, Aitken Racing car, so I think our drive tracker is working.
Okay.
Either that or you've called them out.
That's true. That's a possibility.
Race Control have just noticed that they've spent 6 hours in the car.
Yeah. That's
taking a dim view.
Yeah. Hey, while we've got some quiet, would anybody be up for an ad break, which we haven't had in a bit?
Yeah, I think I'm about to get the 01 into the shot here, by the way. That car has had a left front suspension failure.
Huh.
And that was preceded by dropping the left front over the backside of the turn 10 curb.
They are scrambling an EV now from... Looks like it's the EV that was stationed at turn 12 that's just going to go all the way around the track. Probably take the shortcut.
So, I kind of hate to bring this up, but did we not have something very similar happen at Barber? Not Barber, Road America.
Nope. They had the ABS failure at Barber. It did happen at Road America while that car was in the lead.
And that was a right front suspension failure. I know this is left.
Well, this is left front, but still.
It's a front suspension failure.
Yep. They've also broken an axle on the 02 today, although this, I would assume, is a steering arm rather than an axle.
Yeah, because if I remember right, the I just figured out the car that looks like a Mondeo is the Lexus. It's just from further away. Anyway.
Wow, that is the either most or least charitable thing I've ever heard.
I'll leave it. But I just saw it flash past, and then as it got closer into better definition, I realised what it actually was. But I think from a distance with our cameras, it to me, to my head, it looks like. But anyway, I'm just wondering. Yeah, those two Hammer steering arm failures, both I believe were unprovoked. And we obviously haven't been keeping a super close eye on that car this race, but I don't think it's had any contact.
This one was immediately preceded by dropping it over the back of the turn 10 curb, the left-hander.
Sure. I mean, unprovoked beyond what you would expect from driving a racing car on a racing track.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. I mean, TCR cars are designed for sprints, so...
Right.
not super shocking.
Don't look now, but guess who the fastest car on track is?
I'm afraid to ask, actually.
Is it? Please tell me it's the Charger.
It's not. Although it's the one that a Charger we were comparing to the Charger a little bit earlier.
I wondered if it was the NPO1.
The NPO1, yeah, that's been a consistent theme. When they're in clean air, they are the fastest car.
Well, but everybody else has slipped not just out of the 37s and 38s, but now into the, well, except for Irish Mike's, into the 40s. And some of that is probably traffic or yellow flag related. But even so, the NP01 in the same circumstances was able to drop a 36.6.
Wow. Turn 10 is an absolute car park. What is going on?
They didn't want to pass the EV. I assume.
No, it's the Charger that's holding them up. The Charger doesn't want to overtake the EVs, and nobody can overtake the Charger.
Yeah, the driver of the Charger needs to know that he's allowed to overtake course vehicles under yellow flag, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
As long as the track is green. The MPO1 was in that queue, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Stratus Racing has consistently been the fastest car on the track this driver stint, when it's had clean air. But yeah, you're right, wow, that was a 150.
150.
Yeah, that did not help.
I mean, it looked like a pace lap.
Yeah. Usually, when it has been the fastest car on the track, it's not been doing 36s. So yeah, I think you're right that the track is slowing down. Race conditions are a bit slower. It might be that everyone's slowing down a lot for this yellow flag as well, adding a second or two to lap times.
Well, remember, too, at Daytona, Scott, when things got really, really warm in the middle of the day, that was the fastest car on track on a pretty consistent basis. On a track it should not have been the quickest just by nature.
Yep.
Okay, so while we've got the recovery vehicles out, doesn't look like they're going to throw a full course yellow. Should we throw 2 ads?
Yes, we should.
Terrific. I'm going to do that now.
So, are you prepared?
Oh, am I ever for once?
Okay. Yeah, Cooper tires. And of course, we'll tease 24 hours of Sebring because we want everybody to do the 24 hours of Sebring along with us up in the commentary booth. DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody along for the ride today. And be back with you in a couple of minutes' time from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Still no answer on the proper bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. I'm not sure. Is this chili country? Is Georgia chili country? Probably not, right?
It's America. It's all chili country.
Yeah. I don't know if this is our opportunity. I highly doubt it. Maybe Sebring. Florida's chili country. In that there are a lot of chilies in Florida. Anyway.
Okay. Thanks for that, Brendan.
You're welcome. Back to Road Atlanta. Under 3 hours. 2 hours 44 left to go. We head towards 5 o'clock in our checkered flag for the first of our Enduros this weekend. You ride on board the Thunder Bunny Racing, number 111 BMW M2 Club Sport. Fresh off a run at Pikes Peak a couple of weekends ago. 147 lets off the throttle exceedingly early on the way into turn one.
There's a little more air in Atlanta than there is at the top of Pikes Peak.
Noticeably thicker here, too, with a number of C's.
Yes.
They just brought the number 01 Hammer Audi into the support paddock.
That's not very supportive.
No, and I'm a little curious as to why, because unless they were concerned about crossing the track underneath the bridge and trying to get into the main pit lane, and their idea is just to bring it out and over the bridge, it's about the only other thing I can think of.
I don't know where you would do that. That's not a drive-over bridge.
It is.
Or where?
Turn 11.
Oh. Up there.
Yes.
That seems very out of the way.
Well, so what's the
I mean, at least there will be a way to take care of this, but I don't think I follow what's happened here.
No, they pulled the number 01 Audi out of the gravel trap on the outside of turn 10, right, on driver's left. And instead of crossing the track and getting into the pro pit entrance on driver's right, they've stayed down the motorcycle course and straight up into the support paddock that sits behind the Michelin tower that I'm in right now.
I get that part. I'm not quite sure I follow the logic of maybe.
Again, I don't either.
I was trying to get this in before it changed, but you guys wouldn't shut up. We had a GP1 car in 5th place. It's just been overtaken, unfortunately, so it's down to 6th. But I just wanted to point that out because we like to celebrate lower class cars that manage to get themselves so far into the GTO field. So well done. More head speed works.
There's been an awful lot of variance in this race, more than I think I expected.
Yeah. Well, and there's something to be said there too about WRL and what we see on a regular basis when we do these races. It would be easy to think, oh, an 8-hour race is an 8-hour race. Your strategy is your strategy. Why mess with whatever you've got? But on a pretty regular basis, these things change, and really no two races are anything remotely the same. Sometimes the same players, but more often than not, that's not really true. Very interesting.
I'm going to run some predictions. I haven't decided if they'll be useful, but I'm going to run them. And so we'll have them. And so we'll talk about them. And then we'll talk about why they're wrong.
Yeah, and then we'll mock them.
Yes.
I mean, that's half the fun, right?
Now's as good a time as any, because we've had, I want to say, best part of an hour without yellow flag, so...
Yeah, I was going to wait until the bottom of the hour, and I kind of... There's a part of me that's like, I don't know if we're going to make it that far.
I think it's unlikely.
Yeah.
The only thing we're expecting in the short term here is a pit stop from the overall leader, so I'll keep an eye out here and let you kind of launch into this, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, Irish Mike's are they on the lead lap on their own at the moment? No, Stratus must be.
No, it's about 30 seconds. They lost a whole heap of time, caught up in the queue of cars behind the safety vehicles down at turn 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is, 30 and a half.
Who do you think is our favorite to win right now?
Okay.
Wait, give me your punditry before I give you the numbers.
I would not be shocked if either Pro Sport or Stratus is one of your top two there. I would be a little surprised because of Stratus, because I think they now have their quickest driver in the car, and your data would not reflect what is to come, but more, you only have the data that that it's been fed, which is some variance in lap time and a slightly slower start. So I would be shocked if it has, a little surprised if it has Stratus, but I think that if your software is smart enough, there's a potential.
What do you think, Scott?
I'm not going to try and preempt driver changes, and I'm not going to try and preempt what your program does logically. So, and I'm going to say that all things being equal, Stratus should win, because I think their last pit stop is going to be short enough to jump Irish Mikes, and I think on average they're faster.
In the pit lane, Irish Mikes, by the way.
84 out of 100, 59 Stratus.
There you go.
Nice.
And
then it's Irish Mikes, presumably. I don't think Pro Sport's really in it, are they?
It's actually got Pro Sport with a better shot than Irish Mikes. It is going to be close, though. I think it's going to be neck and neck. So watch that space.
That doesn't seem right.
Okay.
Oh, of course, yellow. As Irish Mikes came into the pit lane.
That should save them going a lap down? I don't know, this is going to be interesting.
Well,
everyone's at full tilt. I don't think it helps.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's happened fast enough.
Now people are slowing, and some of
who gets picked up here? Is it the Stratus?
I don't know.
I think this might be erroneous, because Stratus has just blitzed past two cars. Oh, now there's the yellow flag. Okay.
No, it's double. There's double yellows at turn 1. It's real.
Yeah, I think the stream I was looking at might have been on too much of a delay.
I'm going to be honest. I haven't been able to pick out why.
Stratus has come through 12 seconds behind Irish Mikes, or 12 seconds after Irish Mikes, I guess. So they've come through and taken the lead now, but the pace car is still in pit lane, which suggests to me that they're still out there at something closer to race pace. That being said, Irish Mikes is already underway.
There's a yellow Mazda off to the right on the outside of turn 5, on the exit. Stratus, for some reason, took a really hard left out of turn 5, to the point where they went out of shot, and I thought they'd spun, but they didn't. Not really. This is looking at the 605's onboard. Not sure what that was about, but they're fine. But yeah, I assume the reason for the yellow flag is the Mazda, frankly, in a much safer position than a lot of the safety vehicles we've seen for the last hour, so I'm not really sure. They must have a policy if there's no way they can get a safety vehicle to hotball a car from that position, but I don't really understand why. But anyway, I assume that will be the reason.
Yeah, that is curious. You're right. There must be some logic, but being ignorant of that logic and seeing the hot pull at the outside of turn 1 and no hot pull between 5 and 6, it's very it's confusing at first glance. Maybe we'll get an explanation later.
Just got a text from Tim Myers. It's a broken left front shock on the 01, so not steering arm.
I'm surprised that they didn't. Maybe this is naive. I'm a little surprised that they didn't just ask to be pulled out and kind of drive it back if it was just the shock. That seems like at least a drivable car, but maybe it's not.
I mean, it came back on the back of a tow rope, so it was clearly rollable at least.
Oh, was it a front shock? Because if you feel something like that in a drive wheel, I could see just stopping the car out of an abundance of caution.
Yeah.
Again, naivety here, but I'm kind of surprised the car couldn't make the right-hander in 10A on a broken shock. But
yeah, I am too a little bit.
I think my guess is that a broken shock in a front-wheel drive car might feel a little bit like breaking something more substantial, and you wouldn't want to damage the car further. I don't know.
So, I don't know how much I expected the lead margin to change here, but Irish Mikes is under yellow, only 1 minute and 13 behind Stratus, which, when the field is fully formed up, might be something closer to 20 or 30 seconds. I think this has actually worked out pretty well for Irish Mikes.
Yeah.
Because in effect, this is the same as making a pit stop and then having yellow come out immediately afterwards.
Well, that's what it was, yeah. I'm going to change my prediction now. I think this has flipped it, and Irish Mikes has now got the advantage.
I'm gonna rerun it after we go green because I'm really curious to see how this is gonna go.
So am I right in saying that Irish Mike's is the last of their cars to make their penultimate stop?
Let's find out.
Players at the moment.
No, I think Stratus still has to make a penultimate stop.
It's gonna be. I think I mostly agree with that. So they'll probably pit at about 2 hours to go.
You're right. Yep, and they'll have 2 stops. That's right. Are these the first of the cars to make their penultimate stop? Then maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Maybe.
Or do we think Pro Sport can go that far?
Pro Sport's going to be tight. I think
lap 190.
There's only 6 laps between Pro Sport and Stratus, and I think Stratus can pull it a little longer. I think Pro Sport's going to need 2 more. As is Kingpin. Although I wouldn't be shocked to see Kingpin pull it in. It's 17 laps until they're stopped. They're about halfway. It'd be dicey.
I was trying to catch the leaders when they were all sort of on a level playing field as far as number of stops left, and then kind of work from there towards the end of the race. But my little brain couldn't wrap itself around how that was all sitting at the right time, and then Irish Mike's pitting now, and knowing that that was their penultimate stop, they should only have 1 more from here to the end, has just sort of thrown that whole thing into chaos.
We've got...
Other than to say that I think you're right, Scott, I think that this heavily benefits Irish Mike's, and now everybody else around them having to make 2 more stops instead of the 1, with Irish Mike's margin up to the lead being only 30 seconds, I think this works really aggressively in their favor.
Everybody in the top 4 in GP1 has pitted. Everybody in the top 5 in GP1 is like at least a lap away from each other. So nothing game breaking there. I see that, Scott, if you want to report that. I don't expect any takers in GP2 on this pit stop rotation. I think they've all basically come in. Have we lost the 45, or is that a glitch in my timing? Do we only have 2 GP2 cars running?
Is that right? No, they're allegedly the JNR cars have done laps lately, but it looks like only 4.
That is...
Chill Out. No, Chill Out is properly in the pits. They're actually just leaving their pit stall now.
Okay.
So that car is still circulating, albeit 30-ish laps down.
There's also a 55 AOA. The 45, I think, is the car that's caused this. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, I thought that was an AOA car. No, that's not the car that's caused this, I think.
I'm a little surprised at how much, how the attrition has been.
Why are you surprised?
Because I thought... I feel like this is more aggressive in terms of wear and tear than Daytona was.
Daytona, a lot happened early.
Yeah.
True.
Also, you would expect it to be more attritional than Daytona.
Well, Daytona, you're running flat out. I guess you're stressing different things. There's a lot of curb strikes and things, and
I feel like modern cars are quite good at just running flat out.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's a bit of a layman thing, but I think it's kind of a classic endurance attitude to think that running at high revs a lot is a problem. I think it's more, the stresses that are on the cars at places like this, I think, are going to be worse. Sebring's going to be really fun.
It will be very interesting to me to see what happens at Sebring. Whether somebody runs around doing 230s all race and thinks that, well, if we can do 230s or 240s without breaking anything, then we're in with a better shot than somebody that'll do 215s, but pits all the time.
There's the schedule.
Look at that. We were just talking about Sebring. October 29th through the 31st. The first ever for anybody, other than maybe like a private test, 24 hours of Sebring, hosted by the World Racing League and Sebring International Raceway. Plenty to come between now and then, though. We're crested the midway point of the season, as of today, actually. And after here, we'll head to High Plains. I don't believe we're going to be there. a slightly smaller entry there. A lot of the bigger name teams will not go to High Plains, use that as one of their drops, and we'll get a bigger collection of general production cars and teams local to the plains. VIR, I think, will be back with basically what we see here at Road Atlanta, September 17th through the 19th. And we would hope to return. Hallett in mid-October, and then everybody turns around and goes to Sebring, like we just mentioned, at the end of October. And then the WRL paddock has about a month to rebuild, and we get to finish things off, as we always do, with the U.S. Endurance Championship at Circuit of the Americas, December 3rd through the 5th. And you might think that maybe Sebring 24 Hours takes a little bit away from the USEC as a Blue Ribbon event, but I believe that event pays a significant amount of points. I'm going to review the racewrl.com website. Another great resource, by the way. But I believe, and it serves as the championship, the season-long national championship ender as well.
Scott points out that our second place in GP2 is dead stick on the run into turn 1.
I thought it was a dead camera. Interesting. Yep, they've just sent the EVs up to go get it. This is the second
Aiken
place in
Racing.
GP2, you say? Yeah. That should not be the case.
Right, you are.
I'm going to correct myself, by the way. It's not bonus points at Circuit of the Americas, but it is the national championship conclusion.
I think Trevor has failed to realize that this is a gesticulation-powered car.
Right.
So
Yeah,
more
that's-
hands, and it will get running.
It's MGUH stands for hands.
Yeah. I think this is
The
now.
H is for hands.
He's misinterpreted the regulation on a hands device. Okay,
This,
all
this
right, we'll
camera-
stop poking fun at their misfortune.
This camera actually is dead now, by the way.
Oh, shut the car on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
By the way, can we just point out here that this is another yellow in which we've had two incidents. Now, obviously, that one will have been at a different time, but we've still had two things to take care of under a full course yellow, which I think has been the case more often than not today.
Yeah, I don't.
Pro Sport into the pits. Sorry, Joseph.
I'm still not Scott.
Got it.
Can Pro Sport make it on one more stop from here?
I don't believe so. From here, yes. Yeah.
They're not just fueling that car. I think they're either changing a left front tire or repairing or adjusting something on the left front. They've taken the left front tire off, and now a man has laid down on his side and crawled up underneath the front bumper and suspension assembly of that Aston Martin GT4. So it is possible they can make it from here to the end, which would work in their favor, but also they've got something more significant going on with that car at the moment than just let's fuel it up and take our second to last stop now.
If they're gonna change a left side tire, this is a good time to do it.
That's not just what they're doing, though.
Okay.
He's crawled back out from underneath the car and is putting the same tire back onto the left front.
I didn't see another tire there. I only saw the tire they took off.
Yeah. Interesting.
Unfortunately, Joseph has cut away from the camera we needed.
Which one?
The one that showed them pitting.
Camera 8, Joseph.
I thought he'd done it on purpose because it was perfect, but apparently it was just pure luck.
I've missed something important, apparently.
Yeah, the 140. Oh, you had it on playlist. The 143 is into the pits, and they've Scott was lamenting the camera change from the front straightaway camera back to the camera.
Oh, we can leave it. I just didn't think anything interesting was happening anymore.
No. The 143 is in the pits there. That's the car, the left of center. This is your third place car overall, and I believe it's actually going to stay there. If he, no, Kingpin will have gone through, so he'll drop to fourth here. They're still. Oh, now they're fueling it. Interesting. So they did whatever they did to the left front. Now they're going to put fuel in it.
I'm thinking, yeah, I was going to say, I feel like this might be a time stop to make sure that they can get out in front of the safety car. Very iRacing at super speedway
Depends
style.
on how much they have to put in it. They were in not terribly long ago, 190, so it's only 15 laps worth of fuel.
Well, the pace car's still got lights on. They're obviously going to be at the back of the queue, so they can just come back in and top off.
No, but they are going to lose the lap here, which is not insignificant. Oh yeah, no, they're not going to make it out. They're not going to make it out.
Oh, excuse me. I saw the other car. I thought that was the Aston. I saw the other car depart. I mean, you've got a clearer view than we do, Brendan. What kind of does it look like they're still fueling it?
There's nothing I can tell you. I mean, they dumped a whole bunch of fuel into the car, spilt a little bit of it, hopefully onto a drip tray.
Careful, Brendan.
I'm sure. So there's a WRL marshal standing right there,
and nobody else in the pit. So it's not like you're going to get away with anything.
Yeah, no. They'll have seen that happen already. But now there's somebody kneeling to the right rear corner of the car. A man has signaled to send that car on its way. There appears to be some level of frustration from the man who was kneeling to the driver's right rear of that car. And I wonder either if that's I can't believe we just spilled fuel, and now we're going to get a lap penalty, or I can't believe we just lost a lap under yellow. If they do get a lap penalty as a result of this is a double whammy for them.
Yeah,
by doing whatever they did, they will have lost 2 laps.
I can't decide. So was somebody looking under the car, basically at the corner that they took a tire off, put the same tire back on? Is that right?
On the left front, yes, and then they started fueling the car, moved around to the right rear, where somebody again was kneeling next to the car, trying to look at something, I assume, but that was after they had spilled the fuel.
Well, so the fact that they're looking at opposite corners means that something feels weird on one of those, either, I guess it would be on right-hand turns, right? Either coming in or leaving, or leaving a left-hand turn. I suppose
it would be right-hand turns. I don't know, but anyway, the dejection or the exasperation that was being shown by one of the pit crew members there, I'm not sure if that was, we just lost a lap, or we are going to get a penalty on top of this all. It all happened as the field was coming by. There was no rush there to get the car out of the pit.
Well, I wonder, the car is gone. They don't appear to have done anything to it. I wonder if it was just one of those weird, I've got a vibration, something doesn't feel right reports, and they found that there wasn't really anything wrong with the car. Maybe they just picked up some debris or something. And that
maybe the light. Oh, no, the lights are still on. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought they were off too. But that's obviously something that would be a source of frustration, is if you lose a lap to something that didn't end up being a real problem. I mean, that happens all the time at every level of racing. Just you get something in your head and you're like, well, that doesn't quite feel right. That's not how I remember this feeling. And so you bring the car in because you don't want to crash the car. And it, just turned out, maybe you just picked up a piece of debris or a chunk of rubber was stuck to your tire, something like that, and you've lost a lap because of it. Who knows if that's what's happened here.
I was fairly sure that the MPO1 was behind the safety car last time I looked.
That was
correct. Is it not?
It's not now.
Where is it?
It hasn't pitted. Did it get waved by?
It shouldn't have been.
There's no way.
Absolutely shouldn't have, no.
I mean, that's,
why do we
that's
have
a free lap if it has.
Turn 1 still.
What's that?
Why do we still have a white flag at turn 1?
I don't think we do. That's Armco. It's not Armco. Sorry, that's concrete barrier. It just looks like it.
So there's Irish Mike's.
There's definitely a waving.
Oh, Irish Mike's is in the lead.
So the 59 has come in at some point.
Well, there's nothing on.
Or
race
stopped
Hero.
on track.
Through.
He's not salmon either, but then I don't know if Race Hero is able to do that under safety car.
Yeah, under full course yellows, I'm not sure.
There's nothing
Oh,
to.
it stopped at the exit
There
of
it
turn 7. Joseph, pick up the turn 7 camera.
Well, I switched to it.
To be put onto the back of a flatbed. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that is horrendous luck.
This race is absolutely falling apart at the top.
Which is such a shame.
Well, like I said, it was such that I wasn't really even able to wrap my head around where everybody sat on pit stops. I knew most had 2 stops to go, but who was this going to favor? Who was it not going to favor? And now Pro Sports ostensibly about to lose 2 laps, or they've lost 1, potentially about to lose another for a fueling infraction. Stratus is stopped out on track under yellow. The Kingpin car was just in and out, so maybe that works in their favor, but there's still a lap down to the Irish Mike's number 95. So it kind of leaves that Audi TCR out in front on its own by at least a lap.
With 1 pit stop to go.
Yeah.
You have to ask the question, is it because we've been pacing for about 4 hours today?
I was wondering the same thing with the 16 breaking down. I mean, could it be heat soak? I mean, like, is it something that simple?
Recall the interview we had with Stratus Racing, or I had with Stratus Racing, where they said, as a part of the Evo kit, improving the aerodynamics on that car, it changes the airflow, and there are certain things that just don't cool the way that they used to, and that has been a constant development work on that car. And to that point, Joseph, riding around, or Scott, both of you, riding around under safety car for a consistent, for consistently long periods of time. I mean, these yellows are at least 6 or 7 laps apiece. You wonder if something has just finally failed because it's not getting the cooling it needs, both by design and now by actual pace and speed.
Yeah, that's the question I would have to ask. These are sprint cars, sprint prototypes. They're not really designed to be cruising around at these speeds for extended periods of time. I mean, they're not designed to be racing for extended periods of time either. But it's odd to see a car grind to a halt under safety car, and it's very disappointing as well. I think we were set up for a great race, and now, can't see where that's going to come from at this point. It looks.
It is a lap between the 95 and the 77. It's not beyond that. So there is that to sort of address. But Irish Mike's stop, we would expect their last stop to be shorter than Kingpin if Kingpin can make it on one more.
I'm gonna be.
Which I'm skeptical of.
Kingpin should have pitted on this caution, and they haven't. And the caution has gone for a while. I understand that.
No,
but
it is too late now. Actually, they put the yellow flags down at start.
Yeah, this was not their fault per se, because we had 2 cars break down under what was going to be a relatively quick safety car period, but they've basically lost out on 8 laps worth of yellow flag that they could have come in and gotten a free pit stop or close to it.
So
that's
one car we haven't mentioned in quite some. Go ahead.
Just to put a point on that, that is another point in advantage of Irish Mike's.
Yeah. The ACI Motorsports car is really the only car left in this grouping that we haven't talked about. 207 laps complete. They're on the same lap as the 143 now, just ahead of them, with a fairly quick fastest lap, although by virtue of having not really seen them feature in the top 5, we know the consistency probably isn't there. I don't know if they have a role to play into the end of this race or not. They're certainly going to need 2 more stops from the looks of things. Didn't they have a penalty earlier on? They did. They had a penalty reported in by an EV
for unsafe driving that gave them a stop and go, but they missed the black flag for the stop and go on top of that, which gave them, I think, a 1 or 2 lap penalty, didn't it?
I'll take your word for it. I think the lights are out on the pace car.
They are, and I think it's the 525 who's actually going to lead us back to green here, the Fat and Furious BMW.
GP2 class leader.
It is. Yep, up ahead of the Denton Brothers number 540. And at least out my window here, we are back to green. Irish Mike's is probably 15 cars deep in the lineup, and Kingpin is right behind them, actually. So there's an opportunity here. If Kingpin can find a chance in traffic, I think it would behoove them to try and make a move if an obvious opportunity presents itself. We know these yellows tend to come back to back. We've seen it a couple times today, maybe not the same lap, but they may have a window here where if they can get a move done, it'll put them onto the back of the same lap as the leading number 95 Irish Mike's Audi.
I don't know what I expect to happen here, to be honest. I feel like this is such a... it feels like a foregone conclusion, but this has been such a race of attrition already to this point. I just can't... I wouldn't put money down on neither of these top two having a trouble-free run to the end. I don't see it.
No, and that's often the nature of WRL endurance races, isn't it? Where things aren't, okay, they seem like something on the surface, but things often don't remain equal until the end. And just because you have a situation presenting itself at any moment in time, it doesn't necessarily mean that things aren't going to change between here and the end. And usually it's something unexpected. We've already had...
Like the contact right here in the 10A.
2 major contenders have already dropped away under our most recent full course yellow. Who knows what the next thing is?
A little bit of side swipe contact in 10A between a blue BMW that I did not identify. And I'll make the quick point, Scott, that we are now in the hottest part of the day. The sun will be a little lower, but the air temperature will be as hot as it's ever been, and it'll be taxing on both the engine components and the drivers inside those cars.
On the MPO1, my correspondent tells me that overheating is highly unlikely. When you're going slow, the car doesn't generate a lot of heat. More likely might be at low RPMs, it's easy to get the car stuck between gears. So that's, for what it's worth, that's apparently that's a quirk of the car that is has the potential to cause problems on the safety car.
Interesting. No, that's good information.
As things sort of change here around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta with 2 hours 10 minutes to go, I have one more interview to take care of, I think, for this afternoon before we sort of launch into the ending stanza of the race here. Again from round 3, this time it's Lonnie Unser, who I just joked, I think might be the last person we haven't talked to at round 3. You say that's not true, but we've had a fantastic opportunity to dive into round 3. And now we have the chance to come up and have you up here in the booth as well. So welcome.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on here. This is great. Man, what a view.
Yeah, we love it.
This is awesome.
For my money, this is one of the best road courses in North America. I love spending time here.
Wow.
You might have a slightly better view behind the wheel of a Porsche.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I would probably agree with that.
How's it been?
It's been good. We had a little issue this morning. Some contact led to an unfortunate series of events, but you know, the way everybody handled it, you couldn't ask for more, and the car wasn't that damaged. So we're back out there, we're running, and unfortunately we're not in podium contention, but we're getting good data laps and things like that. So that's, when something like that happens, that's all you can ask
for. Do you find you guys are still sort of sorting the car out? We know they've had issues. That car in particular has had issues on and off in the last couple of races. Are those just annoying things that happen in endurance races, or is there still development work being done on that car?
No, I mean, unfortunately, we've just kind of had bad luck these last couple of races. The car is completely good to go, and all my teammates, our crew, everyone knows that we can put this thing on the podium. It's just we need a little bit of luck to go our way. Unfortunately, we haven't had that as much as we'd like, but yeah, we have the pace and we have the car to do it, so we're just hoping that one of these days our luck goes our way.
It certainly seems like the team has things ironed out with the 605, right, over in down in GP3. The 702 had a fantastic run earlier going, right? And do we know what the issue was on that car?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know all of the details, but unfortunately, something caused a fire in the engine bay. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So fortunately, the driver, Brad McCall, our team owner, did a phenomenal job of pulling it over in the right spot, turning off the engine, and the fire died out. So. And, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
So we're super glad that all kind of, wasn't as bad. And I don't believe they'll be able to run again tomorrow, but it'll definitely be something that's repairable.
It was an alternator failure that led to an electrical fire and the terminal for the weekend. That's a shame. That car had such a strong run. You're in GP1 this weekend, correct?
Yes.
701?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So probably not in contention for an overall then, but you guys have the chance for a class one tomorrow, which is excellent. Am I right in saying this is your other full-time racing gig this season? You are a current MX-5 Cup driver, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm honestly blown away with all the driving I'm doing this year. I could have never hoped for more. I mean, as a little kid, this is what I dreamed about doing, and I'm doing it. So it's, I couldn't be happier this year with round 3 racing, and being in a Cayman this year is a step up for me, and it's cool to be, passing more cars as opposed to the Boxer that we had in GP2. It's just kind of a nice natural progression, and then also to be running the MX-5 Cup, I am lucky enough that I'm at the track quite a bit.
Is this sort of a it was the ride that was available to me at the moment, or, working with Shift Up now, just the opportunity to present itself at the right time? Or is this sort of your, these are the type of cars that you're after? You're after, seats and sports cars and endurance racing? Yeah,
it absolutely is. So my goal in racing would be the IMSA WeatherTech series.
Oh, fantastic.
So this is a perfect ground to almost get ready for that. And the competition here is incredible. I mean, we have my co-drivers are really good, really fast, and the car is really well prepped, and we don't win easily, which to me is what I want in a series. I don't want to go out there and just, have these easy wins. I want to be fighting for it. I want to, be fighting against some of the best guys.
Yeah. I think it would be easy from the outside looking in to look at endurance racing or amateur endurance racing and say, okay, it's a bunch of cars that are just running around doing whatever lap times they do, and however the result ends up, it ends up. Everybody gets their track time and everybody goes home happy at the end of the weekend. But here, like you said, the competition is legit. I mean, there are people that really get sucked into these races. You see alternate strategies. You see people who really kind of dive in to give themselves the best chance at a victory. And from that perspective, like you just said, this is the perfect proving ground for something like, developing into a WeatherTech championship driver, or something like a professional endurance racing driver, right? You, in your seat behind the wheel of 701, aren't exactly the same boat as somebody that is, running around up at Lime Rock this weekend with IMSA.
Right.
Do you find yourself with that same intensity that somebody at that professional level would be fighting with?
Absolutely. I mean, everybody here and everybody on our team, and then also other teams that I see, everyone's really competitive. I mean, people are doing everything they can to win these races, which again, it's really cool for me to see because this is where I want to be. I want to be well preparing myself for future drives that I may have. And, in racing, I honestly think this is the best bang for your buck because we're out here on these amazing tracks like Road Atlanta, and we're out here, running against really good teams and, people who are also very respectful. It's really cool to see and be a part of. I feel very lucky to be in World Racing League this season.
One of the things I hadn't really thought of till just actually as you were saying that, as somebody who's aspiring to be in professional motorsport, right? MX5, your other gig, has the visibility, right? Those races are live streamed, televised, I think, on occasion still. And oftentimes they'll run in conjunction with an IMSA weekend, right? So somebody that's at the track for IMSA can see what you're doing very easily there if you're running well, right? They see your single lap pace or pace over a 45-minute race. And sometimes it's down to whether or not you can hang in the draft. Here in the World Racing League, it's more about consistency, right, than it is single lap pace and keeping the car clean through an entire stint and stringing that out over an 8 or 9 hour race. Do you find that you have the opportunity to sort of sell that experience to a potential future team owner? Can you turn what you're doing here in WRL into a legitimate resume builder, for lack of a better phrase, for somebody that you would drive for in the future?
Absolutely. I mean, while you said these races aren't necessarily on television, people look at this series and people pay a lot of attention to this series because, like I said, it is such a good place and it is competitive. So really, being here, I'm just beefing up my resume because, people see, okay, well, she can do however many laps, probably 2 hours, an hour and a half, whatever it is, and keep really consistent times. And there's a lot to be said about that. And then also there's a lot to be said about, conserving the car and making sure you are thinking of the team as well in these races, because sprint racing is awesome, but, you go out there and you go super hard. You don't necessarily care about the car. You have to kind of almost harm it to get those really good lap times. Whereas here, you need the longevity. Yeah. You need it to last. So our team owner comes to us and says, I don't want you to hit this, and this curb. And, of course we're like, yes, we will not hit it because it's all about getting to the end.
Sure. Do you find that that's a conscious thing when you're behind the wheel, or is it a matter more of establishing the rhythm and saying, okay, these are my limits. I need to push to 90 or 95%, and I just need to settle into that?
I think it's a conscious thing because, every time you go out there, you have to be understanding of what's going on track. Mm-hmm. So you need to know, okay, do I really need to fight for this here? Like, should I be making passes that are maybe lower percentage passes, or am I in a position where I need to make sure to bring the car home? So it's always something that's running through your mind during your stints out here.
Sure. That makes total sense. And obviously it's worked well to some degree. I know you guys have had the issues today. So I think we have a standing yellow down at turn 1, so I'm not sure what we're going to recover, but we're obviously headed out to go get something. It works well for round 3. The Boxsters in particular, I know you mentioned you've moved up a class, right, from the GP2 and GP3 Boxsters up into GP1. Those Boxsters just look like you could do almost anything to them, and they're going to make it to the end of 8 or 9 hours. It's amazing.
I know, those Boxsters just are bomber. Round 3 racing has dialed in the Boxster, which is awesome, and it's 605 is a perfect example of that. They're all out there just turning quick, consistent laps, and it's rewarding to them. So now that we're kind of moving to the Caymans a little bit more, we're starting to figure out those cars more, and it's just about learning each individual car, what it likes, what it doesn't, things like that.
Again, makes perfect sense. Is it? Do you find it similar to the MX-5? You can kind of hustle those Boxsters the way you would hustle a Cup car, or is that much more towards, the endurance side? Hey, take it easy. Let's not push the car.
Yeah, I mean, you're still out here hustling the cars. It is a different level, though. It looks like something's going on, but
yeah, I think we're getting a car out of the gravel trap at turn 1, but I haven't been able to figure out who it is.
It's hard to ignore that when you can see that right there on camera.
Oh, it is the 110 Thunder Bunny.
Oh no.
Yeah, we feel the same. We like those cars very much.
Yeah. Those guys at Thunder Bunny are awesome. They've become good friends. So, anyways, I forgot what we were talking about.
We were just discussing the Boxster and whether you hustle that the same way you can, or similar to an MX-5, you had a similar experience, or whether that's more you drive that much closer to like you're driving the Cayman on the conservative side.
Yeah, again, it's kind of all about the situation. So the Boxsters and the Cayman, you can hustle those cars if you need to, and we do when we need to, but we step back when we don't. Whereas in the MX-5 Cup car, it's kind of like you have limited time on track, so you just have to go as hard as you possibly can from the get-go. And unfortunately, when you do that, things do happen. So that's kind of why sometimes we're trying to avoid these things when racing these longer races.
The 01 Hammer Audi is headed out of the paddock for Joseph and Scott's information. On the other end, so back out on track there after probably something close to half an hour or 40 minutes. Last question I'll ask you for you personally, right? You have your racing gigs this year. You've mentioned the end goal is IMSA, I assume something factory driven, right? The ultimate sort of contract opportunity. What are the steps like in between there? I assume WRL is going to play a role in there, at the very least for seat time. But as you sort of climb the ladder, what do those next couple of steps look like?
Yeah, so I'd like to continue running in WRL because, it's just such great practice for racing in the WeatherTech Series one day, or, hopefully at Le Mans or the 24 Hours of Daytona. So I really would like to keep running here, and the cars are at a level where, you see IMSA drivers here on weekends or legends here. So I would really love to continue in with WRL, and then also, continue making my way up the ranks of pro racing. Hopefully do a couple more years of MX-5 Cup, and then maybe SRO or Michelin Pilot Challenge, and then ultimately the WeatherTech Series. So we'll see. It's a journey. Motorsports is a very unique sport, but it's also really cool, and there's no other feeling like driving race cars. So it's awesome.
Watching it from the 4th floor of the tower is a close second, but not the same.
Yeah, I mean, this view of turn 12, wow, you must have seen,
it's been fantastic.
All of the things happen.
It's been fantastic. I love hanging out at Road Atlanta. I haven't been here in a couple of years.
Yeah.
But for my money, one of the best tracks in North America.
Oh my gosh, I know.
It's been a good race so far, so all good things up here.
Iconic, yeah.
I'll leave you with the last word. Anybody you'd like to thank before we wrap things up with?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Haggerty Motorsports and Team Cooper Tire. I think it's really cool that these Cooper tires are catching on more and more in the paddock, because we've had a lot of luck with that, and we want to share it with other teams too, because oftentimes at the end of the day we run our quickest stint. So it's been great and super fun to have the partners we do, and we're very lucky.
Fantastic. Well, Lonnie, thank you for joining us. Lonnie Unser joins from the Round 3 Racing Camp once again, and just happy to give everybody an opportunity to promote what y'all are doing down there, and you're welcome up here anytime.
Thanks so much for having me.
Joseph and Scott,
pleasure.
We'll let you do the thing.
It always makes me grin, smile, whatever, whenever you hear somebody with an American accent saying that they want to go to Le Mans as their ambition. Like, I just enjoy that we still have people over here that want to do that. So that's awesome to hear. As you pointed out, it was the 110 Thunder Bunny. I didn't see the accident that precipitated it, but they were stranded in the gravel trap at the outside of turn 1. Have been recovered, didn't need to come back on a tow hook, anything like that. It seems like everything's going well. It's just that they've lost a few laps. And have they fallen out of the top 5 in class in the process? No, they haven't. So they are still 5th. Scott, have you seen anything that has caught your eye?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for asking. I'm still somewhat
Thanks for being here.
disappointed by the fact that we've gone from having a genuine like 5-car race to just like we're now waiting to see if Irish Mounts brakes or not. And then we've been talking the whole way through the race about how decimated GP1, GP2, and to a lesser extent I think GP3 have been like since lap 1. So yeah, we're kind of waiting to see if this is the final phase or if we've got some other surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a classic endurance race, for better or for worse at the moment. It's just kind of a race of attrition.
Yeah, and the lap times were slightly confusing. Maybe everyone was slowing down a lot for that yellow flag at turn 1, which they should be because there were safety vehicles in the firing range.
Well, and it's such an easy place to catch traffic, and obviously now you can't pass the traffic through there, so it's going to mess you up all the way through the S's.
Yeah. There wasn't a single lap time on the front page of timing under 140. Now there are. There's no one really. Well, we think the track slowed down quite a lot. So GTR 99 have done a mid 37, which is a fair way off the fastest laps of the day, but we haven't seen much quicker than that recently. So and there were a lot of teams cruising around. I mean, should say that we have a battle for third just about to light up. Should we try and find that with the trackside cameras? We're doing a reasonable job of that recently. It's the ACI Motorsports number 7 Cayman GT4, I believe. Yep. And Pro Sports GT4 Aston.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that idea of the pace of the track slowing down, and you can definitely tell that God, it's such a shame that we lost the Stratus because it is a clear outlier, or was for the better part of an hour until it broke down. But yeah, for most cars, the track has gotten gradually slower since the beginning of the race.
I think we just saw Pro Sport coming past this camera, didn't we? Sorry to interrupt. But
No, I was looking at another chart, so I have no idea.
Let's go to the next camera.
Okay. That was still on the playlist, by the way. Sometimes when you're like, oh, they're doing a really good job, it's probably just because I've got the timing right.
There was definitely an Aston, but I feel like I'm getting them mixed up. Is the 909's fully retired now, isn't it?
I don't think it is. I think it came back out. It might be circulating, because I think I've seen both. Which is a genuine shock to me, because I thought that car was done.
Where are we? 909 is Salmon at the moment, so I think they might not be running.
Okay.
So we think is that Aston the Pro Sport car?
Yes.
Okay.
The two Astons are kind of similarly liveried, which makes life difficult for us, being remote.
Yeah, they are. They're annoying. Yeah, they're very similar. Particularly, with the stream quality not exactly being pin sharp. They are similar enough. I really struggle. I don't know. Do you know what the ACI Motorsports color scheme is like?
Oh, don't ask me questions like that.
Well, we're trying to. So here's the Aston. So if we look 4.6 seconds ahead, we should find a Cayman. Oh,
One Mississippi.
I think I mentioned this earlier in the race. That green and white Porsche was going super fast on the straights, and Brendan identified it, I think, as the number 7. So I think these are the two cars we're looking for.
Okay.
Green and white Cayman and the Aston Martin, which I believe is the only that's right.
Well, it's very easy to spot the green and white Cayman, so that makes life easy.
And there is apparently only one Aston on track. So.
Okay.
Is that closer than 4.6 seconds? It is. It's 3.999. Car just coming out pits. Didn't actually identify that. Big old fuel guys. Nice to see the 555 is back circulating as well. That's the red and white MPO one. I wonder if that's going to end up being the higher finisher.
I think it might be.
A long time in the pits. They've done, oh no, that's 550. I'm struggling to find 555 on the timing.
21st in class.
No, that's the 59, isn't it? Oh, maybe not.
59 is 16th in class. I don't know where it is overall. I'm looking at the class standings on Race Hero. .io, which is where we scrape all of our timing data from, which is how we populate our tower. They're very nice people.
All right. So
Also owned by
Team Saito
Haggerty.
have done 137 laps. Stratus Racing have done 207.
I think that green and white cars, that looked like that was ducking to the pits. Or it could have just been trying to pass traffic. We'll see. But that looked like a pretty hard turn right. It's in the pits.
Whereas ACM Motorsports have done another lap, so I've obviously misidentified it.
Scott, what have you done?
What do you mean?
NPO1 is slow coming up the hill around turn 11.
I take full blame.
I don't know if I've ever seen the commentator's cars work out so cleanly for our broadcasts.
It has made it to the pits at least. It got over the hill.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm also annoyed that I misidentified that Porsche.
Is it
now
the
I'm
wrong
back
Porsche?
Well, the green and white one is in the pits, and on Race Hero, ACM Motorsports are not in the pits. So
Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that... Has the gap stayed the same? Because if the pit line is after their stall...
they crossed the start-finish line and didn't register as in the pits. And their last lap was a 39. Oh no, sorry. Their last lap was it was a 47, which is very slow. If Race Hero hasn't identified them as in the pits when they clearly crossed the start line in the pits, I'll be very confused.
I'm telling you, I have a theory that the pit line is at pit out rather than at start finish. At the end of 16 hours, we might have this nailed down.
I mean, really, this is the sort of thing that someone in an air-conditioned room facing the start-finish line at the circuit should be able to sort out for us pretty quickly.
Okay.
It's a shame we don't have
anybody on track. So sad.
Yeah. It's an oversight. There's also a race for 5th. The 111 Thunder Bunny Racing car is 0.8 seconds ahead of the 983 Will to Win car, and then only less than 6 seconds ahead of Moorhead Speedworks, leading GP1 and 7th overall.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how that car is running. I confess I haven't been paying enough attention to GP1 to know exactly what the dynamic of that class is, but they're leading it by quite a margin.
Yeah, they have been all race, and they were top 5. I mean, they're very close to top 5 now, but they were actually top 5 overall earlier in the race. ACI Motorsports has come up salmon now, so...
Oh my god, the gap in GP2 is crazy too. I didn't realize how much that had blown out.
Have we not been reporting on this all race, that those classes have been...
Well, I knew that they were strung out. I didn't know that they were that strung out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to get to the point where they could just park it with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, I get that one is completely absurd. It's 12 laps. Something along those lines, isn't it?
Yeah, there's obviously been a lot of attrition in that class, which has contributed pretty substantially. It's a shame about the 28. I hope they can get that car fixed before tomorrow morning. Because that's another car that's in competition in the points in that class.
Moorhead Speedworks, the GP1 leader, is actually lapping quicker than the 2 cars ahead of it. And now that ACI Motorsports has pitted, they're up to 6. So they are less. They're just over 5 seconds off of 4th overall.
All right, cue the dyno protests.
Although weirdly, they are 3 laps down, and the 2 cars ahead of it are 2 laps down. So I guess the lead is right in between them.
Can I take care of a small amount of housekeeping, gentlemen?
I mean,
This won't distract from the race for more than 30 seconds, I promise.
30 seconds?
Yeah, I need to move the Facebook stream over to the end of the race. We're up to 7.5 hours, and we can only do 8 on Facebook here. So
I'll just interrupt. There's a car off at turn 7.
Turn
Classic.
6. Yes, but yeah.
And a slow Mazda going into turn 10.
I'll find it. Don't worry. We don't have any cars in that. That's a lie. That should be off to driver's left here, on board the 110.
So as this is happening, and we dispatch EVs from turn 12, just a note to Kingpin's in the pits. A note to our Facebook viewers. We're going to end the stream on Facebook. We'll be back in about 30 seconds to a minute. Rejoin us on both the DriverSeye Live Facebook and on the World Racing League Facebook page. You can pick back up with the broadcast there, or you can move over to YouTube, where we'll have everything from now to the end of the race in its entirety, uninterrupted, on DriverSeye Live. As you were, gentlemen.
I've got an update on the MPO1 of Stratus Racing. Apparently the alternator broke.
Huh.
Joseph, that's 2 alternators fairly quickly. Didn't we do this at a race years ago?
Yeah, is this you suggesting this is the year of the alternator part 2?
It might be the day of the alternator.
Yeah. Cars that have gone missing that I can't account for yet, that might be the stricken car at 6. Let's play that game. The 522 for Choice Racing. These might just be in the pits. I'm just kind of listing them off as, could it be this car? 522 for Choice Racing. 983 for W2W. That'll be the
Is leaving
Cayman.
the pits now.
Okay, so it's not that.
The W2W cars always come up in salmon when they pit.
I'm not convinced it's not the 522, guys.
Could be.
We're also
They
missing
were
the
in
555 for
paddock about
citation.
An hour ago.
No, the 555 for citation, that's the NPO1. Disregard that.
Yeah, it wasn't that car.
Then there's also the 7 for ACI, which we saw pitting. So I would put my money on the 522, unfortunately. Could be dead wrong on that, but we'll find out. Our GP3 leader is higher than our GP2 leader in the overall classification.
That's interesting because earlier in the race, our GP2 leader was effectively second in GP1. So, yeah, more attrition in GP2.
It's been a crazy race. I honestly, not to beat this point into the ground, although I feel like that moment has passed. But I'm genuinely shocked at how many cars have broken down and run into issues. Lonnie made the point about, being explicitly told, these are curbs that you cannot touch. Please do not hit these or it could damage our car. And I wonder how much that's come into play here. Some of these curbs are a little on the higher side, so it doesn't shock me to suppose that hitting those at the wrong angle could send a shock through the car, do some damage, especially over time. Put enough bad use cycles through components, and they will fail. So I wonder if that's all that's going on.
Is this pit stop for Kingpin early, Joseph?
Good question. No.
Really?
No, it's been 40 laps, which is actually their longest run of the day.
Fair enough. Moorhead Speedworks are back up into 5th and only 6 seconds off of 4th. That's the GP1 leader.
I'm going to stay on board the 111 here to see if we can get a clearer view of what's going on over at 6. That may have been cleared up by now.
I saw it a couple of minutes ago and it didn't look like anyone was attending to it.
It's a waved yellow now coming out of 5. So no passing all the way from 5 to, I guess it would be the exit of 6. There we go. We've got Is that an orange car? I can't quite tell. I don't know if that's properly orange or if that's just cast of the image.
Red and white, I think. Yeah.
This one's going to be...
I think the problem there was that there was a Mazda going slowly and everyone got stuck behind it in the yellow flag zone.
This camera's pointing the wrong way.
Ah, that's a shit. Moorhead Speedworks, I think, we're about to take 3rd place, maybe? But they may have lost those positions and are now 6th. I think we have 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th all running within about 4 seconds of each other. So that might be cool to find on the track.
Sorry, what were those?
3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, which is Thunder Bunny number 111, which is a BMW. ACI Motorsports number 7, I think that's that green and white Porsche. 77 Kingpin and 147 Moorhead BMW. So if we can find the green and white Cayman somewhere.
I'm just going to stay on this camera because I like how it sounds until we find the green and white one. It's actually going to be coming up soon, so I'll cut back to this one. Found it.
There he is.
Okay, so remind us who all's in this little battle, and they're all in the same lap, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing, then 3.6 seconds behind is ACI Motorsports number 7. That's the green and white, and they're all about to come across the line. So I'll confirm. Yeah, there it is. 4.8 seconds is the gap between those two. 2 seconds later is Kingpin number 77, and 3 seconds later is number 147 Moorhead. And those cars are all racing for position, although Moorhead is a GP1 car.
Sure. Still fun to see someone battling for those places in the overall, even if their car is not supposed to be spec'd to run there.
That purple BMW? Is that must be the 111?
That's the one I've been tracking. So I hope so.
4.8 seconds, right? Was that as much as that?
Slow. We've got a slow car coming out of 7. They were slow basically all the way through 7. It doesn't look like they've picked up speed. Is that... I can't quite make out what that is. It looks... It's definitely a BMW, yeah.
Is it the 99 GTR?
No, that's a... unless they've had a livery change, that's usually a deep blue. Okay. Solid blue.
Does the 111 have an onboard camera?
Yeah, it does. Is it in the back of the pack here?
No, it's the front. But...
Oh yeah, then I don't care. Because... Ooh, here's the slow BMW.
Well, it would be nice to know who they're behind, and then we could identify them. I don't think it's that... Ooh. I don't think it's that purple car. I think that's too close to the Cayman. Maybe it's this white one?
Yeah, okay.
Oh no, actually, it's the purple one because they're now 0.6 seconds apart, and then Kingpin is 0.6 seconds further back.
I think they look like they're slowing. They look like they've got something going on. Maybe they were just unlucky with the run into one, but...
Who it was?
The 111.
So yeah, I think it's these three nose to tail. The white one, I think, is King. The white Porsche there, yeah, that must be Kingpin. And then Pro Sport is the second place car, which is exactly a lap ahead of that battle. It was right behind them.
Got recovery vehicles making their way back home from the turn 10 area. It should be cleared by the time everybody that we're following comes around.
522 into the pit lane.
That would be the choice car that we were missing. I wonder if it was the car that was off at 6.
And the flatbed and other EV have come back into their stall at the exit of turn 12 without a car behind them.
All right, we have diagnosed that situation.
Yes, quite.
How are things from your vantage? Yeah, how are things from your vantage point, Brendan? What are you seeing?
Not a lot at the moment. I mean, this is potentially some of the longest green flag running we've had. It feels like.
It's such a shame that we're having it after our front runners have all basically fallen to the wayside.
Yeah, and at least one of those cases, you think that. Well, I guess an alternator failure could have happened to the Stratus car at any point, right? So there's that, but. You wonder how many of these mechanical issues have been caused by running around under full course yellow.
I'm about to say something.
In some ways,
we've got our top 6 cars all in one shot.
I've got a slightly more important issue at the moment. The GP2 leaders in the paddock. That's what I see out my window.
So they had a 12+ lap lead,
it's
maybe 5 minutes ago.
Yep, it's down to 5. And that 55 AOA car is out there clicking off 150s, but reeling the leader in because the 525 isn't moving.
The Hitman, I don't think they're in contention for anything crazy, but it sounded like the Hitman car was dragging something, and they looked slow. That would be the 34. They should be coming into pits now.
In the pit. Just come into the pit lane in front of us.
I don't know if that's somehow related to anything that we've seen on track, but it doesn't sound like things are healthy.
Did we mention the 77 has had contact, the Kingpin car?
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, 420 and 77 contact under investigation. All this at turn 1.
Battle for third is really close. By the way, there are 2 Aston Martins circulating, even though timing says that the 909 is not circulating.
I wonder if they've taken the transponder off that car or something. Or if it's fallen off.
Are you sure?
You know what? No, that wasn't going to make any sense. For a second, I wondered if the 909's transponder had fallen off in the collision, but I'm pretty sure I'd seen them come back out after.
They did briefly.
It looked like the ACI car was making a move into turn 4. See, this is an Aston, right?
Yeah, Brendan. What you've missed is we've got a little bit of a dogfight for 3rd through 6th.
Interesting.
It is the purple 111, followed by the white and green Porsche. The 7.
And there's another Aston Martin, which I think is the leader.
Keep an eye on when it ticks Race Hero. It'll blink.
Yeah. Oh, the 909's just come through.
Yeah, see? There are 2 of them. But the 909 on Race Hero is in the pits, I think.
Yeah, so someone's got a bump transponder.
Yeah, it's just in amongst a bunch of cars that are in the pits, and I missed the fact that it is a slightly lighter shade of white, and therefore not in the pits.
Ah, okay.
It's going quite fast. 37.1 the last lap. Might be the fastest car on the track. I think it is the fastest car on the track. BSI have just set their bar race.
The worst, the work being done to the 525 was on the left rear. that car's been pushed out of the garage area now, back into the sort of paddock driving lane, and heads slowly down towards mid-pit, where it can jump back out into the pit lane itself. So, Joseph, you said you thought that margin was about 12 laps?
It was at one point.
It's down to 3. He might lose another portion of a lap here before he gets back out on track.
I'll let you know what the
just now into the pit lane itself.
I'll let you know what the actual time loss is after he completes his out lap, because I will have that information available.
So I assume my Discord was not happy with me.
It was discordant.
Assume the battle. Yes, James discordant. Anyway, you were discussing the battle between the 111 and the 7. Is that right?
Yes, and the 2 cars behind them.
Yeah, they've just come through start finish nose to tail. There they are. In fact, the purple and black number 111. And the Kingpin car right behind it. Very good. Yep.
Looks like they might be side by side on the way into 2-3.
I think the 7. Do we not have the onboard from the 111 anymore?
Good point.
Yeah. I think it's not going to matter because that move is done at the apex of 3.
Well, then we're going to watch.
See this setup
yes, it is done. This car feels like it's struggling to me. It really doesn't seem to be carrying.
At what point during the race would you have expected to see that car in the top 3 before right now?
That is a good
I'm
point.
Not sure I would have.
There's that Sarah Montgomery classic block pass into turn 3.
It's fastest lap.
77 goes through as well.
By the way.
Say that again, Scott. You cut out.
The Thunder Bunny car's fastest lap is quicker than the leader's fastest lap. Just for some
interesting
reference.
It's just not based on the race it's run today and how infrequently we've seen it anywhere near the top of the overall classification. I was surprised to see it there in the first place. Genuinely, had I not heard somebody talk about Thunder Bunny, my brain might have actually skipped over it on Race Hero. But now that it's there, maybe I'm just not used to them having the M2. But I would have expected it maybe to just, slip away again. It's actually lost quite a bit of time on this lap as well. A 140.5.
Yeah, I think it's been holding up the 7 by quite a lot, to be honest. And I would
believe that.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet the 7 will now be cut loose and be improving at the times.
Let's not forget, too, that's a brand new car for Thunder. I know they sunk a lot of time into the 1 Series and the Nissan 350Z, but that car has only done Pikes Peak before it entered its first WRL race. And literally the only thing they did to it was to slap the WRL number panels on it and ship it to Road Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it's still got the 3-letter code from the driver.
Yeah, they didn't take anything off. They just put the WRL stickers on, loaded it onto a hauler, and brought it here. Maybe not in that order, but...
We'll do some investigative reporting and find out what order they did those things in.
It's top 5, but its next car, and I think Scott made this point earlier, the next car behind it is the 147 Moorhead Speedworks, who for a time at least was quicker than either of the GTO cars ahead of it. I don't know if that's been the case more recently, but right now there's only a couple of tenths to choose between each of them on pace, and the margin is only 22.5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think there's any prize for overall positions, but it's still, it's a point of pride, obviously, if you can.
No, it does give us
if you can get up there
to talk about them a little more frequently, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that is true, because it's not like they're in a very tight fight in class, certainly.
No, exactly.
Fat and Furious. How many laps did they lead their class by?
It was 3 when they came out of the pits.
They lost 25 minutes in the pits. They've lost 25 minutes and they have a 3-lap lead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is general production in a nutshell today, isn't it? I mean, really,
it's dominating.
And to be honest with you, even GTO, I mean, is not what we come to expect. And don't say that out of disappointment. I mean, I like to see the close races, but at a certain point, you also have to acknowledge that this is endurance racing, and you are going to get these sorts of margins on occasion, right? The two laps we see between our first and second cars overall.
It's worth.
Cars, it happened early, really early. These margins went out.
It's worth remembering that we're 24 minutes away from a standard 8-hour race, and then we'll have another hour to go after. Not that anybody's like, building precisely to 8 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's one of those things where I don't know.
There's a race, right? You could rebuild the car overnight.
What's that?
Well,
I said there's another race tomorrow. Are you planning on rebuilding the car overnight after it breaks down to the 801st minute?
Yeah, I mean, some people will, and this happens pretty routinely. We'll see an entry for race 2 tomorrow that's going to be substantially reduced from what we started with today.
Well, we already know the 702s tomorrow, don't we? I'm sure there are a dozen or so more cars in a similar situation.
Remember, too, by the way, you joke, Scott, about rebuilding the car overnight. The most recent race these cars did was 14 hours continuously down at Daytona, which will have been its own unique challenge put on these cars and these teams. Now, okay, most of them had a month to rebuild, but you're still asking a team to rebuild a car, an amateur racing team in many cases, to rebuild a car within a month after doing 14 hours and before doing a dual 9 and 7 sort of weekend. Which, in the heat, in both races, very much in the heat. I just think there are a lot of challenges being thrown at these teams on back-to-back weekends. The weekends themselves are challenges. Getting a car to the end of 14 hours, 9 hours, 7 hours for that matter is a challenge in and of itself. I'm not terribly surprised to see sort of this level of attrition, except to say that it hasn't happened a lot to us recently.
I think it has. This seems to be roughly in line with every other race we've seen this year.
Yeah, fair point. Maybe it's more just that the way the dynamics of the race have shaken out has left us with closer battles at the top of some of the classes than we see at the moment. And that might just be luck or circumstance rather than, everybody's facing more attrition.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we had slightly more attrition and Irish Mike's drop by the wayside now, we'd have an extremely close battle for the win. We'd need Pro Sport as well. I forgot.
Are you attempting to speak that into existence? Is that what's happening here?
No. If I wanted to do that, I would say they definitely won't break down, as we noticed earlier. Perfect.
They are bulletproof. They are impenetrable.
Yeah. Let's make this point about where Irish Mike's is at. They are the only Audi TCR that hasn't had problems today.
Well, one of them got hit in the back, to be fair.
Sure, but then spent another 2 or 3 hours in the paddock before it retired, even after they repaired the incident damage. Now, okay, maybe there's knock-on effects, but still,
Yeah, I take your point, but the 44 is back out, you guys. Speaking of attrition.
The 3 is on its way back out as well.
So the 44 is back out on track after 4 hours of repair.
I don't understand. Do we know what happened to the 44? I know they had pretty substantial left front damage.
I mean, based on the time, I'm guessing they took a drive somewhere. I don't know.
They did have a lot to repair, but oh my gosh, look at the stock car. That is ludicrous.
Meow.
I don't that 44 car was utterly dominant at Daytona. They started on pole, got spun at turn 3 on lap 1, were in the lead by the end of the first stint, and never looked back. they were totally bulletproof and totally dominant. And that has not at all been the case here. Which I guess is what happens when you spend half the race in the garage. But it's amazing to me that they went from being far and away the class of the field to being, pretty relevant. GP1 leaders in the pits. Not that that's a terrible consequence, but
well,
speed works.
We say that, but I think every time somebody comes into the pits, we should be critically thinking, okay, how is this going to go? Is this a routine stop, or is something more nefarious at foot?
They were last in at 2:02. This is 2:39, so 37 laps is probably about right. At an hour and 19 minutes.
No, it's early.
Long-time.
It's early.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is this a back timing situation?
Yeah, I think this is the right time for them to get to the end of the race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't... Yeah, I think that's over-engineering a race that they're winning by 6 laps, but sure.
Yeah, unless there's a drive time concern, sort of an equal share sort of thing, where, okay, we've got the race sewn up, we'll put our team owner or whomever, back into the car.
Yeah,
and
maybe a customer driver who hasn't gotten a fair share yet, sure.
Tell you what, every time one of these onboard cameras points, right back up at the sky, these clouds rolling in from the west have gotten a little bit darker.
Recall the chance of rain, according to the National Weather Service, which I'm going to use now because that's it's just more straightforward than saying like weather service of choice. So the NWS forecast says 40%, 45% chance of rain starting around 4 o'clock. If you look at your wrist, it says 3:42. So, it doesn't mean it's going to rain, but the chances are higher than they've been at any point during the race. And this is about the chance that they'll stay for the remainder.
So there is rain out there that has already developed. It's north and east of Atlanta. If you're familiar with the area.
Oh God!
Called Johns Creek. Oh my! Is there a car went through there?
There was.
And then there just about wasn't.
There was going to be one regardless.
So, south and west of here, let's say, there are thunderstorms that have built up, right? There's some distance to travel. We're about 40-ish miles northeast of Atlanta, right? So, it's not like just because it's rained in Atlanta, we're going to get rain here. It's going to take some time. We've got an hour and 15 minutes left to go.
But if you look at those clouds on the horizon, there's definitely energy in the atmosphere.
Yes, and an available app suggests rain in a thunderstorm beginning in 58 minutes. An alternate app says thunderstorms possible at 5:15.
So, okay, so there's two angles to that. You might be tempted to say, ooh, this could really shake things up. Counter, if it's lightning, this could end the race early.
Yes. Now, they don't look terribly threatening. They're not like supercells or anything like that. They're just your average afternoon thunderstorm. So kind of hyper-local, right? A couple miles across. And maybe you catch some rain, maybe you don't. Either way, it's centered around, a couple of minutes, or let's say a half an hour either side of the finish of the race here. So we'll have to wait and see. But it is obvious that the conditions are changing slightly. Even though it is dry, things are, like you mentioned, things are afoot in the atmosphere.
Brendan, do you have a sense, is the wind picking up to a degree that would make a difference?
I can't really tell from here.
So probably not is the answer then.
Yeah. It was actually quite pleasant outside. It was hot and muggy, but it wasn't, utterly miserable like it was at LA. Let's speak for myself, which is fair enough. It wasn't utterly miserable. Daytona was rough. This is a little bit more tolerable.
Yeah, you're not literally on the ocean, so.
Yeah. The 111's in the pits, for what that's worth.
Let's just see if that's on time or not.
The 147 is out to the pits, by the way. The GP1 leader.
Oh, long-ish stop there.
111 is about on schedule. That doesn't surprise me.
Moorhead's
And do we think they can make it to the end from here?
I would. Ooh, that's going to be awfully close. If anyone's back timing, it's going to be them. Pit expected in 39 laps, so do we think that they have to do 40 laps?
Yeah, probably. At an hour or a minute 40 a lap, that's close. Jeez.
I think they're about 5 laps short.
So, well, do you believe that they're back timing here?
Not intentionally. I think they might be in a little bit of trouble, but we'll see. I think in general, teams tend to run on the safe side, and maybe for this final stint they'll run it long.
Their longest stint was 39, so that number's correct. But also this time they've done 40, bang on 40 actually. So
I think
have
they'll
a bunch of yellow in there. But
I think they'll. I think at 100-second laps they'll need to do 44 laps and change, which would be 45 laps. Yeah. So I think that they're short. We switch over to the TLM with tires squealing, DOT tires on all these cars. It's not quite as fun as listening to Skip Barbers, but
every now and then I kind of forget that they're on DOT tires, and I see somebody kick the back end out, if they've got the traction control turned way down or whatever. And man, they're really hustling that car, and then you remember that they're on like 180 treadwear DOT tires. Well, maybe not. 172 into the pits, actually.
Ooh, gets undercut a little bit by. That might have been the 111.
That was a lot, more than a little bit. I think, yeah, if you come out of 10A with a car behind you, I think you have to do a better job than that of getting over to the right if you're coming in the pits.
It wouldn't have been the 111 that cut across it, because they were coming out of the pit lane.
I think it was a Cayman.
Oh, okay. That might have been one of the W2W cars then. I'm just going to say all the team names that I remember until one of them is the car that it was.
Worth following this margin between the 7 and the 77.
Driver change on the 172, by the way.
Very good. Kind of our only interesting class battle anyway, inside the top 5. It's 2.3. I was going to bring it up and say it was, I think, 3.8 the lap before that, and make the point that, it hadn't changed much, but if anything, the ACI Motorsports car was making a little bit of progress on pulling out a small margin, but it hasn't been very quick, which would suggest to me that from here to the end of the race, this actually might be, we might have some interest here. Slow BMW, set the 366. No, it's recovering.
It seems fine now.
He's not pitted. Well, he's not accelerated, but he's not pitted either.
I wonder
That's
if he...
the Rova TLM car. Oh, full course yellow.
Okay, yeah, I see that in another... as soon as I have some idea what it is, I will go to it.
Well, I would say that's probably screwed the Thunder Bunny car out of any chance of third place.
Impact driver's right at turn number 5 for the number 15 AOA car.
Okay, so we'll stay on this one and look to your right-hand side in about 20 seconds' time. Now, the question is going to be the entry to turn 5 or exit to turn 5. One of those will be easier to spot. Alright, I'm going to call that one exit then.
Yeah, I would think so. Our camera wouldn't have caught this anyway. Yeah,
that
there
is
it is.
Peculiar. It's like he's hopped the curbs or something, and then the rear's like bounced and sent him in.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe it got away from him sort of at the apex and overcorrected and nosed itself into the tires there. You would expect somebody that's carrying a spin or a slide. Oh, and a slow 172.
Now they've just come out of the pits, but this is too slow. Something's up.
Our ahead of them's going
Power
really
there.
Yeah, and everyone's in a tricky spot because it's not obvious that he's down. Halfway with a hand says, "What's going on here?" This is a fresh driver in this car, remember?
Yeah, but he's content to let everybody by. It's not like he's looking for a gap to get back up to speed.
Recycle the whole car is the instruction. Switch is off. Please don't kill our camera. Switch is back on. Fires it back up. Let's see if he's got power. Yeah, that sounds like it's got more.
Yeah. So what was the pulling the wheel far to the locks left and right for?
Honestly, I would say just nervous energy, just wanting to do something with your hands while things are coming back up.
Is there a chance it was like a power steering issue?
Maybe.
Purpose. It was almost. He was trying to rush through it. So it was almost like some sort of calibration procedure or something.
Yeah, I'd buy that too.
That's true. It looks like when you like plug in a steering wheel peripheral.
Maybe that's the sim racer in me, but
Bonk.
the
Yeah.
electronic system, sort of this modern a car would have something that requires calibrating on a recycle.
Yeah, could be. Well, it's whatever it was, it's resolved itself now.
Are they likely to have lost any positions? They were on the same lap as GTR 99, I think.
The one thing that will have helped them is the fact that obviously it happened under a full course yellow. And it's going to be tough to tell whether or not that cost them anything anyway, because I think that was the lap after their outlap.
Irish Mike's in the pits.
If that's the case, they've come and gone. The 7 is leaving now as well. The ACI came in.
That is it's slightly early for Irish Mike's, but it will be their last stop, so I don't, nothing seems too odd about that.
No, and a slow BMW again. Is that the 525?
Yes, it 100% is. I'm going to try to switch over to it. And, okay, you got to go around him. He's clearly dead stick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, they're going now. They're going, well, trying to go now. Lights come back on the 525 and
but
off again.
Oh, sorry about that.
So this is your GP2 class leader. He's got it refired, but not terribly motivated to go anywhere.
That doesn't sound
Is he
healthy.
dropping something there?
Oh my
Or is that, was
goodness.
that line there?
Now look at this.
Is this a 366? I think there's, I mean, we can debate whether or not these failures are the
Why is this
result.
in the middle of this train? What's going on?
Well, I think what's happened is these cars are stopping in the middle of the road.
Yeah, but
And-
why is the safety car part of that?
Well, at this point, I think they've got a pretty good shot at podium in GP1. So, you know, I think put a transponder on them and see how they do.
My point was going to be, anyway, just to bring this back to where we were, we can debate whether or not these failures are a direct result of the heat and all the four-course yellows, but the fact that something happens to other cars every time we go for full-course yellow cannot be a coincidence.
So I was going to make a speculative point that I think could be
Kingpin is
nonsense. But we've got time, so I'm going to spout some nonsense. I
Real
wonder...
quick, Joseph,
Yeah.
Real quick, Kingpin's in the pits. The 7 ACI car is coming down the hill at turn 12. So this position is going to change hands back the other way, put 7 ahead of 77 again, and then the last sort of part of this will be the Thunder Bunny 111.
This is early for the 77, but it makes sense in terms of this will knock their last stop out.
Absolutely.
Right there, it's telling me that the number 7 has come back in the pits.
It's not. It just came through in front of me.
Yeah, that just means it's on its outlap, I think, Scott.
Well,
But
it's not.
it just crossed the line on track, so it should have cycled back through to a normal.
And the pit lane thing just cycled on, so that's very strange.
Yeah, unless
we'll wait a
stalls
lap on
after
that and see how it does.
stalls, I know.
But okay, well, the 525 is just, they're gonna have to pull a lap from the 525 because it's just registered a lap of 11 seconds, which it seems a little slow.
How's that happen? He's just come into the pits.
I think I think, has he backed up and gone over the...
I wonder if he went, so he's pitted right in front of the W2W camp. I wonder if he went past start-finish because of the W2W cars, backed into his stall. He is right, I mean, half a stall behind the start-finish loop.
Yeah, so if Race Control's listening, they're going to have to pull a lap. If Race Control's listening, they're going to have to pull a lap from the 525.
Yeah. Now, remember, this is a car that's already lost something like 8 laps as a result of its mechanical woes.
So, okay, are we ready to hear my harebrained theory?
Just stopping on the back straightaway.
Are we ready to hear my harebrained theory on why we keep seeing failures?
It's got to be as good as anything else we've got, so go for it.
I wonder if the fact that we're running at low revs is forcing the alternators to run in a condition that they're not used to running in, or maybe not designed to run in.
And you think the heat is compounding that issue?
It's certainly not. It's never going to help.
Because we've had full course yellows like this before, right? These sort of periodic interruptions. Maybe, well, look at Barber. I mean, Barber, we had something like 17 or 18 code 35s.
I'm trying to think through logically whether wet bulb temperature affects the cooling of a car, and I have to imagine it would, because it's radiating. Although it's not sweating, it's not like it's evaporating. Yeah, okay, so probably not. It should just be ordinary temperature. So the fact that it's humid should be irrelevant. The fact that it's hot might be relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we've seen interruptions like this with this level of temperature. I could see a handful of failures, right? But to have this many cars that you would assume are reasonably well prepared for issues like this, to have these issues on basically every time we go yellow, seems like it would be a shock to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
We've had a development in the race. Pro Sport Competition have somehow managed to get pretty unlucky with this safety car period, and despite the fact that them, ACI and Kingpin all pitted, Pro Sport have gone from being a lap ahead of ACI and Kingpin to now behind them.
They lost a half a minute. Their pit lap was a half minute slower than everybody else's, at least.
Sure, but it's under
the Kingpin car.
Kingpin, yeah. Or sorry, no. Pro Sports pit lap was half a minute slower.
Right.
So I wonder if they've been caught out.
But it was later. That's the problem.
I think they put it at the same time as Kingpin, though.
Actually, they had 2 slow laps back to back. No, one of those is just going to be the fact that we're under full course yellow.
Yeah. I think they pitted at the same time or just after Kingpin. But that shouldn't have...
After, then that'll be a lap after, which is too late.
I'm not sure that it... Well, I feel like Kingpin was just in. Like, I just saw them in their stall here in front of me.
Yeah, according to Race Hero, Pro Sport just left the pits. Like, that position change happened about 10 seconds before I said it.
I think Joseph's question, though, is it he just left the pits because his pit stop was slower? Just because it was slower? Or because he pitted the lap after Kingpin? And I confess I don't know.
There is some weather on the outside of turn 7. That is foreboding.
Where I am facing. That is what I am facing.
Yeah.
And I can see. Well, are those streams of rain, or are those just sun rays behind?
No, they've been on that windshield for quite some time.
Yeah. Okay. So, but can you see the vertical streams of rain coming off of the? Should we go back to green?
Yeah. No, those streaks have been. That's from something else. That's old.
No, fair enough.
Look who's leading the field.
So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Oh no, is this camera?
I didn't.
It's frozen. Oh no.
I don't think it is. Oh, maybe it is.
It is. Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah. We missed it, but yeah. It was a stock car.
Oh, nice. If it can hold that till the back straightaway,
Oh,
we're
it's
in for a
gone.
real treat.
This is honestly
There's Kingpin up.
that's all this race is needed is for the stock car to get track position.
That's fair enough. Wait till it rains.
No. Yeah.
Comes through on its own. Look at this. Watch this. It's already got about another car length over that Thunder Bunny car.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the race. 8 hours is over. 1 hour is starting now.
This is what we've been missing today. We've had a 2-lap margin at the front of the field.
Yeah,
trying
run the
to find
defensive
lap
line.
victory. That's amazing.
Give him the old Leclerc fade.
That Thunder Bunny car isn't in this. Well, I was going to say it's not in this for nothing, but it is 2 laps behind the Pro Sport car now. He's closed up most of this margin, and they're both holding up the 181 Platinum Porsche Cayman pretty substantially.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm only focused on the leader of the race in my heart.
My point was, rather than holding up the Thunder Bunny car, now they're holding up the Thunder Bunny car and the 181. He really needs to chuck it over that turn 3 apex curve more. Just really launch the thing.
I'm really curious to see if the Thunder Bunny car... Well, we're not going to get to see it, but if...
He won't break 140 stuck behind that car.
Well,
I'm fairly confident.
Well, what I'm curious about is, has the Thunder Bunny car been able to go around the outside in the S's here? Is the difference in corner speed great enough?
Yeah.
We'll find out as they turn.
Focus on your exits. They're just playing the focus on your exits bit from the crew chief app over and over.
Yeah. He's going for it.
Joseph's been at this for 9 hours, and now all he cares about is the fact that we can follow a stock car around in the on-track lead.
They've got nothing for it.
They had nothing for him.
Where was his car at Daytona, honestly?
That's a really good question.
He would have been braking for turn 1 at pit-in.
Yeah. He probably would have torn the tires apart. Just, get it. Give it full beans.
Oh, they're side by side at turn 12, and the Thunder Bunny car's got the move made. No.
Oh, what a shame.
And I think he's going to give up the spot to the 181 here as well. This is cool. This is very fun.
Wow.
He's hung with him through turn 1, though.
Look at the.
I wonder what the tire life on that car is like. We got to back up too. Don't
if
forget.
I'm gonna be.
It's not just a question of tire life. That's a stock car on DOT tires.
Is that? I mean, that does look like a late model. Like that doesn't even look like an old NASCAR.
Yeah.
Like that looks like a short track late model.
Yep, it absolutely does. On DOT tires.
What a champ.
So let's reset here with what we've got in the top 4, because 777 and 143, we're fairly sure have all made their last stops. They're now all 2 laps behind the Irish Mike's car, who's also made his last stop. So what we have now is an on-track fight for second between these 3 cars from here to the end of the race.
Is that the? Sorry, I'm a little slow on the uptake. Is that the 28th that's back out on track?
It is, yeah.
Good for them. I really didn't know if that car was going to come back out or not.
Our rain prediction has been updated to starting in 22 minutes.
I believe that 100%, and I was going to cut to this camera. That is to your right-hand side, Brendan, and I think that's going to come for us, and I am...
It's not even to my right-hand side. If I look up turn 11 bridge, which is, barely 20-30 degrees offset, it's gray, and you can see rain.
I am going to set this to playlist really quick. Love that car. And take a look at wow, look at how fast the clouds are rolling over the circuit. This is this is going to come for us. Like this is.
It feels now. It's not a very big cell, whatever's out there, and I don't know if you want to pull up a little radar, Joseph.
I'm gonna pull up a lightning map actually.
Oh, you do that too. I haven't seen lightning out over there yet, and there's been no discussion of the same.
That's what I'm worried about. I would love the rain. I just hope it doesn't take us out. Okay, all the lightning that I'm seeing has been south of Atlanta. We are, of course, north of Atlanta, fingers crossed we might be able to get some changeable conditions that don't halt the race.
Yeah, and so I was thinking about this earlier, but I didn't want to say anything because I wasn't sure if we were actually going to get any rain. We missed this transition at Daytona because of the lightning. Right, what we got was we had lightning, we sat around for 15 minutes, and then it rained, right? We got a transition out of it, but that's not usually as interesting as a transition into rain. So now, in the closing hour of the race, when you would assume everybody is going to be on their best behavior anyway, as most positions are set, we are going to have some changeable conditions thrown at us, which, you hope everybody is on, like I said, on their best behavior and fairly tame. But, by the same token, we've got some stuff to play for here within the top 5.
Honestly, we lucked out a little bit because there was some lightning a little north of Roswell about half an hour ago. So we kind of lucked out. Unless it's coming... ooh, that didn't sound good. Unless it's making its way southeast, which, fingers crossed, it's not. Or east-southeast, I guess. We should be okay. The fact that I keep hedging on how east it's going is not a good sign. But...
we'll have to... we'll keep an eye on this. The conditions out over the hill here are changing. Even by the minute, right? At some points, either side of the little rain shower looks considerably brighter. At some points, the whole sky gets a little bit darker. Right now, it's headed a little more towards the brighter side, and that rain shaft, for lack of a better word, is... it's very narrow, and leaves us with the possibility that we could actually only see rain on part of the circuit. Even on a radar, it doesn't look tremendously, imposing, other than the fact that it's reasonably high intensity.
Yeah, and that was the thing that it's one of those things, and you can see it to the right on this onboard. It'll come a little bit back into frame. This cloud is gonna dump on us.
But most
fairly
of that
confident.
cloud doesn't have any rain from it. Like, that cloud is now over the top of where I sit right now. Right, but it's a dark cloud for probably 8 to 10 miles before there's any any rain. So I think it's just going to get dark here for a little bit, and then, maybe it's a 50-50 ball as to whether it actually rains at the track or not. And not to harp on the atmospherics here, but this is sort of the primary intrigue at the moment as to how the end of this race is going to pan out, because even for second, ACI is running away from Kingpin, who's pulled away another 11 seconds on Pro Sport. So these margins aren't really coming back together.
Justin Ferd is in the Chattanooga Touring Wagon car, and he is just in third in his class. Okay.
Do we think that's the reference there?
I honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if his. Oh, we've got a car off to drivers right into 10A, as is our want.
Do we have that on the trackside?
Just barely. I have no information for you. That's as.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Yeah, that is right in the firing line.
Looks like a Miata.
Sure, I'll take your word for it. God, this is some high clouds. Somebody in a plane right now is getting a great view.
Not been updated on the blog yet.
Or been told to to set it down immediately.
One of the arrivals for Atlanta does come right over the top of the track.
There you go.
So probably not right now coming right over the top of the track.
Yeah, I would. Now,
Some deviation.
I will. Yeah, I was gonna say I will defer to the expert here, Scott.
Okay.
Scott's not the expert. Is the joke, everybody? Just so you know.
I mean, when it comes to amateur endurance racing commentary, who among us?
Yeah, who among us?
No, I know. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Layla says it's her.
All right.
As good as any of us. They are sending an EV, but not a flatbed, through the gate at the beginning of pit lane and into the paddock, which is odd.
I think this rain is coming straight for us, Brendan. I'm looking at the progression in this radar, and it is heading east-northeast, and we are it.
It's the 43 is the Miata that's off the drivers, right?
Okay. That's Team HNS. You may be asking, where is Team HNS in the order? And I will, as soon as I figure out where they are, I will tell you. I haven't done it yet. They are 11th in class.
So what I'm seeing
in GP3,
here, Joseph, just on a hyper-local radar, is that we might just get clipped by this shower of rain here, even maybe just on part of the track, and then a cell sort of developing behind it within the last 5 to 10 minutes of the race would be the one that soaks.
I'm gonna really quickly be Captain Health and Safety, which everybody loves. I'm a little surprised that it's a standing yellow at 10A.
It is fairly close to the turning point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's seen it at this point, obviously, but
yeah, that's the point I was going to make. And we're in the last hour, so maybe they're less concerned about getting that car back.
Well, but even a waving yellow there would shut down the braking zone from 9 to 10.
Right.
For
you don't tend to do that when it's a situation where you've allowed everyone to see it. You don't tend to keep waving.
Well, no. It's it's a procedural thing where it should be a waving yellow right before the incident, and then the one before it, as a matter of course, should be a standing yellow.
Just had a look of exasperation from one of the.
I know what you mean, but you just don't tend to have hour-long waving yellow flags. If a flag is waving,
it's 2 laps. If they're going to leave a car, it's 2 laps. But I think Joseph's point is more that they are actively working on recovering a car. Yeah, they go full course yellow now. So there was a look of exasperation from one of the gentlemen at race control to my right that suggested that maybe somebody had just passed under a yellow or done something stupid near an emergency vehicle, and that instead of dealing with this with a hot pole, now they have to throw the yellow because somebody was driving foolishly.
That the marshals have called it in and forced a full course yellow. I see.
I'm thinking that, or the EV itself has. That's
oh wait, hold on. No. There it is. There it is. Look, there's a second car now.
Another one.
Yeah, you'll probably find that coming in under yellow flags, and that's the stupid thing that is forced.
I don't know. I think that car has been sick for the better part of the last hour. It's just restarted. I don't think that's a spin. I think it's a off-and-on. I think it's raining.
Do you?
I swore on this other camera that we just switched off of. I saw raindrops come down.
If it's going to start, it'll be on the western edge of the track. So turn 7 through 12.
Right.
In that area.
This was at turn 10B. Well, really, you've got that camera at 11, don't you? But you understand.
Yeah.
Tension.
Quite.
even if we are inventing it, there has to be tension.
Well, so let's say this, right? We don't have the battle at the front of the field, right? We're not like we were at Daytona where we're counting down, an 8-second gap to a 2-second gap to a pass for the lead within the last 10 or 15 minutes. So, okay, that doesn't happen all the time. At the same time, we do have some intrigue, and there are still some positions to play for. Not actively, closing, but there's a chance for some rubber banding here and things to sort of get reset. And if anything is
right now,
what's that?
They're actively closing right now. We're going to have second, third, and fourth starts.
Right, as a result of the yellow. But if anything is going to change the status quo, where second is faster than third, is faster than fourth, and these gaps are going out when we're under normal racing conditions, the one thing that's going to change that and add some intrigue here, other than horrendous traffic, is a little bit of rain. So, I don't mind, it's not hyping it, but I don't mind discussing it because we're in the last 45 minutes, and if some things are going to happen, that's the one thing that's going to sort of create that situation.
Hey, I have ads? Do we do ads?
Yes, please.
Let's do ads.
Very good. We'll say hello to Cooper Tires one more time, on board with the World Racing League for the 2021 season, and we can throw the Sebring promo if you want in there. We're going to be full course yellow here for a minute to go recover this car, the number 43 at turn 10. So as all of this begins to play itself out towards the end of the race, we'll take care of that and rejoin you just on the other side with about 40 minutes to go here from the Saturday race at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. They're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back with you at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 40 minutes remaining in the Saturday race. We've done 8 hours and 20 minutes today. We get to do another 7 hours tomorrow. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrock, Scott Michaels on the microphones this weekend. Ryan West will join us tomorrow. Layla is with us both days. Layla Kazmarek on social media, at DriversEye Live on Instagram. All of our interviews and chats today.
Hashtag social media.
Pictures. Hashtag social media. Hashtag culture. We've had the photos to go with it. That's what the kids use these days, so that's what we're using as well. Next it'll be TikTok. We'll just do all our broadcasts as little 1-minute clips on TikTok. We're not doing that.
I can't wait for the WRL Vine account.
That'll be our greatest hits collection. 6 seconds at a time on a social media network that's already dead. but that's okay.
We'll bring it back. Vine 2 is just going to be us.
I spent some time, by which I mean about 4 seconds, looking through Race Hero to see if there's really any battles of interest coming into this last section of the race. And the answer is kind of not. Even the... I don't think the Pro Sport car is pitted, but it looks like it's lost. Oh, no, it hasn't pitted. I don't know what's happened there. We did have a pass under yellow, by the way, according to the race control log. It was marked as the 167, which is probably of no consequence to us, but does suggest that somebody did something silly and led to the full course yellow.
That's BSI. That'll be Shea Holbrook's team.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Back to green. Safety car into the pits, and it's Irish Mike's. With its 2-lap margin over ACI Motorsports in second, that will lead the field back to green, and hopefully some clear running from here until the checkered flag at 5 o'clock Eastern. Kingpin's gap up to second place, up to that number 7, is 8.4 seconds across the line, which is a pretty substantial amount of track position, actually. And that gap's going to go out as a result of all the traffic that the 77 is going to find itself in here in these first couple laps back under green. So advantage ACI Motorsports there. Pro Sport, I still haven't seen. Actually, here comes the car. It's way... Oh, there it is. It's 10 seconds even now. So there we go. There's our answer. And like I said, I haven't seen that 143 Pro Sport car. Somehow it's lost 2 laps. So, was that a penalty, or did they just...
No, I think they're a minute behind Kingpin when they come across that. I don't know, did they pit late in that yellow flag period and not catch
They went from being something like 10 seconds behind to being a lap plus behind. Now that I think about it, some of that may have been just being split by the leader in the wrong spot. You know, if Irish Mike's were in between the 77 and the 143, it would have trapped the 143 but allowed the 77 to circle back around. But I don't know how close that was to actually being the case. Oh, it's right behind it. They are first and second on the road. So that is actually the 143 sort of being hosed by the full course yellow.
Yeah, I agree with that. For a second, I thought maybe they had gone missing at some point, but I agree.
Used by the full course yellow because they pitted under the full course yellow, didn't they? With ACI and
not this one.
No, not this one.
The previous one, yeah.
It always
this full course yellow.
They all feel like they're melding together.
Well, when there's 3,000 of them.
It's
Scott exaggerates slightly.
He's gonna be like, not by much.
No, I know. That's why I didn't say anything afterwards, because I figured there was something coming back.
Didn't need to be said.
I mean, it's been a tough race. I mean, to throw the cliche around again, it has been kind of a classic endurance race for better and for worse. It's been.
I don't agree. I think when a classic endurance race, if you're talking about attrition, but a lot of the attrition has happened literally under safety car, and the fact that we've spent so long of the race under safety car, that's not a classic endurance race. That's more of a modern endurance race where it's a series of sprints, and we see
with terrible reliability.
I get when we add attrition, but long periods of green, then you can call it a classic endurance. I'm not sure about this. It's just it's descended into something else, unfortunately. But we'll get through.
It's a product of itself, incidentally. You know,
it's like it's an attrition Ouroboros.
Whatever that word means.
So this is a snake that's eating itself.
It's created itself. It's been sort of an odd day, one that I don't really remember experiencing at a WRL race as yet. Now, That being said, right, you still have to run the race, right? It's on the teams to run the race properly and to take advantage of the opportunities that are in front of them and to try and, protect against a little bit of bad luck or a situation they didn't anticipate. But
the other thing is, I think it has parallels to. I wasn't on this race, but it has parallels to the Sunday race at Barber. I think difference being that they were running code 60s there, and we are doing safety cars here.
Sure, yeah.
But in terms of frequency and difficulty in getting a rhythm together, I think we see WRL races do tend to threaten to fall into this type of pattern. I think Daytona was a bit, I think because the track's easier and certainly easier to park cars in safe places, and did we have any hot pulls at Daytona? I can't.
Oh, lots. Around the banking, we had a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so we had that, and that helped us get we had long periods of rhythm there.
Yeah.
The problem is coming to difficult tracks like this for recovering cars. I think.
There's a lot of blind spots, and
it's your classic American circuit, right? High consequence, low runoff, and very few opportunities for a safety team to get out there and do their job with cars speeding by them on track, because there just isn't a lot of room.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, is that there's exactly zero paved runoff here, right? It's all, if you go off, you are going to either hit something or get stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
There's the motorbike chicane at turn 3.
Okay, so the one spot that nobody ever ends up.
The cars we've seen in Strife at turn 3 have ended up in the tire wall on the left at the top of the hill.
Right. Yeah.
I say cars. I think we saw one up there.
Yeah.
By the way, the margin has come down slightly from 10 seconds to 7.2 between our second and third cars, the ACI and the Kingpin Porsches. And the Pro Sport car is only about 40... Well, I say only. It's 48 seconds behind the back of the 77 Kingpin car and just unlapped itself from the leader. As they came out of turn 12...
as well. It's a real shame that they managed to lose that lap.
The 110 Thunder Bunny car is stuck on the outside of turn 12. In the motorcycle course, actually.
More paved runoff.
We found it. We found both of them, and they're for motorcycles.
You can see it just sort of underneath the H and the E in Michelin. Oh, there we go. No, this is it grinding to a halt.
No, I don't think so. It looks like he's planning to. Looks like he's trying to find a place to re-enter. Although he's just taking his hands off the wheel.
I saw it out the window here. Yeah, since I saw it out the window here, Joseph, that car's not moved.
We just cut to it as it had stopped. He's just put it into neutral.
Well,
I think that car's not going anywhere.
But his attitude there wasn't one of. It was one of exasperation. Not sure it was much hope.
Oh, actually, we can see it. We can get a more up-to-date view here. You can't actually see it under the Michelin logo.
Yeah. This car is 5th in GP1, by the way. Really not anywhere close to the car in front of it, and still with 9 laps in hand over the number 701 behind it.
I'm not sure how they're going to... They might have to go all the way around this track to recover.
Yeah, and they are. They're sending the EVs through the pro paddock, and what they'll do is go over the bridge at turn 11, come down the hill behind turn 12, and enter the track, or the motorcycle course, at support pit in, right? And then come up and, my guess is, pull it backwards up into that pit entry area.
You know what we've got, Brendan, that professional broadcasters don't, is in-depth discussion of logistics.
I mean, that's like the only thing I'm decent at.
We are accepting sponsorship offers from DHL, FedEx, UPS, USPS.
I could do a better job than UPS.
Wow.
Yeah, gauntlet thrown. Come at me.
Okay.
Not getting the UPS sponsorship anytime soon.
Other parcel services are available.
The Thunder Bunny car has reversed.
Well, it's found
towards pit in.
Oh no, they're not going to try to cross track, are they? Please don't do this.
No. I think they're trying to get to the actual pit in and get up on the pit lane side of the wall. So if they can reverse far enough, they'll get up behind to where an EV doesn't ever have to end up, on a hot side of a wall. But it doesn't. I mean, they move maybe 30 or 40 feet there. It's not far.
I guess it puts him out of harm's way. So he's got A gear, but it goes the wrong way.
Interesting to note, too, I don't see a yellow at turn 11. Although the yellow may be drivers right in front of the bridge, now that I think about it. And that 11 station might just be...
I'm curious. I'm going to switch to...
forget how that works here.
I'm going to switch to an onboard that's in the vicinity and see if you can even see him or if he's put himself behind. He's still going to be in the firing line.
He is.
I mean, you would have to be extremely unlucky to get there.
My point was more towards, do we have a no passing area where, you can lose a couple of seconds here? Because Kingpin's come through and done a 39 flat, which costed about 2.5 seconds relative to the number 7 ACI Motorsports portion. This is not something I would have expected.
Yeah, he's well out of the way there. I don't see a flag being waved at any of the stations, and actually, this shot shows us
no
something
yellow at all.
Right, and the other thing this shot shows us is the fact that the most threatening weather appears to have just missed us to the north.
North and west, yep.
Yeah, so we've been very fortunate there.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, based on what I see in the immediate future here, if we... Oh, now there's a waving yellow. Because the EVs are there.
Sure, okay.
Yeah. What I see relative to the weather is that if we didn't get it there, I'm not sure we're going to see anything before the end of the race.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I also think that means that you might have to make a mad dash to recover some equipment.
That's all right. I can do that.
Standing yellow at 10A.
I'm gonna have to do the same tomorrow because I have a flight to catch.
That old chestnut. God, we did dodge one. I keep looking at the view out of the 111, and that is menacing.
Yeah. I think we'll be clear till the end here, which means we can actually kind of focus in on this battle between the 7 and the 77 for second overall.
Oh, we've got a little bit of a race hero glitch, so we might... no, that should be fine. It may just be that there's not an awful lot changing. The gaps have... As we've made the point over and over, the attrition is such that the gaps have kind of grown out. So I look over at the timing monitor and think, oh no, something's not updating. And you just realize, it's just, this has become a race of survival. I do have the 110 hooked up, it looks like. I should be recovering him relatively soon. Now, are they going to finally lose 5th? It's not clear that they are. If they do, it'll be to the 701. Oh, this is going to be interesting in a way. In that...
Sorry, we're talking about the 110 here, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It's got itself moving backwards on its own again.
Honestly,
actually now forward again as well. It's got itself into the support paddock. Or the support pit lane, anyway.
2 points to put in the championship implications bucket. The 701 is 6 laps behind the 110. If the 110 isn't able to get going, that position will change hands. The second point is we were kind of, tongue-in-cheek mentioning how the 44 had come back out on track after 4 hours of service. It's now 8 laps behind the stationary 8th place car.
Yeah.
And that will be a position. It'll elevate them from last to second from last. But we've seen championships where every point counted.
Yeah. We ride on board with the 172 at the moment, Joseph, I think I'm right in saying.
That is
the
correct.
TLM USA BMW. And I was wondering why that car was so sideways and why it looked like he was hustling it so much with 24 minutes to go. It's because he's being caught by 6 seconds a lap, 6.5 that time around, by the Team GTR 99 BMW M4. And it seems like a foregone conclusion that at that rate, the position is going to change hands. And it probably will. But I think whoever is behind the wheel of that 172 is giving it the fullest of beans at the moment.
That 172.
To try and hold that car off.
I think that's got a nasty crack in the left side of its windshield, actually.
It might.
I'm curious to see if you see it when he comes by you.
That 99 car just set its fastest lap of the race 6 laps ago, 2:58. Did a 1:34.0.
And if this was an 8-hour race, we would have never seen that lap. Think about that.
That's very true. I've thought about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
I keep seeing these little spots on windshields, and I don't know if it's inventing drama or what.
I think it probably is.
Okay.
It's starting to brighten back up here again to the immediate west. The margin between the 7 and the 77, I think as a result of traffic here, has gone out to 14 seconds. So it's interesting. They kind of get it back the 77 is able to claw back time very slowly, and then they just lose it all in massive chunks. Moorhead and WTW are close on track as well. The 983 and the 147. Has that position just changed hands? No, a couple of laps ago. So it's an overall position, not a class issue, right? The GP1 leader is very much on his own, 6 laps in front of the number 46 Ginger Racing BMW.
The 110 is driving around under its own power, not on circuit. I'm very confused.
Another fast personal best anyway from the GTR 99. 133.6. I wonder if they believe that points are going to be everything if they're going to try and get a championship, which I would believe is the case, or if they just now have a carrot out in front of them and well, we have the pace, we might as well go try and get it.
That is wild. Yeah, on that last lap, the gap to P7 for them went from 14.3 seconds to 8.0. It is 6 seconds and change that they clawed back. So within the next 2 laps, they'll have made that spot back.
I'll say this too. I think the one thing that we didn't have any rain, but this cloud cover will have, it's the first time we've seen it all day, which will have taken some temperature out of the track. And for as greasy and hot as things were here, I really wouldn't be surprised to see, if somebody decided they wanted to push a little bit, they could go set a PB right now, because it's probably the coolest the track has been in a good 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the 99 in person. I didn't realize that they've spruced up their livery a little bit of red and white
it's a new car,
on there.
right?
Oh, is it a brand new car? Okay.
This is the M4 GT4 that they've.
Oh, okay.
Slightly. New rear wing, a little bit of extra aero, but it is, it is built up from the M4, which, seeing it from above is definitely a bigger car than the M3 was.
Yeah. I just wonder, maybe that's where some of the newfound reliability issues are coming from. It's a new car. They haven't quite worked it out yet. They haven't figured out where its weak points are.
Well, much like the round 3 cars, the Boxsters are, bulletproof and will go, 8, 9, 14 hours, no problem. The Caymans, okay, there's still a little bit of learning to do, a little bit of work to do.
I wonder if I'm certain it's the same thing there on the M3 and the M4, where that M3, which is such a ludicrously well-sorted car, had been doing, these sort of dual endurance race weekends for ever, as long as we've been around the World Racing League anyway. And now they've got the M4, and yes, it's faster, but they've got to sort that car out the way they sorted the M3 out. I believe I spoke to somebody back at Daytona who told me the M3's swan song will be at Sebring. So at a race that will challenge reliability more than any other this season, they are bringing back the most reliable car.
I mean, yeah, that's the most charitable way you could have put it, and I will offer no further thoughts.
It's not a bad thing. I just think if you're you're chasing a championship, you want to go win a 24-hour race, go bring the car that you know inside and out.
Hold on. Is it not the case, because I thought it was, that points were awarded to the car and not to the team?
I believe it's to the team entry.
Okay. I would double check the rules on that, because I think that's to the car, and you might have to have dispensation, basically, if you want to transfer those to a different car.
I don't know that it's that strict here. I believe it's just to the entry, the 99. But I can do a little more digging on that at a time when we don't have 18 minutes to go in a 9-hour enduro. 5:25 into the pits, your GP2 leader, and their pace is such all the way into the pit lane that it looks like they don't have a 3-lap margin.
Something is up. Something
that's not correct.
Something is up. That their last stop was 2:25. This is only a 24-lap stop. They didn't need to make this stop.
Yeah, I don't think they have. Is there fuel in that can? Nobody was ready for that. The fueler had his helmet on. That was it. But they didn't have anybody ready with a fire extinguisher. And now they're putting fuel into the car very slowly.
There are 3 laps between the 5:25 and the 55.
I can't imagine this is just an insurance stop. They were only in 24 laps ago?
I'll double check. I don't think there was any need for them to be in.
Yeah. Unless they've been having pickup issues or something like that, or they short-filled under yellow.
Well, I doubt they short-filled under yellow, because I have them as coming in 224 and 225.
Oh, the 110's back into the paddock.
Yes. I didn't realize they were rolling again. I've got it on the playlist. That is going to be... Keep an eye on that 525, is all I have to say about that.
Yeah, no, I am. They're putting another jug of fuel into the car?
I don't know if we've said this explicitly, but that is still the class leader in GP2. At one point, they were leading it by at least 12 laps, and they have just had mechanical woe after mechanical woe, and that has been whittled down to now under 3 laps.
So they've put something like probably like 7 gallons of fuel into that car, and now the fueler is... Oh, I think he was just waiting for the last of the fuel to drip into the pan before it pulled it away. And then gives a double tap on the right rear corner of the car and sends it. But if they put, let's say, 7 gallons of fuel into that car to go 15 minutes? That seems
honestly,
excessive.
That feels like the kind of thing you do just because you know you'll have to put less fuel in it to start the race tomorrow. Like,
what an odd choice, though.
I don't know how else to read that. Maybe they've got pickup issues? I don't feel...
That was the only thing I could think of there, but I mean, it feels like a lot of fuel to get that car home, regardless. There's a lot of movement to my right here. They're looking at somebody going by start-finish. Maybe the 147, and even the EV workers themselves on the inside of Turn 12 are motioning at or towards something.
I don't have anything in the race control log that would be obvious.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't look like there was... It wasn't with any real major concern, but everybody had just sort of peered over the edge and was watching...
Were they watching the late model?
Whatever car went by next, which happened to be the 147.
That's the GP1 class leader.
I mean, okay. I'll say the unspoken thing, which is it's an awfully fast car in GP1. And I think when that happens, when there's an outlier in a not top tier class, I think there's immediate suspicion that maybe the car isn't quite homologated correctly. So maybe that's what people are looking at. I'm not saying that's even. I'm not even saying that's well founded. It's just that that's where people's heads tend to go.
Yeah, and a reminder that when you see these differences, I mean, the class winners are dynoed and weighed, right? So we, make sure that everything is as they go to Parc Ferme and are dynoed and weighed. We make sure that everything is as it's, as declared.
Oh yeah, we had an incident earlier in the season where somebody their dyno was just off. And so their tune was off, and they had to be stripped of a win. It's just that kind of thing happens, even with teams that are engaged in fair play.
ACI Motorsports comes across the line, completes its 276th lap, with about 13 and a half minutes remaining here, and the margin back to Kingpin stood at 16 seconds. It's taken me the entire time it took me to say that sentence is the new margin. It's 17.4. So I think Kingpin will have backed off a fair bit here. Now, they can't go to the tune of a couple of seconds a lap because Pro Sport is on the same lap, right? And that margin is up over 40 seconds. So something to play with there, but they've got to keep it below about a 140, I think, to be safe.
Have we talked about, or are you currently talking about the fact that neither the 7 nor the 77 might be totally good on fuel?
I haven't. Why? Do you or your software have concerns?
I think we're expecting both the 7 and the 77 in the next 4 or 5 laps.
With 12 minutes to go.
A lap is not 3 minutes.
They pitted under yellow at 2:46.
Which one?
This is only 30 laps. The Kingpin car. ACI was also in at 2:46. I can't imagine they can't make it another 8 laps. 7 to 8 laps.
That would, based on the fact that they didn't pit on the last caution, I tend to agree.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know, because part of me wonders if they're both kind of playing chicken against the idea that the race might stop early or that we might have additional caution laps to extend that out.
The caution laps thing wouldn't shock me. I think we're going to go to time.
I
think we're going to get right up to 5 o'clock.
I agree. Just watch that space, that's all I'm saying. It's, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of times teams will run their stints on the side of caution, so they don't run them dry by accident. So it's entirely possible that they've just been keeping 5 minutes or so in reserve. But just keep an eye out, because that's potential source of drama.
As a matter of statistical interest here, I know we've spent a lot of time today behind the safety car, but in 9 hours, we will have completed something slightly over 700 miles, which, feels pretty impressive for what the overall pace of the race has been like. I know Petites used to take 9:15 before it was just extended to 10 hours, back when it was still 1,000 miles.
Sure, yeah.
But to do that in 9 hours with all the yellow flag running we've had today, actually, it feels reasonably impressive.
I do miss it being a little bit of a melia.
Just watch the Milash instead.
Sure.
Interlagos. You want your 1,000. By the way, do you know what race took place today? We did not bring up?
I don't know where you're going with this.
It's the Palanga 1,006 kilometers.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to get that because I don't know what you're talking about.
The race that runs on the Lithuanian highway interchange?
Okay. Sure, yeah, that classic.
It is a classic.
Okay.
It's not the World Racing League, but it is a classic.
That was also happening today. I didn't follow it, admittedly. I bet you Tom Cornell was in it.
I actually bet you he wasn't.
The answer may surprise you there.
Huh.
Anyway, we're under 10 minutes. The stock car is into the pit lane.
I hesitate to call it a stock car. I feel like it's a late model. I feel like those are different.
Fair enough. Fair enough. There was a question earlier, by the way, about whether or not WRL allowed tube frame cars. They do. This isn't the first one we've had because the NP01 is, of course, also a tube frame.
Right.
There's nothing production about that. I think we've had stock cars in the past as well. In one form or another here in the WRL. Ooh, sorry. The Platinum
Can I help
number
you?
181 dropped 2 wheels off behind the curb here at turn 12 and threw up some of that classic Georgia red clay down half the front straightaway. That's another corner I'm a little surprised they haven't added anything paved behind the curb there.
I think it's a deterrent, and I think it's a correct one.
No, that's fair, but even it's a tall curb, so you could put some pavement there just to allow a little extra margin, but still have the elevation of the curb as its own deterrent, rather than just dropping a wheel onto the grass.
Sure.
But it's just something that surprises me a little bit. I've also been staring at it for roughly the last 9 hours, so.
Sure. Yeah,
I have a stronger opinion than most.
You're gonna turn away and be saying the just optical inverse of yellow and blue for the next 24 hours.
Margins come down just a touch between second and third. It's down to 13 seconds flat, thanks to a 139.1 from the ACI Motorsports Porsche Cayman, which is an outlier for that car in terms of lap time. And it should be due across the line here in about 20 or 30 seconds.
We have, I think, dodged a barrage of bullets here because we've got rain in Brazelton, we've got rain to our north. Somehow, we have not been rained on. Either that or the rain in Brazelton is in the process of falling on us and it just hasn't gotten here yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's all what you see on the screen there is what's way up to the north.
You see it.
Yeah, I think it's just skirted around sort of the northwestern edge of where we sit here, and
No, but there's a cell that's also gone to the south of the circuit, a small one.
Oh, interesting.
It's literally right over, like, Brazelton proper, which is to the southeast of the circuit.
With Mike Hasmeric luck, it will start to dump as soon as I step out the door to go pick up cameras.
This seems increasingly likely.
Layla's not happy I said that out loud. This is an ongoing issue for us. I don't know how it keeps happening.
Because I warned you about rain, bro.
Bro. Sweet, bro. 11.6 now from second to third. A 140.1 from the number 7 car. Now, Joseph, if we wanted to read into things here, is there maybe a fuel-saving question?
For whom
I
here?
would have thought for the 7.
I'm telling you.
Just a couple of bad laps in traffic.
So the data that I have, and again with the caveat that just because they've been running these stints doesn't mean that they're going to run these stints at the end. Doesn't mean that that's their actual ultimate fuel capacity. The data I had says 77, pit expected this lap. Number 7, pit expected in 1 lap. New PB for the BSI 167.
Oh, very good. 7 is across the line here. A 136.9, so that's right back up to pace. No, doesn't seem like there's any issues there, actually. I think it may have just been a couple of rough laps in traffic, getting caught in the S's or something. The Kingpin car is noticeably closer. It's actually just done a 36.4. So the gap's down to 11.2, but we've only got 5 minutes left, and now I can start sort of working to pick out how many laps we actually have remaining. At 1:40, give or take. I'll keep an eye out here for the number 95 Irish Mike's Audi, who we really haven't said their name in feels like over an hour, and it's only because they've been out in front with absolutely nothing to talk about.
Now, there's there was a line just on your screen that said number 7, Team ACI, or rather ACI Motorsports, may be about to pit.
Yeah, I don't see any. Wow, their pit stall is immediately behind the Michelin bridge here, so I'm not going to be able to see it anyway. I don't see any movement at Kingpin either.
I'll put it this way. They might be stretching a bit. They might be cutting it tight.
All right. I'll buy that. We did have a period of full course yellow in there as well since our most recent stop, which will have helped.
The other thing that's going to be relevant is I don't know when we start the clock officially. We've started it. We've got it set to end at 5 o'clock on the dot.
Yeah. Race Hero says we are at 8:57:10.
Well,
so you're actually a minute behind. I can tell you actually, Joseph, the starter has the white flag in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah. We've been caught out by that before. They throw the check flag on at the right time, don't they? As in
yes,
5.
instead of race time. It's, well, either clock time or race time, whichever comes first. I think we're actually going to get to clock time. Remember, too, we had the extra pace lap when the J&R car stalled on the back straightaway, which seems like a full day ago, but was actually today at 8 o'clock this morning. And I wonder if that's just thrown the race timer into a little bit of chaos as well. So we may not actually get to 9 full hours of racing.
Sure.
Or in any case, may not actually get to 5 o'clock. Pit stop from is this the W2W? 981? I think it is. 982, it's the orange one.
Who's just come in at the end of the pit?
That's the 982.
Okay.
Yep, here's GTR. So actually, we're actually going to be pretty close here on the white flag. It's a minute and 40 to go on the race timer on racehero.io. And here comes the leading Irish Mike's Audi RS3 TCR to pick up the white flag and begin his 285th and final tour of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, at least as far as our Saturday Enduro is concerned. It's been 9 hours of racing, more or less nonstop, albeit with a number of slowdowns for full course yellows, but with a 2-lap margin in hand, it's all but certain here for that number 95 Irish Mike's Audi RS3. Interesting, we've touched on it just a little bit, but not necessarily the RS3 we would have expected to be at the top of the field here. It's had the pace over the course of the season, but never really been able to string a reliable run together, and
it's done it on. We talked about this early, and it's actually come to fruition. Even though we never really circled back on it, it's the fact that it hasn't had to make as many pit stops. If you look at the best laps that we've just scrolled through, they're slower than second and third by 2 seconds.
Yeah, the next slowest car, fastest lap-wise, is sitting back at 6th at the moment.
It's doing this. It's doing this entirely on pit strategy. Also, in part by hitting the cautions and hitting the pits correctly.
Yeah.
Luckily.
I disagree. ACI were nowhere for the first half of the race, and Kingpin had about 6 hours in the middle where they were running 4 seconds off the pace. So I think it's more their consistent speed than pit strategy, because the pit strategy negated itself when we just had yellow after yellow after yellow after yellow.
They did have the legs when they needed it, both for pace and for fuel mileage, but as they round the final corner, the number 95 from Irish Mike's is a winner in the 2021 World Racing League season. Congrats to everybody down at Irish Mike's, everybody at Audi, and the RS3 TCR that takes yet another win on an exceedingly hot day in a front-wheel drive car around a pretty tough circuit. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. ACI Motorsports, I think, is going to hang, well, yeah, I think it'll hang on to second here. The margin was 9 seconds last time, and now they've taken the checkered flag. So 8.2 is your final margin between ACI Motorsports in second, the number 77 in third with Kingpin Racing, Pro Sport Competition in fourth, and the number 111 on debut, the Thunder Bunny M2 Club Sport, brings home a top 5. Will to win, number 983 in 6th, and your GP1 class winner in P7. It's the number 141 from Moorhead Speedworks, not technically on debut. We know that car was, prior to this, was ART Racing.
and just as competitive as ever. But nevertheless, a pretty dominant GP1 class victory. I think 6 to 7 laps is going to be the final margin here.
And somehow,
everybody comes across the line.
By 2 laps and the skin of their teeth, 525 takes GP2.
They tried really hard in the last hour and a half to lose that margin.
Yeah, you see a 2-lap lead.
Paddock, they had a last-minute pit stop.
Yeah, you see a 2-lap lead, 2-lap margin of victory, and you think, wow, that must have been a really easy race for them. I really don't think it was. I think on track it might have been a little straightforward. Behind the wall, it was a marathon effort to get that car to the finish line first.
Yeah, and if you need a comment about the general production classes today, first through fourth in GP4 or in GP2, excuse me, the only cars left running in that class at the checkered flag today, separated by 47 laps.
Did you say that it was a 2-lap lead for Irish Mikes?
For 525.
1 and some change. No, 525 was 2 laps.
Yeah.
I thought I remembered you saying with as they took the white flag, they had a 2-lap margin. But
it was 1 and some change, isn't it? Not a full 2 laps. It must have been just when I caught it on Race Hero.
I was wondering if they'd stealthily picked up a 1-lap penalty right at the end or something. Wouldn't be the first time.
And you know what? To everybody's credit today, I know we've had a couple of penalties for various reasons, but as compared to where we were at Daytona, we haven't had any penalties really throw a massive change at the results of this one.
I was meaning to try and slip that in at some point. That this is definitely the first time where that hasn't been a talking point at all.
Yeah, and it's not been for lack of things happening at the front of the field or anywhere.
People have made an effort.
You look at the race control log, and a lot has happened. It just has turned out that the cleanest cars on track are also the ones who were highest up in the running order, which is rewarding the right things. Essentially, not driving like a clown.
Yeah.
But I think consequences at a track like Road Atlanta compared to, say, even Road America, where it was much more wide open, the consequences for driving over your head here are pretty considerable. And I think got certain cars into trouble. And, the fastest cars on a regular basis, at least in WRL here, are the ones that ended up going by the wayside reasonably early. So I think the race that did end up panning out here, well, it maybe wasn't the most exciting, certainly compared to what we've seen the last couple times out, rewarded the right people for doing the right things, which is, in some ways about what you could ask for.
Yeah, it was a tricky race for lots of reasons.
It was.
Not necessarily the race that you want to see play out, just in terms of how fractured it was. But it was certainly a race defined by attrition. It was a tricky race to make it to the end with. And I think the teams that have made it are going to be pretty exhausted.
Well, and they've got to go do it again tomorrow. The good news is it's supposed to be a couple degrees cooler. Not that makes a huge difference when it's as sticky as it is here, but instead of a high of 88 or 89, I think we're headed for 82, 83 tomorrow, which will hopefully help things a little bit. I suspect also we're going to start running out of spares, particularly if we keep having alternator issues. So I think tomorrow we're likely to see a slightly different race. I'm hopeful we see a slightly different race, not because I don't want to see this exact one again, but I think Road Atlanta can throw something special under the right circumstances at us, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for here. So at the conclusion of 9 hours today, Irish Mike's your winner in GTO, GP1 Moorhead Speedworks, GP2 Fat and Furious, despite their best efforts, and round 3 racing in GP3 once again. For the number 605. Unless you gentlemen have any extra thoughts, I think it's a good time to wrap things up and get ourselves set to do this again for 7 hours tomorrow.
Nothing crazy, but I agree with what you say, that I think it's going to be a very different race. I think the first half of this race was a little wilder than I expected. The second half a little cleaner, in part because there were fewer cars out there. And so it makes me wonder. Obviously, not every car that started today is going to start tomorrow. It really makes me wonder what the complexion of tomorrow's race is going to look like. If it's going to have the same sort of challenges, or if it's going to be, if it's going to look anything like what we had today.
Anything from Scott? Sounds like
same sort of thing. We've seen a pattern with WRL double headers where we've suffered a little bit on the start line with on the Sunday race, and with the attrition we saw today, hopefully we won't have too much of that tomorrow. Either way, one thing we didn't mention kind of all day regarding the attrition is we compared it a few times to Daytona, and Daytona, while the first hour was a bit ridiculous at Daytona, the rest of it didn't feel as bad. We've got to remember that we basically stuffed the same number of cars into about half the amount of track. And actually, we didn't have very many cars hitting each other. One Aston Martin withstanding. But so the drivers did a really good job today, but maybe tomorrow, if there are fewer starters, maybe they silver lining of that would be that we can squeeze more cars through the race, or a higher percentage of cars through the race, possibly get fewer safety cars. I think fewer safety cars will help the cars, while I'm not convinced that overheating is a big issue. Most of these cars are road car based, so they're kind of used to that. The transmissions and whatnot probably take a bit of a battering, having to cruise around so slowly. These tend to be racing transmissions, even if they're production-based cars. So, it'd be nice to get into more of a rhythm, have some long periods where we're running under green flag, even if the field's a bit smaller tomorrow. I think that will make for a better race.
I would agree with all of the above, and I'm hopeful for that as well tomorrow. Not like I said, not that I didn't enjoy today, because it was actually a pretty good race, all things considered, just not full of the level of intrigue and sort of the dynamic nature that we're used to seeing around most of these 8 or 9 hour enduros. So just a preview for tomorrow. It's a 7-hour race. We're going to start at 8 a.m. like we did today and finish at 5 p.m. like we did today. But there's a 2-hour break in the middle. And the situation there is that it's Parc Fermé. We have a locally mandated quiet hour, or quiet 2 hours as the case is. At 10 a.m., we'll pull everybody into the pits after 2 hours of racing. Nobody can work on their cars for 2 hours. Drivers will get called back to their cars at about 10 till noon. And then once we hit 12 o'clock, we can refire the engines and send it back out on track double yellow. And then we'll have roughly 5 hours, just under 5 hours of running to get us back to a checkered flag tomorrow and wrap up our weekend from Road Atlanta. So a little bit of intrigue there as well, splitting the race in two very distinct parts. But it'll all be live here on DriverSeye Live, as it always is. So, that being said, for myself, Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrak, production and commentary, Scott Michaels commentating, of course, Layla Kazmarek at DriverSeye Live on Instagram and on Facebook with DriverSeye Live. Thanks, everybody, for your company throughout the day today. Join us again tomorrow at 8 a.m., 7:50, let's call it, Eastern Time, on YouTube and Facebook. And we get to do all of this again and talk about race cars, really awesome race cars, zipping around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for another couple of hours. Till tomorrow morning, it's bye for now.